Sheriff. I'm so happy to see you here. It's great. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, David, how are you? Sheriff, sorry. Okay.
Mr. Belkin, thank you for the pen. I was like, why do I have this pen? I'm like, very nice. I mean, you didn't spare any expense. Much appreciated. It's 1 o'clock.
We are just going to wait 1 minute. Commissioner Holly is in the parking lot. Yeah, she's in the parking lot. I know.
Hang on for a second.
Good morning or good afternoon, and welcome to the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners, and wishing all of you a very happy 2025, a new year, new beginning, new starts, all that stuff. I hope everybody enjoyed their holidays. We are going to ask Pastor Lloyd Bertime from the Gulf to Lake Church to come up and lead us in our invocation and our pledge.
This afternoon, and just a couple of things, Lord, on our heart as we're preparing to present this prayer before these people. And it was to please be with this group that serves us and give them wisdom and discernment to know what to do, and give us grace and mercy to understand that they are, after all, human like us, and have their strengths and weaknesses and likes and dislikes. But I think we could understand that there's not one of them that makes a decision that would hurt this county. They're doing the best that they can. So help us to extend mercy and grace to them as they lead us. In Christ's name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you for that beautiful prayer. Clerk, a roll call, please.
Yes, ma'am. This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners this 14th day of January 2025. In attendance are Chair Rebecca Bays, First Vice Chair Diana Finnegan, Second Vice Chair Janet Barrick, Commissioners Jeff Kennard and Holly Davis, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond Line.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
County Administrator.
Yes, just a few items. H4, the FEMA presentation has been added. E3, a Building Alliance correspondence was received. S1, the authorization form has been added. S2, also a correspondence was added from 2 citizens. That's all I have. Thank you.
Board, could I ask for an approval of the agenda? Chair.
Motion to approve the agenda with the changes as spoken by Mr.
Second.
Howard.
Can I request clarification? I believe there's an addition. Did you say something about that?
Yes, which H4 was, the presentation has been added. E3 was a correspondence from the Building Alliance. S1, the authorization form was added. And then
Okay, thank
S2 was just the correspondence added from citizens to correspondences.
Okay, thank you.
And who was my second?
Right here.
Kennard, thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next on our agenda this morning is proclamations and awards.
Motion to approve B1 and B2.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Davis. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. May we please move to the front?
Those representing National Certified Registered Nurse Anesthetist Week, if you could please come forward. Okay. Whereas Certified Registered Nurse Anesthetists, CRNAs, are advanced practice registered nurses providing anesthesia care to patients in the United States for more than 150 years. CRNAs are among the nation's most trusted profession, and whereas CRNAs are trusted anesthesia experts caring for patients safely and compassionately, delivering specialized, cost-effective care to all patients, from newborns to seniors, for every type of procedure in all types of facilities. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby proclaim the week of January 19th through the 25th, 2025 as National CRNA Week, executed this 14th day of January, 2025. With Withlacoochee River, if you would like to come up.
There, is that better? So, thank you guys for letting us be here and share this moment with you all. Hope everyone had a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. With the Coochies, proud to announce that we gave $23.2 million in the form of capital credits in 2024, and we've now surpassed $500 million total in capital credits. A little over $37,000 today for Citrus County. We're just grateful for our working relationship, and we know it'll go to good use here in the county, so thank you.
All right, our time certs are going to start at 1:15, so we have approximately 6 minutes. I'm sorry. We need to do consent, sorry. Consent agenda. Board members, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda in its entirety?
So moved.
Second. I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard, a second by Commissioner Barrick. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Now we have open to the public. Yes, so we have approximately 5 minutes, and we are blessed with the presence of our new sheriff today. I'm sorry.
They're going to start at 1:10, the time certain's today.
Oh, they are.
Yes.
But the sheriff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you know.
We're going to invite our sheriff up to let him have a few words here. I would think the general public would love to hear from him.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Madam Chair, Commissioners. Just wanted to take this opportunity as your first meeting and as a newly elected sheriff to say how happy I am to be here. I look forward to our working relationship together as we tackle the heavy lifts in our community, the things that need to get done as it relates to our public safety of our citizens and all of the things that people love talking about with budgets and all those things. I just want you to know from my position as your sheriff that I look forward to fostering the relationships with each of you, as well as our county staff and the Office of Management and Budget especially, and as we work through some of those things. I just want you to know that we are your partner here when it comes, and obviously our first priority is the safety of our citizens, which I think is one of our biggest responsibilities here between myself and you sitting there in your position. So just anxious to get to work, just look forward to the future and all of the great things that come for Citrus County. And as some of you heard last week, you'll hear this from me quite often as we move forward from not only myself but our agency, is that we are stronger together. Working together as a community, I think we can accomplish anything, and Citrus County is a unique place to be. It's a wonderful place, and for all of our visitors and our residents, we already know that, but I look forward to great things to come. So I just want to appreciate you all and the work that you do, and look forward to it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. We appreciate you being here. All right, so our first time certain is 1:10. It's the FEMA Direct Temporary Housing presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can everybody hear me okay? Good
Right
morning,
there.
Madam.
Good
Good
morning.
to see you all. Welcome and good afternoon. My name is James Murphy, and I work for you. I work for FEMA. And first off, I want to say thank you very much for inviting us here on behalf of FCO John Brogan and your director, Kevin Guthrie. We appreciate you giving us this time to talk to you about the direct housing program. You'll see from the slides, if you want to put those up, we put together a slide presentation, a PowerPoint presentation for you folks to see. Let me give you some historic value about this program. Once your county was one of the 13 designated direct housing counties for DR 4828 and 4834. That was Hurricane Milton and Hurricane Helene. We had 13 designated counties, and what we did was, working with our local partners as well as with our partners in FDEM, we put together this direct housing presentation. And we went out to those 13 counties and we had kickoff meetings. So what I did was I necked that down a little bit, so I have a presentation for you folks to see here so you'll understand the direct housing mission. I'm very lucky and very honored today that I brought some of my team members with me. Gentry Salter, who is our Individual Assistance Branch Director for Direct Housing. Pablo Suarez, who works for you as our Operations Division Supervisor. He's in the back there also. Fendi B is one of our team members also with our planning folks. So you'll see for us here to come to you, it takes a lot of work to get your applicants and your survivors what they need. To let you know, we do have folks embedded here in Citrus County, but we're operating out of the Joint Field Office in Tallahassee. So that's where our main crux of folks are, but we have folks and representatives in all of the 13 designated direct housing counties. If we could put up that first slide, please, I would appreciate that. And you'll see as we're going through this, we're going to talk to you about the individual assistance side of the house that direct housing falls on, and then go forward with that. So without further ado, I'm going to ask my friend Gentry to come up and talk about the individual assistance side, and then I will go over the latter part of this, and we will give you your direct numbers today on what you have for those. And if there are any questions, please let's wait till the end, and I'm sure that I will answer them. If not, Gentry or Pablo will answer any questions that you have.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Gentry, please.
Thanks, Jim, and good afternoon, everyone. So I am the Individual Assistance Branch Director for Direct Housing, and I'll be going through this form of assistance. So next slide, please. So first, Individual and Households Program Overview. So that is what Direct Housing Assistance falls under. It's really two categories of assistance. We have housing assistance and other needs assistance. Housing assistance is lodging, so if we need to put people up in lodging. Rental assistance, where we provide financial assistance to pay for rental assistance, so displaced survivors to get into an apartment or rental property. We provide financial assistance for home repairs, home replacement, and then not part of financial assistance, but part of the housing assistance is Direct Housing Assistance Program, where FEMA actually pays for people to be housed through travel trailers, mobile homes, direct lease properties, or multifamily lease and repair. And then we have the other needs assistance programs that falls under Individual and Households Program, also IHP for an abbreviation, since that is a tongue twister. So we have special serious needs assistance, personal property assistance, clean and sanitize for homes, displacement assistance, medical and dental, moving and storage, transportation, funeral, and miscellaneous, such as generators or chainsaws. Next slide, please. So the first question is, how do you become eligible for direct housing assistance? The first step is to apply. So there's several different ways to apply. Our helpline, disasterassistance.gov, in person at a disaster recovery center. And then we actually had disaster survivor assistance teams out in the field walking and going to people's properties and applying or helping them apply that way. So once they apply, a FEMA inspector goes out, they assess the damages to the property and put FEMA verified loss if it's a homeowner, or if renter, they do categorize it as destroyed or major to be eligible for direct temporary housing assistance. For owners, the square foot per damage would be $12. But the first step is to apply, and they have to meet all the other IHP eligibility conditions. Next slide, please. So as you can see on the screen, there's several different forms of assistance that fall underneath direct temporary housing assistance, and I'll go into detail for each of those. Next slide, please. So the multifamily lease and repair program, this is where FEMA partners with property owners that have residential properties, with at least 2 or more units that are damaged. This is very beneficial to the community because we come in, we partner with those property owners, we make the repairs, and then it brings long-term housing solutions to the community. The only caveat to that is that we place survivors in there for the 18-month period of assistance. We do look to make sure that we have uniformed federal accessibility standard compliant units. So for those individuals that have disabilities or access and functional needs, so we want to make sure that those units are compliant and meet the needs of all survivors. There was a request for information that went out, and it closed, I forget when it closed, the 28th of November, I believe. And that's where we asked for property owners to provide any interest in this program, and so that we could work towards partnering with them. Next slide, please. Direct lease, this is another form of assistance where we partner with property management companies to lease existing residential properties. Some of the properties that we look at are vacation rentals, corporate apartments, secondary homes, or condominiums. Much like the multifamily lease repair program, we sent out a request for information, and we actually did an industry day as well where we answered questions from local property management companies so they could provide all the information they need if they are interested in participating in this program. Next slide, please. And then we have the transportable temporary housing units. This is what's most known, most visible out in out in the communities. This is where FEMA provides transportable temporary housing units that are readily fabricated units or dwellings. These are units that are on wheels that can be hauled in. So these are mobile homes, manufactured housing units, and travel trailers. These can be placed on various different sites. So the most ideal would be private sites because that's on the home or the property of the survivor, and they can work towards their recovery process much more easily. Then we have commercial parks where we partner with existing commercial park owners to lease pads where we haul in our units, place them on site, and then house the survivors there. And then the last type is vacant land, where we take it, we build it out into basically a commercial park, but we call them group sites. This is owned by FEMA. We contract with the property owner, but we build all the infrastructure out. So those are the types of transportable temporary housing units that we have. Next slide, please. This one mine. Turn it over to Jim to walk us through the rest.
My deal. So when we start talking about the travel trailers or the MHUs, we start looking at the sites. And those are what's called SIRs, Site Inspection Reviews. And I will tell you this, we have folks already in your community working. So if you get a call in your emergency communication center about seeing some strange folks around your neighborhoods, those are going to be FEMA folks. We have 2 contractors that we're working with. Dewberry Contracting are helping us with the SIRs, and then MLU Services is our contracting folks that are doing all the haul and installs. So they pick up these temporary trailers and MHUs from our staging yard. Your closest staging yard right now is up in Taylor County, and we are starting to look at additional staging yards here in this part of Florida. So they'll haul those out to the units and then place them on the units. I'm glad the sheriff is here. We've had conversations before, but all of our staff will have a photo ID on them, and we call that a PIV card. This is a government-issued form of identification. So if you get a call from a constituent saying somebody was in my yard today and they had this FEMA badge on, are they genuine? Because I hate fraud. That's like one of the biggest things with me. I do not like scammers and I do not like fraudsters. So all of our staff will have a PIV card on there. And then once we start that process, we'll go through the site inspection review. One of the biggest things we do with that is make sure that the property is clear of debris and it has that right-of-way access for us to come in and place the unit. And then from there, we go through a series of processes with our EHP folks, so that's environmental and historic preservation. We talk to our floodplain folks to make sure that we can place it there and that it doesn't violate any of the special flood hazard areas going through there. And then once we do that, we go to the haul and install process where we place it. We do the wraparound services to get it ready, and then we make it ready for electric. So here's where it comes an awful lot from the kickoff meetings that we had before. We partner with your permitting folks, and we partner with your local power companies to get the unit ready for what we call RFO, ready for occupancy. So if it's a travel trailer, pull behind, and we placed it there, or an MHU, we've done all the infrastructure so far. If it's an MHU, we've placed the skirting around it, we've made the connections to the water, connections to the power, and connections to whatever the sewage system is. Now, this could be a septic tank on the private property area, or a septic tank that's held within that commercial park, or we'll go into a municipal sewage system. But those connections are already done to get it to that RFO. Please, next slide, please. And then once we've done that RFO, our logistics folks take it from these processes here of looking through there, and once it's ready for that, it gets transitioned back to Gentry and his folks for what we call the license-in process. So we sit down with the applicant, talk to them about the rules and regulations and the agreement that they're gonna sign in that contract, and they agree to that, and we sign that contract. And then at that point in time, they get the keys to the front door. Here you go. Here's your temporary housing unit. And Gentry talked about it before. Our period of performance is for 18 months. Now, so we don't have any issues, and everybody understands it. That period of performance of 18 months is from the date of the declaration, not the date that they get licensed in. So that's been a big conversation that we try to have with everybody across the board. The other conversation that we have with folks is that this is a temporary housing solution. I've had folks before on other disasters saying, thank you very much for my FEMA trailer. I love my home. And then I say to them, yes, I'm glad you love your home, but understand that this is a temporary solution. We then have our recertification folks from IA that meet with these applicants every 30 days, and the discussion is about what their permanent housing plan is going to be. So we understand that going forward. And Gentry mentioned it before, we like private sites because that way we know where the kids are going to school, we know where the bus routes are, we know where the Publix is, we know where all of those things are. If for one reason or another we can't place somebody in a public site, then we will look for commercial parks within the area. We have a 40-mile radius that we look at for that applicant in a commercial park, because that way it doesn't offset their employment, it doesn't offset their life that's already been a little offsetted by the disaster itself. And then we've been looking at all those other housing solutions. The last scenario that we want to look at is a group site. This is a long-term process to build those out. So think about it, each of you, how long it took you to build a house, if you've ever built one. So now think about trying to do that and building a very large group site that could house all of these MHUs and travel trails. So it is somewhat time-consuming, just so we meet some expectations. Next slide, please. And then from there, we have the occupant lifestyle. From here, in this lifestyle here, once we can identify whether we're going to put them in that private site, that commercial park, that direct lease, that MLR property, any of those things there, then we match the applicant to that. It's very easy if we're working off of their private site. We know where their damaged dwelling was, this is their place of residence, that's easy. But all of the other processes that we use and solutions we use, we do that matching with them. A telephone call is made to them and saying, yes, we know that we couldn't place you at your private site for one reason or another, but we have this commercial park. Will you accept it? We have this direct lease. Will you accept it? We have this MLR property. Will you accept it? So that's a conversation that we have with them going across the board, and that's part of the matching. Like I said to you before about the occupancy side of the house, we have that conversation with them that this is a temporary solution. So they need to start working on their permanent housing plan going forward. Next slide, please. And then from there, we...
One moment,
yes,
please.
ma'am.
I'm sorry, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Can you go back to the last slide? The bottom right, it says how the move-out process begins. One of them is, or following a sale or donation of the TTHU. So I guess you're not taking these, you don't store these somewhere and then use them for another disaster. You get rid of it, whether you donate or sell it.
Correct.
So is the person that's living, can the person that lives in that place buy this?
I will give you a caveat of a yes if we initiate that sales program, but I will tell you this, and to be very forward with you, we will not sell that unless it meets the local compliance. So if you have a permitting process that you do, a zoning process that you do, or we look at a property that's in the special flood hazard area where we care not to put them, then we start talking about that sales and donation program. But it goes back to what we initially found out when we started talking with your permitting folks at the start of this whole program. And I know in working some direct housing programs here in Florida that we've seen some counties that have said, we'll give you a permit, an emergency permit for this amount of time. But the end of the period of performance, because this is temporary, then that permit is no longer valid. So we do know that.
But it's possible.
It is
I
possible.
mean, if it's permittable, that
Yes.
they could have a home to stay in.
Yes.
Okay,
But
thank
it
you.
has to, and I'm going to reiterate this, it has to meet the local requirements, both with floodplains and zoning.
Understood.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, no, they'll tell you, I love questions. I could talk a hungry dog off a bone all day long, so it's pretty good. So when we talk about that, another process is prior to placing the unit there, we have our folks from our hazard mitigation floodplain that start looking at special flood hazard areas. And I'm sure you know that that is a big, heavy conversation here. that we do not want to place a unit in that special flood hazard area that's going to affect your community rating system with the NFIP programs. So we look at that, and that is a heavy conversation that we have with a lot of folks going forward. And we try to talk with your floodplain managers. We talk to folks in the hazard mitigation side of the house. So we try to veer away from doing that. That's why we look at commercial parks, we look at direct lease, we look at MLR properties to go forward with that. I will tell you this also, if you are a reader of policies and procedures, we see in the national NFIP, the National Flood Insurance Program, that they talk about the placement of RVs. Well, we're FEMA. We like to use acronyms and everything. So when the National Flood Insurance Plan talks about RVs, we bring in the travel trailers to that language. So if I said to you that we'll place an RV there, some people think that it's this 50-foot-long, beautiful luxury coach that some people call an RV. That's not what we're referring to. We're referring to either a travel trailer or an MHU that we'll place on the property there. And once again, I want to say we've got a very large team that looks at our floodplains, that looks at our NFIP before we even go towards placing a unit there. So if you understand that, and that is a heavy discussion that we have with all of our direct housing programs. Next slide, please. You'll also see here that, I'm glad you brought it up initially, about talking about the sales and donation program. FEMA will not sell an MHU that's been placed in a special flood hazard area if it's in what's called a V zone. We won't even place it there. That's a velocity zone or an AE zone. So any location that's a floodway, we just won't put it there. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but if it's a floodway or a coastal zone area that's restricted for placement of those units, we don't even have that conversation about placing them there. So it kind of slows down, not slows down the process, but it doesn't cause problems on the backside of the program by putting them there. And then the biggest thing that we look at when we deal with placing folks in the special flood hazard area is safety. We don't want to jeopardize the safety of the applicants and the survivors by putting them in an area that we have deemed to be unsafe. You know Mother Nature. She likes to come around, right? So we understand that. Next slide, please. So this is what I like to talk about. This is what we put together for packages for messaging out to the applicants. You will see that we put together this information toolkit. And by the way, I will provide this this program with you with all of our fact sheets. And I'll send it off to Ms. Marisol. She'll have a copy of it, as well as I'll send it out to Chris from your emergency management. So he'll get all of these programs here and processes. But we put this together so you understand that there's an awful lot out there about messaging the applicants and the survivors going forward. So this is a very good information toolkit that we put together. It's a one-page fact sheet. So if you had any questions about this process and this program, we'll push it out there for you. Next slide, if you would, please. This next one is we put together a disaster survivor checklist. And Gentry talked about it before, but the registration period was done on January 7th, 2025. But if you find somebody that has not registered as of yet, please reach out to us. I'm not saying that 7th was a deadline. It was the deadline, but we know that there's special circumstances. Things come up in people's lives, and we know that. So we can still work at getting them registered for this program, and that's what this disaster survivor checklist does. Next slide, if you would, please. This is a very good pictogram that we have that talks about the survivor's road to recovery from the start of the process of registering all the way through to getting them into that temporary housing solution. And like I said, I will give you these fact sheets and make them available for you to socialize. If we could go to that next slide, please. This is one of my favorite pictograms. It talks about everything that you and I just discussed here in the last 17 minutes from a pictogram. It talks about step one all the way through the whole process there for the direct temporary housing process going forward. Pretty simple, pretty easy. And if you take a look at the next slide, please, you'll see that this talks about everything that Gentry and I have talked about, from the IHP side of the house to the owner side of the house, and all of the programs that FEMA offers to survivors and applicants going forward to help them with their direct needs and their direct housing solutions going forward. Next slide, if you would, please. And then this is a one-pager that we push out for every disaster that we do. Specifically, this is the one for Florida that deals with Helene and Milton. And this gives you up-to-date information about the registration process. And I know that you folks here hosted some DRCs, some disaster recovery centers, and we appreciate that. And that is a very good way of going forward to get folks registered in your community. And this is one of those sheets that's there, that's up and running, if you want to take a look at that going through this. Next slide, if you would, please. Okay, here's my big ask of you. What can you do to help us? Here's the biggest thing. We already talked about having applicants and survivors register. That's the way we know who needs assistance going forward. We've also talked to your planning folks and your permitting folks about placing units in your community. And I will tell you this, if Chris is still here, I applaud him immensely. He hosted one of these kickoff meetings, and we had a good audience of folks there, and we've been working directly with Chris and his folks there, and your permitting folks, and talking to your floodplain folks about putting that going forward there. So this is what we look for here. Some other things is, in the permitting side of the house, we ask direct questions, and that's what we look for, is direct answers. If we can work with all of the local folks here, that's what we're going to do. I told you before and mentioned it that we have folks from our Dewberry contractors, we have folks from MLU Services who is doing all of our haul and installs. When they call your permitting folks and your zoning folks, they're going to identify themselves that they're working for FEMA. Once again, I hate fraudsters. I hate that whole process. So we will always identify ourselves that we work for FEMA, whether it's us or our contractors going forward. And then if you know of any property management companies that we haven't already connected with for the direct lease properties or MLR properties or even commercial park properties, please go through Chris. He has our contact information, and we'd love to start having those conversations with people going forward. Next slide, if you would, please. We talked about it already. You'll get in this package that I'll send out to you information about the direct lease program. If you can go to the next slide, please. And then talk about the MLR program. Each of them have a certain language that we put through to start talking with folks to have those communications. And like Gentry said, we had an industry day. We had good success with that. We were able to identify several commercial park owners as well as property owners and property management companies to help us work this process going through. Next slide, please. Here's the last thing that I will share with you for the day. In order for FEMA to work for any of these direct lease properties, MLR properties, or commercial properties, they have to be registered with SAMS. And that is our asset management company. So that would be how we set up not only the language, but also direct deposit to them, because I know everybody wants to get paid, right? So this is the system that sets that. We cannot do business with a commercial park owner, with a direct lease property management company, or any MLR folks until they start this process. And I bring this up to you because this could be slow down the process. So we'll push this out in the kickoff meetings that we've done before to get those folks registered with this. One time they register it, they're registered forever. And it's a very good system going forward. And I also will put that in this information packet with you. Next slide, if you would, please. This is probably your favorite time of the day. Questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
It was probably 2 years ago, we had a very good meeting with the Director of Emergency Management up in Tallahassee. And at that time, we talked quite a bit about the hurdles that they had encountered down in Charlotte County in trying to move these trailers or accessory units onto properties to get those people housed. And at that time, we had asked, is there somebody that's doing this right? Is there somebody that's got policy in place so that when it's time, that just rolls right out? It doesn't have to come here. It doesn't have to go through the administrator. That when this declaration has been made, that this can kick in and make it much easier for you to place those units on sites for these folks? Is there a county out there that you go, oh, they've already got this in place? I think it would be good to have that, and I'm not looking for any shortcomings maybe that you've seen in our system. Let's find out who's got it right. Maybe we're the ones that got it right. But who's got it right? Who makes it easy for you to do your job when disaster does strike?
So, Mr. Kennard, I'll answer this by first off telling you I've been deployed to your great state since December of 2022. My biggest housing mission that I worked was for Hurricane Idalia up in the Big Bend area. So I hate to say that, but those folks there, when we did that Hurricane Idalia direct housing mission, they learned this. So now, this second time around with them, it's been kind of not so much a no-brainer, but they'd already been through this before. So I think it's experience that goes with this, and I hate to say it, but when Mother Nature visits us and blows things around, we learn, and then so for the next time. So the biggest thing that I can tell you, or I would suggest, is start looking in not only our process, but as well as FDEM's process and your process as a county to see what's been working. And I'm a big ICS guy, so when I do an after-action report, that's not saying who did what wrong, but how could we have done it better. So my ask of you is start taking a look at your programs and your departments and seeing where they had any roadblocks with us. And we do that every morning. We start looking at where are the roadblocks and how can we punch through that, if that helps you. I haven't found perfection yet, just because there's so many other variables. Sure. Especially with us, when we have a program called Log House Program, and that's what awards the haul and install contractor. We don't have one contractor that we go through every single time. So we have to bring that into account from there. And also, as you folks probably well know, from time to time, administrations change. And county commissioners change, planning folks change, all of that stuff there changes. So we try to streamline this process as fast as possible. Very good, and I think we're doing okay now.
Commissioner Davis.
Hi.
Good morning, ma'am.
So I'm chair of the Tourism Development Council, so my question is going to be about putting folks in hotels, because this was a big topic of discussion at last week's meeting. This is high season for us for tourism with swimming with the manatees. Most of our businesses have long ago been back up and running, and we need people to stay employed and businesses to survive. And we're worried that a lot of the hotel rooms have been taken up by FEMA, which is, it was your workers and now it's displaced residents, which obviously we have to care about them too, but when are you getting them out of the hotels?
So I wish I could give you a timeline for that.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're referring to is our TSA, a Transitional Sheltering Assistance.
Uh-huh.
And we've been working with and actually prioritize folks that are in those TSA units that are going out to our direct lease properties, MLL properties, and commercial properties. So I don't have a timeline for you, but I know that we're diligently working on it to get those spaces open for you.
Because what we're hearing is that you have a lot of hotel rooms under contract and you don't necessarily have people in them, and the hotels cannot resell them even if they're empty. And I'm hearing all of this, obviously, probably second, third, fourth hand. It came trickling through TDC, so obviously you would be the dude that could get the answers. But apparently the hotel staff, the people aren't even living in the rooms, but they've left things in the room. And so hotel staff cannot clean, process, and re-rent it. And then there are people that have made reservations in the hotels as tourists that are now being told that the reservation will not be honored. So again, we very, very, very much need to get our residents back on their feet. But part of getting our residents back on their feet is making sure the economy doesn't collapse over the winter.
Yes, ma'am.
So
I will tell you this, I will get you some ground truth and validate that.
Okay.
And I know Gentry is over there probably taking some notes for me, saying, okay, note to self.
And I assume our Director of Tourism is in the audience. There he is, in the back corner. Okay, if you could get the answers to him, that would be super.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it. And one last thing, coastal high hazard, I mean, doesn't that mean that virtually all of the homes that were substantially damaged can't have a facility on the property?
A good portion of them, yes, ma'am.
Okay, just checking. I was going a little crazy up here, wondering why we were talking about putting things on people's property when most of them probably can't do that, so.
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. It was a pleasure working with you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Chair.
And we're not done yet.
I know, but while I was chairing on EM.
Commissioner Barry?
Yes.
Yes.
I have one thing to ask. After an event, how long does it take for a survivor to get into these units? In other words, she's talking about temporary assistance into moving into motels for whatever amount of time, but I want to know, what is your approximate timeline from getting the event to when this is actually ready for them to move in till they can get started on their repairs?
I'm going to be very, very cautious about setting up timelines. I've seen as rapidly as 4 weeks to 5 weeks, and I've seen longer. It all depends on the permitting side of the house, the placement side of the house, and then the needs. And I hate to do timelines.
Well, the thing is, because you're saying the time starts from when they actually fill out the paperwork, so they're losing those first 5 to 6 weeks of the 18 months, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, great presentation. I'm going to ask, is there a way that somewhere on our website we can have a link for this information, phone numbers, whatever access they need, that we can get a
Absolutely.
link to this? You know, I think this was a wake-up call for us. And considering that these storms were 120 miles, 25 miles offshore, and we didn't really have a direct impact, but we saw the consequences. And there's places, you know, I know Tampa Bay, they were out of reserves on water. And between the rainfall and what happened with the storms, they're at capacity just through this one incident. We have places in Polk County and in Pasco and parts of Hernando that are over on 301. They're still pumping water out of those low-lying areas today. So even though we're talking about coastal, what I know is we're due for our vulnerability assessment that's going to be presented to us sometime in March, I believe, maybe 1st of April. But we're going to have more and more blue sky events where we have high tide flooding, we're going to have rainfall events, we're going to have natural disasters. So preparation, being prepared, and knowing what we have to do to be a more resilient community for the future, I think is all the things that we need to make sure that we are working towards. So we thank you for what you do. We pray for your teammates to stay safe out there and take care of us. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all. And thank you all. Appreciate you.
Next presentation is Heather from Local Option Sales Tax, or Neighbors in Giblin on our local option sales tax. Yes, sir. There are chairs in the audience up here if anybody would like to have a seat. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Heather Encinosa. I'm with the law firm of Neighbors Giblin and Nickerson. It's good to be back in Citrus County. A couple months ago, county staff reached out and asked if I would find some time to come down here and talk to you all about sales tax, specifically local option sales tax as a funding source for providing certain local infrastructure needs that were identified. And so I've worked up a presentation to talk about sales taxes generally. Oops. Okay. I can only see me over there, not the presentation. So sales taxes generally, and then specifically, although you have a few available to you, I'm going to focus on the local infrastructure surtax because that was the one that would seem to fill some of those needs that had been identified for me. Then I'm going to talk about the uses and the distribution of the infrastructure surtax, implementation, and then take questions. That said, if you guys have questions as I'm going along, feel free to interrupt me. I'm happy to take them as we go too.
Thank you.
All right, local option sales taxes. There are actually 9 separate discretionary sales surtaxes, which are also known as local option sales taxes, that are available to Florida counties here in Florida. They're authorized in Section 212.055 of Florida statutes and represent potential revenue sources for county governments generally. That's all county governments around the state. There's 9. The ability to impose any particular local option sales tax will depend on the type of county, charter versus non-charter, size of the county, size, and then other current sales tax levies that may be out there. By general law, Citrus County has been authorized to levy up to 2% in local option sales taxes with referendum approval of your voters. The local option sales taxes, actually, as they operate, look much the same as the state sales tax that's already in place around the state. They are levied, however, on the first $5,000 of tangible personal property and then certain taxable services.
So I've heard a lot of chatter among residents about this, and I think there's a great confusion when we talk about what it applies to. Can you give example? For number one, I just saw our recent posting out of the state, and it's estimating about $25 million for our 2025 collections, what 1 cent would be equivalent to. So give it some examples. I know that it doesn't apply to groceries, prescriptions. Can you give a little bit of an overview? And if they went out and purchased I think that's what everybody's talking about. If I go out and buy a $70,000 car, I have to pay a penny on that. That's not true.
You would pay, but only on the first $5,000 of the local.
And that's what I want you to give an example to the constituents so that it's made very clear.
Yeah, so it's actually the same tax base as what you would pay on the state. So if you pay on it for the state right now, you would pay for local, but it's at a lesser level. So I just actually had to buy a new car because my car was quite old, and I paid state sales tax, but I also paid a local option sales tax in Leon County where I live, but it was only on the first $5,000 of that. There are also certain taxable services, but there are so many exemptions to the sales tax that it's hard for me to even pick out what services are taxable. Sorry, I could look those up, but that's probably something I can get you some better examples. But anything that's exempt from state sales tax is going to be exempt from the local option.
Thank you.
Actually,
just one moment, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I missed that. Who came up with the $24.2 million? How was that derived?
Actually, I have an update on that. That is, the state has a revenue estimating entity, and they do all the revenue estimates based upon data that they collect. They put that out every year, usually in the fall. Your most recent number has been updated. I just looked at it. If levied, a 1% levy in Citrus County would now generate an estimated $26.4 million annually. Now that is countywide, and an infrastructure surtax, as I'll get into, has to be shared with the cities, but that is what the revenue generation is estimated right now.
Thank you.
And that's out of a branch out of DOR, does that work. One particularly attractive aspect of a local option sales tax, which I probably don't have to tell you, is that it's not, your tax base is not just, for example, your property owners in Citrus County. Your tax base is much broader. It includes anybody who's visiting here, anyone who's passing through. If I went out and bought something on my way out, and you had a local option sales tax, I would be paying into that. So visitors and those passing through would pay into that local option sales tax revenues as well. 59 of the 67 counties in Florida levy some form of local option sales tax. This chart shows the rates levied in surrounding counties and then in some similarly sized counties around the state.
Madam Chair, are you sure that's updated?
I checked checked, yeah, I'm pretty sure I checked at least the state database.
I think St. John's just did one, but I've been told by our own staff that there's only 2 counties in the state. One just let theirs lapse, Collier. And typically this is critical. I mean, the voters have to decide to do this, but then there's a really high renewal rate by voters because they see what the money bought and they see how little it affected the car. No matter how expensive the car is, the most you're going to pay is $50, right, on sales tax. So my understanding that right now it's just Collier and Citrus. So
if this is data from last fall from the state, that's the date of their database.
Okay.
And so local option sales taxes, if there was new ones implemented in November that would have gone into effect January 1, those, I won't be able to pick up on those until this fall's database comes out.
Okay.
So that is the date of this data. If other entities put one in on the last general election, then that won't be up here yet.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. Of the 9 previously mentioned local option sales taxes, Citrus County is potentially authorized to levy these 4 with a maximum combined sales tax rate in total of 2%. So you've got the local government infrastructure surtax, the indigent care and trauma surtax, the voter-approved indigent care surtax, and then last, the emergency fire rescue services and facilities surtax. Given the information that I got from your staff, the local government infrastructure surtax appeared to check the most boxes for what you guys may be needing in terms of future revenue sources, and so I'm going to focus on that one here today. The local government infrastructure sales tax. Citrus County may levy the local government infrastructure surtax countywide pursuant to an ordinance that would be enacted by a majority members of this board and then approved by a referendum of your voters. The revenues may be used to finance, plan, and construct infrastructure and to pay for professional and related costs necessary to bring those facilities into service. It can also be used for acquiring land for public recreation or conservation, closing certain landfills, constructing, leasing, maintaining, or providing utilities for a courthouse, or improving private facilities that are dedicated to be used as future emergency shelters for at least a period of 10 years. Infrastructure, which is in the name of the tax and is the first use mentioned there under statute, is broadly defined in Florida law as any fixed expenditure or fixed capital outlay that is associated with the construction, reconstruction, or improvement of public facilities that have a life of at least 5 years. And any related land acquisition, land improvements, and it also includes fire, EMS, law enforcement vehicles, and the equipment that's necessary to fully outfit them for their use, so long as it has, again, a life expectancy of at least 5 years. Because this tax is authorized by general law, the procedures and uses for it are strictly construed as taxing statutes are. These are some of the main uses, but there are also uses in that statutory section. So if you guys have any specific ideas going forward, it's always good to have either myself or your county attorney go back and double check that ticks one of the specific boxes in that statute. As I mentioned previously, these surtax proceeds do have to be shared with the cities in the county pursuant, and that would be done either pursuant to an interlocal agreement where you sat down with the cities and came up with a formula for distribution, or if that is not something that happens, it would be done pursuant to the state formula. The state has a default formula in statute, which is based roughly on population and proportionate.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Kennard.
I don't see anything on there about any portion of that being able to be used to reduce our millage rate. So I'm assuming it can't be used for that, but could it be used to replace scheduled infrastructure projects that were going to be paid for with the millage rate, thus allowing us to reduce the millage rate, you know, that was allocated or earmarked for that particular project?
Yeah, it's not going to directly reduce your millage rate. That would take an action by this board through substituting these revenues for other revenues that you currently have programmed that you're able to use to offset your millage rate. And the reason is that I would expect most of your millage rate probably goes to operations as opposed to capital. So that is something that would have to be balanced out when you're doing your annual budgets.
All right, thank you.
The local government infrastructure surtax can be levied at a rate of either 1% or 0.5%. The combined rate, however, of all local option sales taxes, as I mentioned, may not exceed 2% total, and there are certain that are authorized to you that cannot exceed 1%. So those that are outside and that extra 1% would be the Charter County Transit System and Emergency Fire Rescue Services and Facilities surtax. So you're not eligible for the Charter County one, but you would potentially, if you wanted to pursue, say, the infrastructure sales surtax, you could do that at 1% and then also do the Emergency Fire Rescue Services and Facilities surtax at 1%. And that's how it would get you to that statutory 2% cap. Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, if you were to institute, say, the one for the fire, okay, and you said we have to share that with the cities, so the 1% wouldn't go to the county fire, it would be 1% minus whatever is decided between the two cities agreement?
The infrastructure sales surtax is the one that's shared with the cities.
Okay.
And there's this statutory formula, or you could come up with an interlocal agreement that would distribute those funds between the entities.
All right, so if we instituted a 1% for the fire, it would stay countywide and it wouldn't have to share with the cities. That's what my question is.
Okay, so I don't, if you instituted the fire rescue surtax, there are different procedures than what I'm talking about today, but those revenues would be shared with all of the fire rescue providers in the county.
Okay, thank you.
So we'd have to determine that. So it's a little bit different, but basically the same thing. We share with who provides it.
Thank you.
Florida statutes do not limit the duration of the levy for the infrastructure surtax. However, the county can limit the duration itself by local ordinance if that would be your preference. So circling back to the county's list of identified funding needs, and given the broad parameters that are on the infrastructure surtax, these revenues could be used for transportation, for capital. That would include new roads, associated drainage. It could include resurfacing roads. You could use it for public safety capital, stormwater drainage capital, public facilities, which is what the statute uses as far as infrastructure for public facilities, is very broad. It includes transportation, sewer, solid waste, drainage, water, schools, parks and rec, fire, general governmental, animal shelters, public health. So and that's not even an exhaustive list, because the way the statute is written is basically this is including these types of facilities, but it's not an exhaustive, all enumerated list. The implementation of the local government infrastructure surtax may be used within the statutory parameters to Commissioner Kennard's question. You could use it to then free up other revenues that may be used to reduce millage rates or other revenue sources that are currently being charged to your property owners and other residents. If you have any questions on a particular uses, please let us know. These funds are statutorily authorized, and as I mentioned earlier, they do have to be expended in accordance with the strict statutory instructions that are provided by the Florida legislature. So how do we implement a sales tax? So local option sales taxes can only be levied on a calendar year basis, meaning that a new sales tax will only go into effect on January 1, and an existing one can only expire on December 31st. These taxes are collected by the Department of Revenue, and remitted to the county. So there are various implementation deadlines that you need to be aware of. The most important of which is that for a new levy, DOR has to be notified within 10 days of the adoption or no later than November 16th if collections are going to begin the following January 1st. So that's just something to keep in mind. Otherwise, the collection of it will be delayed an entire calendar year. In 2019, the legislature amended the sales tax statute and mandated that a referendum to adopt or amend any existing sales tax found in Chapter 212 must be held at a general election. So it has to be on a general election ballot. It cannot be put on a primary or a special election anymore. Another important state level requirement that was recently implemented is that prior to a referendum, a performance audit of the program that you intend to use these revenues to fund must first be performed by an independent CPA who is retained by OPAGA, the Office of Program Policy Analysis and Government Accountability up in Tallahassee. At least 180 days prior to that referendum date, the county must provide a copy of its ordinance calling for the sales tax referendum to OPAGA. OPAGA will then retain that certified public accountant and they will conduct the audit. That audit must be completed and that audit report on which has to be placed on your website at least 60 days prior to the date of the referendum, and then it's supposed to stay there for at least 2 years. So that's another sort of state level procedural step that you need to keep in mind, that you do have that 180-day notice window before the referendum. And with that, if you have any questions or comments, I'm happy to try and address them. If I don't know the answer, happy to go back, look it up, and give it to you later.
Thank you. Board members? Thank you. I just have more questions for staff than I do. Can we discuss it a little bit? I've received a lot of emails telling me no new taxes. I don't view this as a new tax. I think we're in a day and age where ad valorem should not be our only source of revenue. I think it's unfair. I think that it's an unfair taxation to those that are paying it. So some are paying it and some aren't. By the time that you have your 3% Save Your Home, we keep expanding the exemptions. And I'm not opposed to exemptions, but what I will tell you is I think if everybody has to pay a little bit of something instead of some people being completely exempted out, it makes a whole lot more sense and it becomes a more valuable tool and more reliable on how you're going to fund certain infrastructure and maintenance of things that are needs in your community. And when I say that, I look around at other counties across the state and what I perceive to be financially sound. I think they're moving in a motion going forward and getting projects done. They're doing the things that the citizens want that become a quality of life, and also, you know, you buy something once, but you still have to maintain it. It's no different when you go out and you buy your home or your car. You still have to maintenance those things, and that's where we're at today. We have a lot of infrastructure that needs maintenance, and it's becoming almost to a point where we can't afford that. When we look at what our budget is and what we collect in ad valorem, and by the time that we fund constitutional officers, we fund mandates, there's very little discretionary dollars that are left over. But going back to what I'm seeing in other counties, I think they're utilizing different mechanisms in their toolbox. They're using alternative revenues so that everybody has to pay in. It's an MSBU, an MSTU. They're getting their millages on the residential side down, or commercial, down to like 3.5. But you have allocated sources of dollars that fund this and all your projects, and I love it. I think maybe Aaron or Mr. Howard, you could answer this, but I would say that probably 1 mil today is equal to about 14 million. Is that roughly correct?
I want to let Aaron do that just to make sure I don't. So let me make sure Aaron said we're accurate. Because the numbers changed today. You're reporting and then what I was looking at a couple days ago.
Hi, Chair. I don't know that it's $14 million for 1 mil. But, I mean, we can look it up and get back to you. But what I will say is when we look at it, when we look at projects, when you look at your discretionary and what you actually have to spend, what you said is accurate. It is a small percentage. And a large percentage of your discretionary, generally about 70%, is payroll. It is staff time. So there is a small portion that is available for you all to use as you see fit. That's also taking into account state mandates, which you are required to fund, like the detention center. So in which case you don't really have a choice. You know, those expenses have to be paid, just like the constitutional officers.
And what percentage of our budget goes into public safety?
I would have to look. I believe if you're just looking at like the sheriff as far as general fund goes, last year was somewhere around 40% of what we had from the general fund.
And then what about fire, EMS?
So they have their own source. They have the MSTU and MSBU.
And we fund nothing out of general fund for that?
No. So the difference is there's also EMS, and there is a subsidy that comes from general fund that goes to EMS to keep those services going. They obviously get the fees from transporting and providing those services. But at this time, the general fund is still providing a subsidy for EMS.
And do you have any clue what that number looks like?
This year, I believe it was somewhere around 2 million, 2.3 million.
Okay. This is great information, but if we just take it as information and we don't do anything with it, we don't have a presentation and bring it back to tell us, give us our options. What do we look at? If we created an MSBU for residential road resurfacing and they had to pay a portion in, but we used a portion of these dollars to help offset that, what does that make our general fund balance look like? I think we need to start peeling the onion back. We need to look at it. How do we get our millage down, but also be able to maintain and do the things that we want in our county? The one thing, if you were running your business and you knew that you were collecting $26 million a year and you have projects, you know that you have a bonding source, you have payment, a way to repay that bond to do these projects. Today it's a guessing game. If we go through our list of items that we're looking at in our CIP and all the projects that we start, we're not making any field goals. We have no touchdowns. We start them, we stop them. And every time we do that, we put a 3% escalator clause on all these projects year over year over year. And the ones that we don't start, oh my gosh. I mean, we're getting ready to look at one later today, and I will tell you, I was on the board in 2012, and to do that project then was just a little over $3 million. And if in today's dollars, it's $11 million because we can't ever seem to pull the trigger. But it's what our citizens want. And if we're going to collect taxes, everybody's tangible. They want to see, feel, and touch it. They want to see something for their dollars. And that's what I'm encouraging this board. If we're going to do projects, let's do them. But let's do them to the completion. Let's not start, let's not stop, let's get them done. And I think that's what our citizens are looking for. I think it's a level of frustration throughout our community. Again, we've got roads, and we need to keep paving roads. But we've got to find a way that we're going to fund these things and have it's repetitive year over year over year. We don't start, we don't stop, we maintain. We made an investment, and our citizens made an investment to put homes on those roads, and we owe it to them. They deserve a good road. So I'm asking that we be serious. If we're going to put something on our wish list, our want list, our needs list, let's find a way that we're going to check the box and get it done. So I appreciate, Heather, you being down here. I know this presentation keeps coming up.
Madam Chair.
Didn't really have an opportunity to respond to all the emails. I'm happy to sit down with anyone that's emailed me and they don't get this. I'm not trying to add a new tax. What I'm trying to add to our community is a way that we find a source of revenue that we can actually get things done. And I do want to reduce our millage. I do think it's too expensive, and I understand inflation. We're all suffering inflation. Government is we're not absent of it. So what we can give, only thing we can give you is what we take from you to give back to you. So, Commissioner Davis.
2 quick points of commonality with us. Number one, I do think our millage is too high. I want to see it come down. And we do that through looking at other ways to do this. Having the roughly 25% discount on anything we need to buy, because about 25% of the sales tax will come from people that outside the county, is just smart business sense. I do agree on MSBU for residential road resurfacing, but to try to maybe move this ball forward, there's a second element to this. It's not just our staff giving us ideas, specifically Aaron's department giving us ideas on what we can move where, but also we are barred. This has to go to the voters. We don't decide to do this. The staff and we cannot advocate for sales tax in the general public. We cannot do it. Only third parties can do that. So I would suggest, because we talked about this in the prior board before the last retreat where I was chair, we all were on the record as saying we were for exploring a sales tax. Tried to bring it in for a landing at the retreat last January, didn't get anywhere, but I have had meetings over the last 2 years specifically on sales tax, and there are organizations out there for a very reasonable fee can run the whole thing. And so I would actually really like to have a board consensus to have staff explore who can actually run this sales tax referendum process. And in part of that, the meetings I've had, what they do is they do a lot of outreach into the community, and they find out, what does the community want to pay for? You know, because this has to be voted in by the voters. All of us here are probably voters, certainly all of us are. And what do we want? Do we want additional conservation lands? Do we want to have a widened 491 between Pine Ridge and 200? You know, do we want to escape from all the traffic that's starting to come in? Well, that's going to require widening roads and multiple funding sources. What do you want? What are you willing to pay 1 cent extra on every dollar you spend that's not on food or medicine? There's also sales tax holidays around, you know, go back to school. But what do you want? And that's what these organizations do. They go out there and they test. And the specific one I talked to, and I'm sure there's others out there, and we would do, you know, a call for bids or whatever, but they have a really, really high success rate in getting it passed, specifically because they do their homework with the citizens and they do surveys and they find out. And if it looks like it's not going to work, then, you know, they're done. They don't move forward, and the bill is really tiny then. So that's the homework I've done for what it's worth, and I would love to see us stop talking about this, because we've been talking about it ever since I was on the board in 2020, and it would be nice to get this moving because our infrastructure needs help badly.
Commissioner Barrett.
Some people know me, some people don't. Since 2010, I have been advocating the 1 cent sales tax for residential road resurfacing and repaving only. And I feel that if we go through with this and we pursue it, you talked about Does it take down our millage? Yeah, because we would take the 17 million from the general fund. It would now be being paid at 26 million rather than 17 million from a 1 cent sales tax. But if we decide to do a sales tax, I want to see one thing. Okay, we had a sales tax referendum, I think it was 2008, if I'm not mistaken. And it was 1 cent for gas and other things. How many people remember how it went down in flames? Because and other things wasn't going to get the roads replaced the way the citizens wanted. And I feel as a board, we should listen to what they had said. And I agree, we need to do something, okay? They always say keep moving forward. In order to move forward, you got to be able to drive on the roads. And if the road in front of your house is full of potholes, it's no fun. And if you're going to only pay 1 cent, you go up to Marion, you pay the 1 cent. You go down to Hernando, you pay the 1 cent. And I am sure that most of the people sitting in the audience, you don't just do all your shopping in Citrus County. And I hate to say that, but you really don't. So I agree, we need to move forward and we need to set, this is what we want it for, and figure out exactly how we can, as a board, get it moving in a positive direction. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Commissioner Finnegan.
Well, while I do agree some with Commissioner Barrick, I think I need to add to that. I think the problem with this on the ballot is trust. What you said is correct. Yes, we could reduce the millage, but that would have to be stated on the ballot because I think people don't trust that. Listen, the budget that we had before this last one was such a high increase and people are still reeling from that. They don't like it. Then we had the next budget come up. And granted, I found that in the 11th hour. You know, you find what you find in like a 1,000-page budget, but they overpaid by $5 million. And we said, well, the millage is the same, but their taxes still went up because their home values went up. So if this goes on the ballot, they would not only have to be guaranteed of what it's paying for how long it's being used to pay for, but I think a guarantee that the millage would go down. And I don't know if or how we are allowed to accomplish that, but I think they don't have a level of trust as far as taxing right now. And I understand that. It was raised at probably the worst time ever as people are just reeling from inflation. So I don't know if Rhodes gets us there. I've always said from the beginning, the voters decide. If the voters want this on the ballot, or even if they don't, and some people do, it goes on the ballot. And the voters get to decide if they want this or not. But I think that we have to be very, very clear about what we're doing and make sure that they are getting the benefit. We're doing a lot with tourism. And then if this is an added, I'll just say 26 million to our community, how does that benefit them? Because that's what I hear the most from citizens. We're doing all this, but they're not seeing a benefit. Like you said, tangible. What do they see? What can they touch? They want all of this talk about tourism and taxes to actually benefit them, and they want to get a break from it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Barrett.
The biggest thing we have to do as a board is give the citizens the opportunity to say yes or no. And at the present time, the board hasn't done that. In the past, you've talked about it, and it was brought up at board meetings, and well, we'll do it next year. We'll do it next year. I was, listening in the audience for years, and it was supposed to be brought up for the 24 vote, the 2024, but it didn't make it past the retreat in January of 2024. So to me, the board has to really move the right direction and say, yeah, we would like to move it down the road a little and get it moved and not just say, well, we have to ask the voters. You can't ask the voters if you don't put it on the referendum.
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Barrick, I agree with what you're saying, but I also, this is exactly what I was asking for up front. I would like to see staff bring back some examples. What would you use this money for? What I don't want, and I hear what you say, but I don't want us to get into the attitude of we have $26 million and it's what's in our checkbook and what's out that year, because you're not ever going to accomplish. If you don't play the long game and you're only playing the short game, that's what you get. You get a short game. We have to play the long game. We have to figure out if we're going to do this, and this is our debt repayment to get us where we need in the long game, then that's what we should be looking at. We have things that our community wants. We just can't get them there the way we're doing it, because we're doing it like it's our personal checkbook, like what we're earning every year. We go in and we balance and we pay out, but we're not thinking the long game. And there's a lot that's coming our way. We have got transportation capacity issues. People want an animal shelter. People want a boat ramp. People want to buy environmentally sensitive land. We want to create jobs. We want to finish the airport. The list goes on and on and on. And you're not going to get there if you think we're just going to implement this and we're just going to do this year. That's not how it works. I want to see the staff come back, and I want them to tell us, what are our projects? What are our mandates? How can we get this millage down? I want to see us down to around 4 mills, and how do we convert this over and get the projects done and satisfy our citizens? If they made an investment in us, then we make an investment in them. And that's what I want to see. You have to educate the public, and you do not, and I am going to preface this, you do not come out and say you want to put a referendum on the ballot within a couple of months' time. This is an educational process, and it should be starting right now, today, not one day later. If today is the day, we're going to start educating our citizens, and they're going to be able to make a decision if we go forward on the ballot or not. There's no more wasting time. We're either going to get in the game, or we're going to stop talking about it and just live with what we've got. Commissioner Kennard.
Madam Chair.
Well, I can agree with some of what's been said up here, but I disagree with quite a bit of it. I've said all along that I'm not opposed to supporting this, but we can't put the cart before the horse. The presentation was wonderful, as they always are, very informative. But before I would assume many of our residents would ever consider supporting adding an additional tax to ourselves, we want to know what it is that we're going to spend that money on. Those ideas, that plan has to come from the public. If it comes from this board, or if it comes from the Canto government building, it's dead on arrival. If it's attached strictly to road resurfacing, and I've been telling Janet this since 2016, pardon me, every time she would mention it, if it's just road resurfacing, it's dead on arrival. We have to find out from the public, not the other way around, we have to find out from the public what's important to them and what they would be interested in going down this road with us to support. There are, again, I wouldn't be necessarily opposed to using a third party to find out that information. But I think there's probably a third party or two in our community that could do that same service. Things like that have been done in the past, not necessarily for this, but other initiatives that have worked very well. Finding those folks that are plugged into the community, start doing work groups and find out exactly what's important to the community, and then bring it back to us. Our only role at that point is to bring forward a document that says, if this passes, we're going to do X. We're going to build out this intersection. We're going to improve this intersection. We're going to put so much towards road resurfacing and replace those funds so that we can decrease the millage rate from those road resurfacing dollars. We're going to use X amount of money to buy conservation land, or whatever the public comes back with, but it has to be fed the other direction from them to us. And then all we've got is a contract that we pass it and say, all right, it's going on the ballot. This is what you want, go support it. If you don't want these things, don't support it. That's our role in it, as I see it anyway.
Commissioner Davis.
100% agree with Commissioner Kennard. The meetings I had were pretty doggone informative, and to your point of Commissioner Bays of starting right away, actually the timeline's a little bit later, and they have about a 99% success rate in getting sales tax passed, and they said it would start December of this year, so it needs to start now. And again, I would just really like consensus to at least get staff to interface with them or anyone else that they think would be good at running this program and get those folks in here sooner rather than later to make an initial presentation or bid process or whatever the legalities of it is to go through this process. But they are the experts. They know how to do this. This was Florida Land Trust. And all they require is that for them to handle it is that some fraction of the 1 cent goes to, wait for it, conserving more land, which I hear a lot about. So I think that, you know, that would probably be something that the public wants to do. However, to Commissioner Kennard's point, again, this, I don't believe residential road resurfacing is a good use of this for many of the reasons that Commissioner Finnegan said. It also is a patently unfair tax right now, and anyone who lives in a private gated neighborhood or is on a sand road. If it is an MSBU, then you only get a bill after we come through and pave your neighborhood, and you get it over 10 years on your taxes, and then for 10 years when your road is starting to get to the point of being, you know, needing to be redone, you're not paying that tax, and then it comes back around in 20 years after it's done the first time. And I think that that gives a very direct relationship between what folks are paying with what they're getting, because they have a brand new, freshly paved road, and then they get a very small amount added to their taxes for 10 years. So, but again, this goes back to what do the citizens want? Maybe the citizens do want residential road resurfacing. So we have to let the experts go out there and determine, do the surveys, have the conversations, find out what they want. All we can do is vote to put it on the ballot. That's all we can do. We can't institute this tax at all. And I agree, just to reiterate again with several of my colleagues, that this is to lower the millage rate. This is just a different taxing mechanism because the millage rate does need to be a lot lower, also to be competitive with economic development. A lot of different pieces to the recipe of trying to, shepherd the where nature and community thrive for the future here. So one more time, I would love to get a consensus if we could, to get staff to start moving forward with some real information from experts on this topic.
Commissioner Barry.
I hate to disagree with some of what you said, but county roads versus private roads is not what we're talking about. You're talking about a 1% sales tax. Anybody that lives on a private road still has to use a county road to get to where they want to go, no matter who they are. If you live on a private road to get here, you had to use county roads. So when I say residential road resurfacing and repaving, it does benefit all citizens. It's not an MSBU that just a specific people, if I'm paying an MSBU in Inverness, okay, but I live in Lecanto, and I drive to Inverness, I'm using the MSBU people's money because I'm driving on their roads. But I didn't pay to have it done, so the thing is, I'm looking at a 1% sales tax for residential roads that all citizens actually will benefit, even those visiting will benefit. And it's not gonna hurt, the 1% is not gonna hurt like an MSBU, because an MSBU is for a specific area, and it goes by whatever parameters you put on for an MSBU.
Madam Chair.
And to me, that's where we need to consider. The residential roads are for all. It's not just for one person or one, like Cambridge Estates or say the people up in Citrus Hills don't benefit because they're in the gated section. Well, they do benefit because they came out of their gated section to go to the doctor, to go to the grocery store. So, you know, they are all benefiting when the county repairs and replaces and resurfaces all the residential roads.
Commissioner Davis.
What was the gentleman said earlier? I can talk a dog off a bone. You and I can go round and round and round all day long, but let's keep our eye on the ball. The citizens are the ones who decide what they want, not you, not me, not anyone up here. So again, if I could have consensus, please, to get this going with and make use of the research and the meetings that I've had at Florida Association of Counties, National Association of Counties. I am adamant that this is the way to go, just to get this moving forward and let the citizens speak.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Before we take consensus, so what you're saying is with the preservation people, so if
Florida Land Trust.
Thank you. Florida Land Trust. If we give consensus to move forward, it does not cost the taxpayers anything for us to contract with someone to research this issue. We're not going to put any money out on this right now.
Not at this moment in time, certainly not with a consensus. There is a fee for them to handle it. It's a very reasonable fee, very, very reasonable fee. I'm just saying, and I have not done, it's not I don't have the bandwidth nor the expertise to go out there and find everyone else. It is one option, and I'm not married to that option, but at least y'all can have the conversation with them, or more likely have them come in and give a presentation about what the process is, what the cost is, et cetera. Unfortunately, Mr. Toy is not in the audience because he has the flu, but he was in on the meeting with me as well, so he can also give you a briefing. It was his recommendation that I just try to get consensus to at least start this conversation with folks who know how to make this happen.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
My suggestion would be that rather than taking a consensus today, why don't we bring this back as an agenda item and have a formal vote on it at our next meeting? Because there may be other entities, like I said, local entities that might have an interest. And let's hear everybody's pitch.
Yeah.
Who should be the one? And then rather than trying to work towards I've got my 3 votes or I've got 4 votes, right out of the gate, something like this, you want to have all 5 on board.
Oh, of course.
And so that would just be my suggestion, is bring it back the next meeting as a formal agenda item, and maybe list, what entities have been involved in this. And certainly that's an area where possibly staff could help you, maybe FAC can help. I know certain chambers around the state have been involved in these things. I have no idea if they'd have any interest at all. But at least then we'd have options, and we can flesh out those options and settle on one, have unanimous support, getting behind somebody to begin talking to the public. At that point, we're out of it. They need to go and find out. And if the public is overwhelmingly telling these folks to pound sand, probably not a good omen. But if the public says, yes, I want our roads improved, I want this improved, yes, I want to see my millage rate come down, or I think conservation land purchases is a good idea, then they know how to do all that stuff. We don't. But if we come back with a formal vote on it, let that group or that entity start doing their work, then it's maybe, I don't know how long that takes. Is that 6 months, 8 months down the road? They come back and say, here's what the public said.
Counselor.
I did hear the word solicitation earlier, so I would just caution y'all, if you're going to be doing a solicitation, that you might not talk about any particular entity, because you don't want to get anyone kicked out of the solicitation because they were involved in the processing of the solicitation.
I've not talked to any of them.
I understand. I'm just saying, like, I understand what you're saying about the formal vote, but maybe if you can make it more general that just a firm or an entity act as the entity doing the work.
Yes.
I agree with, or I concur with, Commissioner Kennard, but I do not use those terms.
Oh, I forgot, I'm sorry.
You could always go with what's his name.
But what I'd like to say is, I don't think 1 week is enough time. I think it should be the second board meeting, because next week is our next board meeting, and I think there should be at least 3 weeks for us to be able to go out and do what needs to be done. And I agree, bring someone in here, bring as
No,
many.
you can't bring somebody in. We just have to, we're gonna put it on the board to vote on it.
Right,
To
but-
bring that, but we're not making that decision.
But I don't think 1 week is enough time.
To do what? I mean, you're just going to
To
vote
put
to
it, to
move.
put it on the agenda, and that's what, I agree, we need to put it on the agenda, and we need to talk about it more openly and get, we'll wanna do this. Now, I would agree on it today, but he says, so I put it on the agenda so we can actually discuss more. And to me, if there's any, otherwise, if not, I would put it on the agenda.
Do we have time to get it on the agenda?
Well, actually, your agenda is going to be published today.
Okay, so.
That's
So
what I'm
it will be,
saying.
you don't have time to get that in there for next week, but maybe an upcoming as soon as available agenda.
Well, I would like it on the very next one. Yes, Commissioner
And
Davis.
to redirect.
Wait, Commissioner Davis.
To redirect, the only thing I was looking for today is just a consensus to ask staff to look at the feasibility of bringing a third party to the table through whatever competitive bid process, to let them come back with their recommendation as to how we should move forward. That's all. That was actually what I initially said or tried to say. Maybe I wasn't clear enough.
I think,
Which I think we're all within 1% of each other at this point, is basically to say, let the staff handle it, and it would be in the meeting in 3 weeks.
If we want it on the 11th agenda, walk it on. I think you'll have the support to do so.
Okay,
Just a guess.
okay.
the first meeting in February, please put it on the agenda. Thank you, Aaron. Next presentation is Annual Investment Performance Policy Update by the Clerk. We're only an hour and 12 minutes late.
No worries. This might be one of the quickest presentations you've had since 110. So good afternoon, Commissioners.
We're hoping.
I'm Tracy Perry, I'm Clerk. I am here to give you your annual investment presentation for fiscal year ending 2024. Just to give you a little bit of an idea, this is your investment portfolio at glance. Per Florida statute 28.33, it is the clerk's responsibility to invest those excess funds into different diversifications. So this just gives you a little bit of an idea of where those funds are invested into. I'm happy to report through our investment performance for fiscal year 2024 that we were at $14,655,985 as a realized gain. I will say that's a $3.7 million increase over what we performed in fiscal year 23. So this gives you just a little bit of an idea, and we'll continue to add to this for the years to come as to how we have been performing over the last 2 years or 3 years. This is in direct relation to our partnership with our investment advisors, PFM. but also with the team that we have at the clerk's office, Susan Sullivan, Robin Barclay, myself, the prior clerk, Angela Vick, and now we have added Sharice Parrish to that as well. So as part of our annual presentation, we also have to do a review of the investment policy. We want to make sure that we stay in compliance with the Florida statutes, GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association, and the Association of the Public Treasurers of U.S. and Canada. I'm happy to say that our investment policy does meet all of those statutory and other compliance guidelines. But with that, we are asking for the board to approve today a policy revision. Two of those policy changes are just simply updating position titles with the shift of one clerk to another. And the other one is to increase 4 different security types, which just better align to industry standards so that we can continue to diversify the portfolio. That is just increase, I think they were all increases of either a 5% allocation amount or up to a 10% allocation amount. So with that, I will welcome any questions that you guys might have with regards to that.
Board, any questions?
Need a motion to approve the policy changes?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Thank you, Tracy. I want to publicly acknowledge you as our new clerk. We're glad you're here, and we look forward to working with you. So
thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm going to open it, since we've taken a vote on this, I'm going to open it up to the public. Would anybody like to comment on this item?
Yes, I would like to comment on it. Thank you. Sabrina Watson. Real quickly, I just wanted to ask, now that the county has gotten into the business of hiding public records requests through phony laws that they find wherever they find them, and now that I've gotten past that and shaved that down to a position where I can actually get to the public records request, now they want to hide that public records request via charging me for the request, which is nothing more than a database search. As I'm sure that the FEMA records that went out were form letters of
Sabrina, can I stop you? Is this with regards to the annual investment policy?
Yeah, I want to know how much, I want to know what kind of money they're going to take. Are they going to start taking money for these requests that do not violate the Constitution 110(1)?
What?
She knows. How can I pay for a request in a form of money that does not violate the federal Constitution? 110(1). Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak on this matter?
What about the prior matter?
We didn't take a vote on it, but you can speak it open to the public on that. Not yet. We're just on the annual performance review. If there's no other public comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Vote carries 5-0. Next up is the animal shelter.
A lot of applause today.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Eric Head, Community Services Director. So we're getting ready to ask you to come to a consensus to put this project for the new animal shelter out to bid. As many of you know, we've been working on this project. I've been working on this project with some folks since around February, March of 23, excuse me. But first, let me recognize we've got some folks with me today from Tukoi Engineering, James Pierce, Miguel Martin from MLM Architects, also Colleen Yarbrough's here as our Animal Services Director. Dr. Megan Milo's here as a veterinarian if you have any questions regarding that. And I'm very happy to have Mr. Tom Henry here, who's our new construction manager. I don't know if you had a chance to meet with him, but he is definitely one of my favorites now because construction is not my forte, but he has been absolutely beneficial in helping to wrap some of this stuff up and get some things very specific. Just a quick overview. As you know, in April of '23, there was a 3-to-1 vote to move forward with the $12.5 million conceptual design, which we're going to go into that in a moment. As that has come together, then of course, as those processes moved along in February of '24, we completed the site civil permits and all of those reviews. Down into November, where we started going into the permitting costs, and of course, we've already submitted the SWIFT mud permit for the environmental resource permit. So we're moving forward there. So basically, you can look at the total footprint of our existing facility at around 14,000. The new facility will be 24,590 if all of the alternates are included. So that's a full build out. Total capacity for dogs, we're looking to go into 110. That's a 62% increase in capacity in our animal shelter for the dogs. And of course, the cats represents about 83% increase in capacity over our current facility. And the nice thing about the facility, which I'll point out when we get there, so a lot of this space, some of it, especially the cat area, is compartmentalized, so it's flexible. So we do get a range of different animals, not just the cats. So the staff have worked, through every part of the building, trying to make things as functional as possible. I'm going to get into the cost in just a minute, which is going to be the next slide. Oops, backwards. Sorry, slide order changed. This is the overall look. And you guys have this in your backup. And for some of you that were at the briefings, I did include a larger facility, but let me go to here. That's the slide I was looking for. Thank you. So overall costs. After going through, and I know that it was very important to many of you, we have gone through, it's taken a long time. I know that many people have had questions. They've been working through it. We've been working with the architect to value engineer things down to the lowest common denominator that we could find. I know that in the original slide, that was a $9.9 million building and a $12.5 million total project. You can see now we're looking at 100% design. We have all of that in. And the base building is coming in, and these are estimates, at around $12.5 million. With all the alternates included, that's everything, total build out for that project is a 15.9. The alternates we'll discuss in a few minutes. They can be a way to reduce some of that cost if not all the alternates are included, but this is something important to note, and this is a no frills facility. This is not something that we've put anything extra into. I've talked with the architect on Friday, and he wanted me to emphasize as well that there's not a lot of bells and whistles in here. It's a functional facility. One of the things that we really focused on when you're looking at costs is, because you can't always compare apples to apples when you're looking at these facilities, but our staff, Colleen and I have gone through it many, many hours. We put the resources where it counts, and that's in the animal care side. In comparing some of these to some other facilities, which I don't have their numbers on the slides, but I know Marion County currently has a project. They're looking, I think they came in at 37,000 square feet, a little over 37,000 square feet at 22 million. Clay County, another recent project, I don't think they broke ground yet, but they're in negotiations with their bidders, 32,000 square foot facility at 21.5 million. So we're looking at that 24,590 square foot facility at the 15.9 total build out. We're not as inexpensive as Marion County as cost per square foot, but we're also not as expensive as Clay County's cost per square foot. So we're coming in between those. What I mean by apples to apples is I know that, that you saw me talk about the increase in capacities that we were just talking about with kennels and cats and everything. Marion County's has a lot more what I would call office space versus functional animal care space. So functional animal care space is going to cost more per square foot. And if you look at the ratios, we're putting a lot more, dollar for dollar into functional animal care space. But just our kennels currently are about 8,334 square feet. We're looking at taking them to 13,004 square feet. So that's about 56% increase. So just a little bit about what that looks like. Maybe. Ah, no worries. The very first rendering. So this is basically a representation of the entire thing, fully built out with all the options and all the alternates. You know, includes the tower, includes the, you know, that's going to bring in natural light in the facility, the canopy on the front, and then that would be the front facade of the building going into it. If we were to, and you'll...
Eric, just one moment,
Yes,
please.
ma'am.
Commissioner Finnegan, thank you.
Yeah.
Eric, it has been quite a while ago.
It was.
I believe you sat with every commissioner and got our opinions on this. And I felt like feedback was others shared my opinion that this looked to be something for like late 80s, early 90s Miami. Like this did not reflect the Nature Coast. This is not a building for us to be proud of. I don't know that that would cost millions of dollars extra, but it seems like nothing changed, you know, to have this canopy and this weird thing up top. I know we had discussed of, you know, bringing that down and making the whole, oh, it's gone. Okay. The whole thing, part of it with lights in there and whatever this weird color and patchwork on the front, like taking that off. We could still have a very basic building and have zero extra cost. And we talked about that, but then all this time later, I didn't get to hear what these nice people up here thought or any additional drawing, because it was my understanding that nobody really loved this.
It is basic. We did talk, the architect, we talked about facades and what we could do with facades without adding any additional costs. And when the original one, and I believe the meeting we were talking about, we had removed the, and let me go to the slide that shows it. We had removed the tower. We'd removed the canopies across the front. And that is the version that you had seen at the time. There was a consensus that they want the tower back, not consensus, but in talking with everyone, and they wanted the canopy back. So
why would we need a tower? Why couldn't that just be elevated? Why does it need to be flat with a weird tower on top? Why can't it just be elevated in the front? I mean, I have also built a very basic commercial building for public use. And if you pick I picked the right color paint, put some columns in the front and fake stoned around the front part, and everyone thought it was the most beautiful building at the time. Oh my goodness. And it was basic. Roof lines were simple, so we could build it as cost effective as possible. And I shared that and think that we could do the same with this, but this is, I'm disappointed that we didn't see any changes, that it still looks like this.
Okay. Well, we can certainly, it is primarily a metal building on the facade. In fact, we've had to add stucco to the front that was the least expensive option. And of course, we could certainly upgrade something and get costs on that. That's not an impossibility. Those are cosmetic changes that we could certainly continue to look for.
It seems like to put a roof, to do the trusses a little elevated would be less expensive than putting that odd cupola sitting on the top.
Understood.
Forgive me, I know you say understood, but I don't know if that's just okay because nobody else is speaking and we all did this. I don't know if it's been a year and nothing happens, nothing changes. So I feel like we're not driving the train anymore. And when that gets built and the people have paid all this money, we're the ones that are going to hear about it. Like, why didn't you all do anything?
No, I understand what you're saying, and that we could still certainly change some outside facades if that's the desire to. Primarily, our 99% of our time has been focused on function. So,
sure, of course.
Absolutely, that's where we were focused. As you go through, and we've gone through basically every square foot, every door, every hallway, every avenue, every single thing we could to try to reduce the cost as much as we could. So I apologize, we didn't focus as much on aesthetics. You're correct, you brought that to me. I just didn't have any facade options to show. I'm sure the architect could create some facade options that would not change necessarily the base bid or base costs, so. we could
Right.
cer-
I would love for us to see that. And I'm probably jumping the gun here, but the other problem that I had, since you're speaking of function, is I think when it goes out to bid, we're building all of this, but I'm very concerned that areas where we're keeping pets are not temperature controlled. And I know I said, you know, when they were doing cost estimates before, that for those big fans, that was grossly overpriced. So I think for the benefit of the people working there and the pets that we're keeping, I mean, could we not look at that as an option and see what the bids come back to climate control these areas?
I mean, they can speak to climate control costs, absolutely, but if you go into actually climate controlling as a HVAC system for the kennels of our size, it will add significant, and I don't have those dollar figures with us. I don't know if Miguel has those dollars. That's why we reduced it to one, basically, isolation shelter so that those animals are done. And I'll show you some other options that we've done with the two larger shelters. Something I will say, and I don't want to put them on the spot, but I did some number comparisons with Marion County. In their facility, they're building a 37,000 square foot facility. They do have more HVAC options in their kennels, but there's a cost to that, and that's the fact they can only increase their kennel space by about 13% for the building that size, and for $22 million. So it does have a major cost factor to it, and we could certainly get that information back to you and work with them on what it would cost. And when you look back, let me pull the numbers back. That was a drawing. Oh, not there. I'm looking for the layout of the building. Just a second. It's in there. There it is.
Madam Chair? Can I just chime in that?
Sure.
I would concur with Commissioner Finnegan's take on the cosmetics of the outside.
It's very basic.
And it's not just the design of it, the colors. It looks like 70s, 80s South Beach. However, I would disagree on adding more air-conditioned kennels there. We have heard for years since we've been discussing this, that if we do air condition them, not only is the cost to build it going to increase exponentially, but the cost to maintain that system and operate that system also goes up significantly. And my understanding is that they can build it as they do many of them with adequate ventilation, that it is temperature controlled, it's just not air conditioned. The one bay of kennels that's air conditioned for isolation animals, something like that.
Yeah, either isolation, respiratory issues, other diseased or animals that are just in distress would certainly be put in the isolation kennel.
Okay, yeah, I would be fine with that. Yep. But we're already well north of where I was hoping that this thing would land.
Certainly.
Well, excuse me, my thought was in hopes that you could get it for the same money, because I think that it was way overpriced for those big fans. But I would venture to say that our director and doctor have been through this, and if they didn't have concerns for the way it's ventilated, I guess neither should I. But yeah, the outside, I'm still gonna keep rattling that chain before it gets built until we see something different.
And I can see this is the inside of one of the kennels. It's just a rendering. You can also see there's overhead doors in those kennels. There's a ventilation system across the back, and of course, and then that is an open air. So most of the time, those kennels can be open, and they'll be fully open air with breezeway and ventilation. I can't speak to specifically how the ventilation works, but they could certainly, if you have any further questions about that. But as you see as well, let me go forward. On the outside, because a lot of the kennels, the way they're facing, you've got southerly sun, so there's shade structures and they're kind of multi-purpose. Those shade structures will also provide shade when those doors are open, so there won't be any direct sunlight inside the kennels, but it also provides a visual block, so when animals are coming and going, they don't see each other, which, reduces their stress when they're coming and going into the play yards. One of the other spaces we've talked about is educational space. Now, I don't particularly care for this rendering because it looks too much like a cafeteria. But and we'll talk about the alternates in just a minute. But the actual education and programming space, I think part of the reason why we've put that in as a necessary alternate is there are programs and things that we've been asked to bring in. There are donations that have those contingencies that we bring in those certain types of programs. For instance, working with the jail and working with inmates and having the space to work with those inmates and do those programs, we do need some space for that. Like I mentioned, we have reduced office space. There's not much office space. In fact, it's the smallest designated space in the entire facility is for staff office space. So this is a multifunctional space. It's not just an education and program center. Some of the other programs besides the jail and working with inmates would be the mental health stuff. That's the other contingency on some of those donations that we have. Work with either Livestream or whoever's doing mental health or even other agencies to create programs centered around animals and mental health. So having that space gives us the opportunity and gives staff the room to be able to do that. There's also other elements we currently just started working with, and we hope to enhance that as we get a new shelter, like Crystal River High School's program and their health wellness programs. There's a veterinary tech program. We're going to be working with high school students, bringing them in. They'll be getting their clinical hours and other education, working with our staff at the facility. And we currently work with the University of Florida. I mean, we get veterinary interns that come and work with our staff and do a lot of their clinical stuff. The doctor could speak more to that than myself, but that is a big program. And just to kind of point out some of the, I guess, to put it one way, they can squeeze blood out of an orange better than any group of staff I've ever seen. They've been visited primarily from a lot of different agencies, but most recently, folks from Japan, contingencies from Japan have come over to see, and I was like, why are they coming here? They're coming here to see how we can do the most get the most out of the little, how they can just absolutely do pretty amazing work with a minimal amount of resources. And they've also come from Taiwan. I believe that was a university that come and very interested in how they're being able to maintain high level of animal care and animal welfare. So those types of programs, and there are other things we could do in the community as far as health, education, animal education, and other things. And that's why that space is kind of critical. But that space, and I'll get to if I can find it again, that space along with the Sallyport space are critical for a couple of different reasons. One, we need the additional space if we get into any kind of overload situation with animals, which does happen from time to time. I think I've given you guys several examples individually where they can take in literally not just dozens, but sometimes hundreds of animals at any given time, and they have to have flexible space to manage that in a safe and humane manner. Something that the Sallyport space does, and that's the green up in the upper right. That also provides a good transitionary and safe space for animal control officers to be able to pull into a place, transition an animal from the cage in the unit into a cage area inside a controlled space, outside of the weather. They currently don't have that. It also provides much needed storage. If you look at every inch of the building, we do not have a lot of storage. But we also have to house a lot of food, a lot of other elements, so that's important to have that. But both, and my final point about the space, both the educational space and the Sallyport space, those floors have drains in them, they have the additional plumbing in them, that's part of all that additional expense, so that when we have a storm, we have an event, we get overloaded with animals, those spaces can have kennels, cages, and other things and be used for animal care as well. So that's the flexibility of that. To the alternates. And again, these were originally listed as alternates, and I think some of the problem with the estimates, even from the beginning, was they seemed high. I agree, this is an expensive build. I've been trying to find ways to take dollars off of this build in every avenue possible. And I've even asked the architects, I've asked our own construction manager, why is this expensive? It's a specialty commercial type construction. It is not like building a home. It's not like building an office building. It's going to have animals in it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all year long, every year for hopefully 20 to 30 years. So it's got to be built to withstand that kind of pressure and cleaning and continuous stuff, like I said, all day long. And I was going to refer to some fluids and other things, but I thought the better of it. But yes, and let's see. Starting with those top two, you have your Sallyport, your Education Program Center. I consider those the functional space needs, like I just described. Without that, we will be pressed for space from the beginning. The other two, the covered walkways, the resinous flooring, I consider that your daily operations. The covered walkways, if you look back to the drawing, that's just it's a functional thing for the animals. You've got to protect them from the weather. Staff, our volunteers, all the great people that are volunteering out there need protection from the weather when transitioning between buildings, and keeping the concrete as cool as possible for the paws is also important. The resinous floor, the original base price does not have the resinous flooring where animals are stored and travel through. It's basically a sealed floor. Sealed concrete floor will last approximately a year, maybe 2 if you're lucky, and you're going to have to transition all of that equipment out and reseal that floor. I've been given estimates around $65,000 or $70,000 every time you have to do that, but that doesn't, so that's either an annual or a biannual cost, and that does not include the staff time, the down operations, all of the other things that you're going to have to do to be able to shut things down and reseal those floors. So the resinous floors, from our research and what I was told, can last 10 years or longer in an industrial setting. So it's a better option. As you saw, the entrance canopy, the tower, they're basically visual. They're architectural elements. Obviously, the canopy is designed, the tower is designed just to bring natural light into the building, and that was their least expensive way of accomplishing that. And of course, the canopies are just for entrance, a little bit of protection from the weather, and providing that visual aspect. So all of these are included. You'll have your base price of your, when it goes out to bid, you'll have your base building, and then all of these would be priced separately so that when those bids come back in, you'll be able to choose at that point how much goes into it. Like I mentioned earlier, a lot of those estimates, as I agree, seem high, so I would hope so, and I hope that that's where it is. I know that over the past year and a half, I've watched our estimate go up and up and up. I know that there was a project that the same estimator had estimated that is doing ours, and when the bids came in, they were 30 to 35% off. Not coincidentally, our estimate started going up. An estimator does not want to be your lowest price. He wants to hit somewhere in the middle so that those bids are coming in close so that we know what to expect, from what I understand. So we won't have real numbers until this goes out to bid. That's why we're at this point, so that you guys can get the real numbers, get this project out to bid, and then we can talk the actual price for each element from the base building and then all of the alternates individually.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Eric, my other concern, when I look at the plans, I know the current animal shelter, they have stuff everywhere and a storage facility in the back. And then residents are asking about buildings off-site, but it's been like, no, it's the stuff for the animal shelter. But when I look at the plans, I barely see any room for storage.
Correct.
So I am extremely concerned about that because we need to free up our other buildings. And obviously, a huge complaint out there is stuff everywhere. They're tripping over stuff. They have nowhere to put their stuff. So how can we spend all of this money and then we should not be keeping the same issues?
we've cut storage and we've cut staff space, and we've also cut some other areas. That's why the actual alternate of the Sallyport and receiving area is so important, because without that, that would remove quite a bit of additional storage that we would have had. But in the beginning, we were given a number, not necessarily, and we've had to cut all kinds of pieces off of the building to try to hit that number. We were at a $9 million number, and unfortunately, over the past 18 months, those prices have continued to increase, and that's where we're at with the 12.5. And there's nowhere else to cut other than to cut those storage spaces, the educational space, and of course, if we cut any of the animal capacity, then we're building a building that's not going to have any future capacity.
Well, I don't think that we should cut any of the animal capacity. And I know people in the audience are cringing because it has taken so long. Any questions being asked, I think that probably makes them nervous. But at the same time, I have to ask my fellow commissioners, does this make any sense? Are we going to lay out all of this money and have our taxpayers pay it and have all the same problems that they're complaining about right now? All the same problems? And I've gotten all the letters from all these people, probably many sitting in the audience, some couldn't make it here for whatever reason, move this along. I didn't think there'd be any problem moving this along. And I didn't think they probably think that either. But, volunteers are emailing me saying, oh, please, they need more space and the conditions aren't good. And a couple people made mention of rats and roaches. Well, I'm here to tell you that old building isn't the reason that there's rats and roaches. It's because there's stuff everywhere. Buildings don't cause that. The stuff that you put in the building does cause that. So please make sense of this for me. I understand that this needs to move along, but to ask the taxpayers to pay for this and carry over all the same problems that they have now does not make any sense. Does not make any sense to me whatsoever.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Davis.
I think we've run headfirst into the issue of having a 5-person board instead of being individual constitutional officers that can make decisions on our own. This has been a long, long process with multiple commissioner changes, and I want to commend staff hugely for taking the number that we gave them and trying to make the best of it, and value engineering it and cutting. And while prices continue to increase, which then causes a lot of angst on this board because the prices are increasing. So you guys have done a yeoman's job, so thank you for that. And thank you to Colleen Yarborough and Dr. Milo, right? Not Milo, yes. Milo, okay. And her staff, and all the volunteers. That being said, I do have significant concerns that we have cut size too much. And also, I heard you say 20 to 30 years. My understanding is more like when we do a municipal building, it should be a 50-year building. Okay, so, and that's why I am happy that we have the extra kennel space that is ready to go. It is planned into the site so we can add kennel space. But if we don't have the storage space and the staff space for the next X number of years, then we are shooting ourselves in the foot. But then that becomes a big, giant political football, right? Now, mitigating all of that is that we have raised a ton of money from donations, which will help pay for a lot of this. So I came in here ready to say, do exactly what you said, consensus, the 15 point, whatever it is the estimate now, put it out with the alternates and all of that. The alternates are already covered by donations. And so we could certainly raise a lot more, but this is government's duty. We have to do animal control, and we have to do it in a humane way. And what we have planned into this with the community room and the way it's a very safe shelter, not only for animals, but the humans, and welcoming. Do you know that they bring kids in that are too shy to read in class? In well-run, well-designed shelters, it actually helps improve childhood reading scores because they have basically reading pal type programs where they bring kids that are so introverted and so shy they will not read in class, but they will read to a dog or a cat. And then there's also the interactions with giving our kids a career through vet tech and everything else. So I am interested to hear what the rest of the board says, but I do want to concur with Commissioner Finnegan that I do have concerns about staff base and storage. I have a lot less concern about the architecture because I would assume architecture firm is keeping up with whatever is new and buzzy. And hey, bell bottoms came back from the 70s. So, you know, things are cyclical on that stuff. And I do like the cupola or something like that because it just makes a beautiful space to look upward and have that light pour into the reception area. And I think it's going to end up looking like an ugly government building if we don't have some sort of cupola or something like that. So anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Barrett?
I have not been for building a brand-new shelter for a long time. We do need a facility for the animals, a newer one. And I am proposing that we look into purchasing the Chronicle building, gutting it out, and then by using the land that they want to put this building on, putting up a barn for all the farm animals that we are responsible for, and letting FFA and 4-H run the barn so that our students have the opportunity to learn with the farm animals and work with the farm animals, since we are a farming community, we are a farming county. But people think about the government building over in Meadowcrest. People thought it was a horrible, horrible idea. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. And what do we say now about the building over there? It's wonderful.
It was a mistake.
Okay, excuse me, I have the floor. The Chronicle building has parking, has water, has sewer, it has land, it has office space. You just have to redesign the inside, and I am sure that we can come up with a price less than what you're trying to tell us about here that we don't actually have a price on. When I go to buy something, I want to know how much it costs. If I go to buy a house, I want to know exactly what I'm getting in the house and exactly what every cost is. I don't say, well, it's going to be approximately, and I have to add this and have to add that, and maybe it's going to cost this. I am a consumer as a county employee, and I want to know exactly what it's going to cost and what I'm going to get. So I feel that what we're looking at is not what the county needs. The Chronicle building, yeah, it does need TLC. And it's not going to be just the cost of the building. It is going to cost to renovate it. But it's already built. How long is this going to take to build? It's going to be usable in maybe 1.5 years rather than 2-3 years. Because building is not quick, especially if you run into the transportation problem that we have of getting supplies in and out. You ran into problems with, I mean, even Mr. Cheek's department runs into problems that their suppliers can't get supplies to them. They can't get this in, they can't get that in, so they need extensions, How long are we looking for a build out for a brand new piece of property that isn't actually 100% what we want? It's what we can afford. I think that we should take it back to the drawing board and start over. It may not make people happy to say that, but it will get us an animal shelter that is usable a lot sooner and a lot better than something which doesn't meet our needs for the next 40 to 50 years and costs us more than we want to spend. And I'm sorry if that gets you upset. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
I'm just going to point out the obvious. No building that we go out and buy, because this idea keeps getting floated around. I did my homework. I went, as long with Commissioner Schleybaugh, not together, obviously. We went in 21 and toured other animal shelter facilities from the most basic all the way up to a Taj Mahal, which we are definitely not getting with this building. You have to have extraordinary drainage systems built into the floor to handle nonstop, and I'm gonna go where you didn't go, feces and urine production 24/7, 365 days a year. Pee and poop happens, guys, and it happens a lot with a lot of animals. And we have to be able to process that. It causes disease for both humans and animals. You have to have that processed. You have to have ventilation. You have to have all of those things baked into the design of the original building. Retrofitting an old building would absolutely, just common sense will tell you, is going to cost a heck of a lot more than building a purpose-built building for this when you start adding ventilation and the drainage. So, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard?
Well, start with the Meadowcrest building that is not zoned for something like this, and it's right at the front door to the Meadowcrest community. It's an absolutely awful suggestion to put it there. And I don't disagree with you a lot, but that's a terrible place for it. I'm ready to move this forward. I do think I understand the concerns about storage. I would like to see us move forward without a few of these alternates to start with. I would start by taking off the Sally Port, and I'd start with and take off the canopy in the tower. I'd like to see the architect come back with some type of changes to make it more cosmetically appealing. You know, possibly, you know, this thing grew well beyond the size of what I would have liked to have seen. Maybe there's a reduction in the kennels to start with. My understanding is there's going to be some significant fundraising takes place as the county moves forward with this. Possibly the Sally Port gets added in before construction's complete. But I think it gets the project moving. It's the next logical step.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan?
You know, it's like you get in a hurry, you wanna build your new house so much, and you have a certain amount of money, and they're like, yeah, we can get it done. And then it comes back and it's like, all right, well, we can go ahead and move forward and get you living there, but you can't have the kitchen and you can't have the bathrooms. So, but let's go ahead and move forward. And if you want that, it'll be all this much more, but you're still not getting the bathrooms. And I feel like that's what we're doing here. We had a plan. The number one thing when I toured out there from the animal director and the people out there themselves, we don't have enough space. We don't have enough storage space. We don't have enough office space, kennel space. You know, they were sometimes overflow, but it was storage and office, storage and office. Okay, so now we're way above where we wanted to be, and there's still no storage space, and there's no office space. And we could spend, it's almost like spend $3 million more to do it right. Like, you know, we could spend all this money, have the wrong floors in there, and this could be a financial nightmare for the rest of the future, and still not enough space. As Commissioner Davis even pointed out, we should be not reducing our space. I don't know how we get this through to the taxpayers even at $15 million and saying, but you know, all the same problems that you have now, they're still going to need overflow buildings. They don't have room for offices, and the office space they do, and the bathrooms that we put in there, we're going to be stacking animal stuff everywhere, just like they do now. The two major problems I keep hearing, we're doing nothing about. So we're spending all this money. Who do you think is going to hear about that in literally after it's built? I know all of you all, I so appreciate you taking the time to come here, and I know you want this pushed forward, but don't you want it the right way? Because I'm going to tell you, all you people sitting here, once this is built the wrong way, will be back and saying, well, we didn't know, why didn't you guys do something about it? We still don't have any space, and this isn't good for our staff. This isn't good for our volunteers. There's stuff everywhere. There's rats and roaches because we can't put anything away. Same problems. Same problems, just we're $15 million on the hook. I feel like, no, I don't want to spend that much money, but if the taxpayers are going to put out this much money and we find a way to pay for it, why aren't we doing it right?
Commissioner Barrick.
You may not like what I said about the building, but it is bigger square footage for storage. There is a lot more space, and it can be renovated. And it will cost less than 15 million. We're trying to get 17 million in the budget each year for residential roads, and people are complaining about taxes going up. We don't have $15 million to waste. And that's what it would be, because you're not getting anything. You'll get a new building, but no extra storage, no extra this, no extra that. And you're gonna complain from the day it opens, and it's not gonna open tomorrow, because it's gonna take time to build whatever you decide to do. So whatever the board decides, you're gonna be stuck with paying the bill. If your taxes go up again because we agreed on a $15 million building, there's gonna be a lot of complaining, okay? It's for dogs and cats that need shelter. They need care by us. And currently, we have a place, it may not be perfect, but until the new one gets done, it's what we have. What I'm proposing is 2 places, not 1. I'm proposing a barn so that we have a place to put all of our farm animals that nobody seems to care about. All we're talking about is dogs and cats for a new building. I'm talking about taking care of all of the animals that the county is responsible for. We have dogs and cats. We also have cows, horses, chickens, pigs, goats, llamas. How many people are taking care of those? We farm out here, farm out. It would be nice to have a barn where the FFA and the 4-H could go to and work with those animals and learn, and our students could learn and become future farmers and get hands-on experience, future veterinarians for the larger animals, not just the dogs and cats. So you may not like what I'm proposing, but I really don't agree with what Mr. Head is bringing to our department or to the board.
Thank you, Commissioner Barrick.
Thank you.
I have a staff question for Mr. Howard. So our recommend action here is consensus to move forward with the solicitation, but what I'm asking is, what does that mean exactly? Because is this going to be a competitive bid process? Have we, so then that means we need to identify a funding source.
Just to circle back a little bit, yes, it would be putting this out to bid in the competitive bid process. The way we've structured it, if you go back to the front, just to point out the square footage again, we're going from a 14,000 square foot of usable space to 24,590 square foot of usable space if all alternates are included. And the Sally Port does include storage space of about 1,000 square feet, more or less. So what we would do is we would put the bid package out as a base price. So if I go back to my slide, other direction. So that first middle column there where it says 12,585, again, those are estimates based on estimators that architects hire. We won't have the real costs that you were referring to earlier, Commissioner Barrett, until those bids come in. So we're going to separate it. This is the base plan that does not include any alternates. They will give a price for that base plan. Each one of those alternates as listed will have a price to add it to it. So when we bring this package back after all those bids have come in, you'll be able to say, we can do the base, that's it, we're done, or we want this alternate, or that alternate. And you'll be able to choose those at that time as we go in negotiations with the contractor to move it forward.
So forgive my ignorance, because I'm going back to many, many years ago. If you're going out to bid for competitive bid pricing and they bring it back, don't we need to identify how we're going to pay for this? Because you're not going to go, well, I mean, we know that we've got some dollars for that have been privately raised. We know that we've committed to the sale, but we don't have it yet for Butts Farm. But what's our resources to pay for the balance of it? And that's not been identified to me. Like, are we bonding it? Where's the dollars coming from? What's happening in this process?
In a previous vote, at a previous meeting, you did indicate that it would be debt service. I would defer to Aaron on how those avenues work as far as the funding mechanisms, but that was indicated in a previous meeting that you had.
Because I went into our CIP today and I did not see it listed in our CIP.
It is not.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner
Kennard. Two things. I would not tie the construction of this to the Betts Farm because that is sale. That is long from a guaranteed payout on that property. I do think it needs to be developed, but I don't think that needs to be tied to this. The other part of that is I would suggest that we bond this. We pay for this through bonds. I suspect this very building was paid for through bonding. The county building out in Lecanto was paid for through bonding. The Meadowcrest Government Center was paid by borrowing money. And at this point, my best guess would be that borrowed money at this point is probably still in the range of 5% would be my guess, given the county's excellent credit rating. I don't know that for fact, but that would be my guess. So I suggest we give direction to move forward. There's still plenty of time for us to fight this out with the alternates. But this project has been kicked around by this board since I got here in 2016, and I know that it was going on before then. The price has only gone up. When we first started this conversation with myself and Commissioner Kitchen and Commissioner Carnahan, I don't remember if Smith or Coleman was on the board at the time, but the numbers we were talking about then with Randy were $6 to $9 million. $9 million was the Taj Mahal, and we were being told at that time that's a pipe dream, that by the time it's done, you're gonna end up probably around 11 or $12 million. Well, here we are years later. The cost of this thing goes up year over year over year over year. I had considered suggesting we go back to the drawing board and take it back to the size that was originally discussed, which was replacing what we had, but making it scalable so that it could increase with size as the need arises. But if this goes back to the drawing board now, what we're going to end up with is a smaller facility at the same price tag. It's just, it has gone up year over year. I think it's time to move off the line and give direction to put this thing out to bid.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Commissioner Kennard, I often agree with you. Today is not one of those days. And I agree. This has, we bring projects before us and it gets talked about too much without action. And I would like to see action. But then if it's the board's fault, then shame on from today's board all the way back for not getting it right. I think worse is to move ahead. And Eric, I don't understand. Maybe we need to put that back to the architect. 10,000 additional square feet, and we can't come up with some office space and some storage. I mean, if they're making it in 14,000 and we're ready to build 24,000, I don't say take it back to the complete drawing board, but find in that 24,000 square foot space room to solve the problems that these people have been telling me about since 2022. I think that that's only fair. I am not okay with moving forward, keeping all the same problems that we've had. That makes zero sense to me, and I don't know that anyone on this board is going to explain it to me otherwise. Fix the problems we have. The second thing, I agree with Commissioner Bays, to say we're going out to bid and move forward. I don't want to guess how we're going to pay for it. I want to know how we're going to pay for it. And if we are talking about bonding, likely, I'm assuming payments would begin the next fiscal year. Is anything dropping off next year? Because I don't want to raise taxes for this. We need to find the money in our budget. Now, I don't know the exact date. Some things that we have bonding are ending. So that might be a great source where taxes aren't raised and it gets paid for. But I'm certainly not going to move forward in a design that keeps all the same problems for the animal shelter that we currently have. That makes no sense. Thank you.
Well, board,
Madam Chair, you're not looking for a motion because you're just looking for consensus. So at some point, you're going to have to decide. Looks like you're not going to have unanimous board on this at this point. But my suggestion would be determine if you have consensus on it. If Colleen and her staff have signed off on this and approve of this design, they've got this shelter operating better than it has in the last 15 years. If they're okay with it, I'm good with it, and it's time to get it moving.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Davis.
I would like to see it go forward to bid on everything, including the alternates.
I believe what you just said earlier is that it would be bid with and without the alternates.
Correct. The alternates would be à la carte. So
Okay.
those alternates, you would choose the bidding process, and then we could go back and establish the contract with the winning bid, with the contract.
I'm not sure how my other two fellow board members are going to, how they're going to weigh in, but I think we've got a consensus because I'm going to agree with my two end caps.
Did you just call us a public sale item?
I
The
think
two
I
of
did.
us on the end caps?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I did have one question, though. The architects are in the audience. There was a prior design at some point that had larger office space and storage somewhere in all of that?
Yes.
Okay, just asking, but I do not want to stop this train. I'm just a little worried about the office space.
All right, board, I think we've beat this thing up.
If I may, I'm sorry. You're saying move forward, but you say you're worried. So how does it get fixed? We move ahead. Y'all are clapping. You're going to be complaining in a while. And I know you said Colleen signed off on this. Our people come and go. Maybe she'll do this job until she's 105 years old. I hope so, because I know she's doing a good job. But you all are telling me, sending me emails, and Colleen has told me problems. And now you're not happy with us just trying to take care of the problems that you all have brought to us. So I'm just curious with Commissioner Davis, because maybe I'm not seeing something that you're seeing. You're worried, you understand there's problems, but push it out to bid as is. How does it fix itself?
My assumption, and maybe this comes from prior meetings, because back to Commissioner Kennard's point, this came up in 2021, and that's due to Commissioner Schleybaugh pushing this forward. And so it was Commissioner Schleybaugh and I on the board when it was 6 to 9 million. Somewhere in all of that, I want to say that we talked about in the future, say, for example, we've got a heck of a lot more population, so we've got a bigger need that we could then renovate, this is many years in the future, renovate the community education room into additional office space and have an external community education room along with the additional kennels. I want to say that's in the back of my mind. Is that correct, Mr. Head?
Yeah, that's just along the same lines. And the building does have expandable space, even in its current design, with all the alternates built out, there is additional expansion space. So there is expansion space for the clinic, there's expansion space for the kennels, and of course, what you were referring to as the educational resource space, if additional office space, it's built to be flexible space. So if in the future more donations come in and a larger education facility is built on site, then we could move offices into that area. That's certainly something that could be designed into the future.
So that's to answer why I can say both, is that yes, I am concerned, but this has been a very long process and a lot of meetings over 4 years. So that they have, again, kudos to staff. You've done a yeoman's job in making this flexible and trying to right-size it for now without really shooting ourselves in the foot with having to spend an extraordinary amount of money to change things around in the future. We could it's already planned in to add.
Well,
so I stand by my consensus.
Then I'm concerned that we're thinking that educational space, because I know we needed that to get certain funds committed. But really,
I think what we're hearing is it's not really going to be educational space. It's just going to be filled with stuff and maybe some offices. The stuff has to go somewhere, Eric. It's all over the county. The stuff has to go somewhere.
And again, that go back to my importance of the Sally Port. It's only listed as an alternate as a cost-cutting measure. There's over 1,000 square feet of storage space, and that other Sally Port space can be used for storage. So that is the importance of that add-on to the building as an alternate. I didn't used to call them alternates. I used to call them unmet needs, but that wasn't, but that's really what they are. Anything that's listed as an alternate is an unmet need, but the exception of the visual stuff on the front, and other than that. But those first four are certainly, I would consider unmet needs. So that's why I would recommend that we go with at least the first four alternates. But you will be able to have that choice when all of that comes back. You can see the real pricing. When you have real numbers, real bid numbers in front of you, then you can see the true cost of what that will be.
Commissioner Barrett.
Okay, we're talking about an animal shelter. That means all animals that we are responsible for. I didn't see any space for our larger animals, like the cows and the horses and the chickens, which we are responsible for.
Yes.
So to me, we are not meeting the needs of the county. So to be spending money and not meeting the needs is not what we're supposed to be doing. And to say that we have to have, I know we have to have educational space. Otherwise, we're not going to get some money from a certain person, because they only gave the money as long as it's educational space. And they actually haven't given the money yet. It's still on hold. It's out here in the cloud, okay? My idea is to have a space that is animal shelter, 2 buildings for all animals of the county. All of the things we are responsible for as county commissioners. So the thing is, I agree with our other commissioner that, we have to have storage space. The Chronicle building has more than 24,000 feet of space. And it has a good base. It is a solid building, it is a brick building, and it doesn't flood. So it's in a good place. I still suggest that we go back and we see what we can be redesigned. You can always change the flooring in a building so that you can run water 24 hours a day to clean what the
Commissioner
animals
Barrett,
give out.
I appreciate what you're saying, but it's not zoned correctly. I think there's anybody that would tell you to renovate something for that, the cost would exceed what it would cost to build.
Madam Chair, can I make just a quick comment?
Commissioner.
Just a point of clarification. The funds that we're alluding to that were contingent on an educational space, they were not contingent on the educational space. They were contingent on programs with the jail, programs with Livestream. There wasn't a stipulation, I'll do this if you add this to the shelter. It was just, we want to do this, husband and wife want to do this, but we want to see these 2 programs. And really, they've put a tremendous amount of research into programs like this around the country. So I just wanted to clarify that,
Very good.
that they didn't stipulate that you got to have X amount of square feet or this going on.
All right, let's do roll call consensus, please. Clerk.
Roll call requires a first and a second. And this was a consensus, correct?
Can we do that? No? How do you want to do it?
Well, she's just not going to call the names.
Okay.
So you just have to take a.
You got 3 of us.
Commissioner
You just
Kennard.
need the 2.
Yes.
Commissioner Barrick.
No.
Commissioner Davis.
Yes.
Commissioner Finnegan.
No.
Commissioner Bays, yes. You have a consensus. Oh. All right, now we are open to the public. Yes, ma'am, open to the public.
Hello, this is my first time
Can you
here,
speak into the
and-
mic, please?
Oh,
And
sorry.
state your name and address.
My name is Trina Romeo, 3149 East Grapeleaf Lane, Inverness 34452. And I was present on December 10th when the board met regarding the eCare Ambulance Company and their need to show, that we should take them on for services in the county. eCare was sworn in to tell the truth, and 2 hospitals have just been approved for the transport service, and we need to give them some time. The board admittedly not followed the policy guidelines for the application for COPCN. Clearly, when 2 hospitals say they never received or signed any surveys, this entire application is questionable. Fire chief approval is based on the application.
Madam Chair, can I interrupt for just a second?
Sure.
Just ask them to keep it down. I want to hear what she's got to say.
Anybody that is exiting the chambers or coming forward to speak, could you please refrain from talking in the chambers?
Okay. I'm not sure where I was, and my time is ticking. Can you give me back the seconds from what you just talked?
Keep going.
Okay. eCare was sworn in to tell the truth, and the 2 hospitals, I said that. The board admittedly not followed the policy guidelines for eCare's application for the COPCN. And clearly, when 2 hospitals say they never received or signed any survey, the entire application is questionable. The fire chief approval was based on the information that he received from the surveys and the application. And yet, Chairwoman refused to speak with the fire chief again. These surveys were assumed true and not fact-checked. Has eCare perjured themselves with the questionable surveys and documents? Even a child knows that both can't be telling the truth. And yet, you would not postpone the vote to further investigation the questionable documents used to show need. By your insistence to vote on that day, it's clear that there was no interest in finding out the truth and following the policy guidelines in place for these applications. Holly Davis, Janet Barrick, and Rebecca Bays were not wanting to postpone the investigation further or use the in-place guidelines. And I say shame on you 3. Since policy guidelines were not used in this board for eCare, are you going to be using the policy guidelines that are in place for pending and future applications?
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Hanna. I'm here to talk to you as a volunteer at the animal shelter, also as the Vice President of Operations of Citrus County Foundation for Animal Protection. And I appreciate the vote that you've taken to move forward on this project, putting it out for bid. I would like just to point out one thing, is that the storage space that a lot of you are concerned about, each pod for the dogs and the cats has included in it extra storage space that we don't have now. The animals that are housed in the cat unit, they will have their own shelving space added, storage space added, the same thing with the dogs. So I just wanted you to know that there is plans there for extra storage space. I just wanted to alleviate some of that concern.
Thank
Okay?
you.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Donna Rummel, Inverness. Sometimes when I'm driving up Walmart, I see puppies $300 to $1,000. I want to know how much breeders are contributing because every animal in that shelter was bred. And I want to know that if you're enjoying the development in the county, I want to know if that's going to create more abandonments or is that going to have more adoptions? We shouldn't have abandonments. And I want to know who builds a house and doesn't know how many people are going to live there. And do you have a contingency if you're going to bring in 75 or 100 abused other little bodies? And I want to know what you were doing to legislate to prevent all this in the first place. Abandonment and abuse. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Anthus. I'm a resident of Citrus County, Florida. My address is exempt pursuant to Florida statute.
Welcome.
I'd like to just give you a little background about myself. I resided down in Pasco County for many years. I've been involved in government as well as private business. And I have to tell you today, it just took a little while for us to get going here to get to a vote. But sometimes we have to abandon analysis paralysis and move forward with those difficult decisions. And thank you for the vote today, or the acceptance. I came to know the people at the animal shelter when the virus came from China and the COVID crisis hit. There was a public plea to please come and help us get animals out of the shelter. I went that day and I ended up taking home one of the animals that was a problem animal. His name was Bubba. He's a pit bull terrier. He had been adopted, brought back numerous times. I've traced it back 5 times, I believe. Also with Hillsborough County, he was there for a while. Since then, he found his forever home with me. It's a perfect fit for us. We've been, as part of the program that the people at Citrus County, your director and your veterinary staff have created, Bubba helped them to get recognized and get chosen for an award for retention, being able to put people together. They are an award-winning staff. These people do fantastic things. We may not agree on what the building looks like or how it's, featured, but let's agree that we have a good staff and we have an agenda, and the people have spoken. They want an animal shelter. They've given us $3 million so far or thereabout, and they're willing to give more. So I just would like to thank Ms. Yarborough, thank Dr. Milo for all that they do. I'd like for us also maybe even to think about going a little deeper in the pocket if it's possible. I understand it's difficult times, but one of the things that we haven't included in this is an emergency generator. And when the power goes out, that is something that is really beneficial for them to have. So thank you very much and appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Is this a regular open for the public? Or
Yes,
just
sir,
about
it
the-
is.
it's a
Welcome.
regular one. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. Happy New Year, everybody. Kind of. Sorry to keep beating a dead horse, but I'm not going to stop till we get this problem fixed. And one of the things is Trump won over 85% of the counties in this election, and the message was really clear. The woke agenda is dead. But this is a war. If you haven't noticed, they tried to assassinate him twice. Okay? So I would say it's a pretty good indication that we are at a literal war. But we still have to bring that mandate down to the county level. Let me start with the fact that we are lied to by our county commissioners. We got over 1,000 petition signatures against the queer garbage in our library, but Commissioner Davis sat up there and told us that she had way more people than that telling her that they support it. So I FOIA'd her emails. Okay, that evidence wasn't in the emails. So I contacted her and I says, hey, listen, I'll put up $500, you put up $500. Whoever can prove they got the most support, we'll give that to our favorite charity, right? I never heard anything back because she knows she's lying about it. And imagine this. You go out for the evening and you come home, and when you come back, you hear your babysitter's reading aloud to your kids from a recently gotten library book. All my friends with vaginas look beautiful. They got everything they wanted. It would be so great if I got my surgery to get my vagina. I would live life to the fullest. From Beyond Magenta. It kind of reminds you of Thoreau, doesn't it? Pretty deep stuff. Or how about interested parties may contact me to discuss arrangements for anal butt sex or bee jobs.
Excuse me.
This is in the library books
It
that you
might
provide
be.
for children.
It might be.
If it offends you, maybe you should take
I'm
them out of
not
the library.
offended. Sir, I am
Okay.
not offended.
No,
But
good.
I'm going
Well,
to
let me
tell you
continue
what,
then.
you're doing your prime time.
My prime time?
You're doing your prime time on live feed for television. And I don't think that if our other families are studying at home, I really don't think that's what they need to hear. It's exactly what you're preaching.
Take it
It's exactly what you're
as my freedom of
preaching,
speech,
preaching
and it's in your
against.
library books that you're paying for with my taxes.
It is not in our children's department.
If you don't like it, get it out of the library, okay? And it says that ladies need not apply. That's kind of an Emerson sort of quote there, isn't it? Anyway. Sexualizing children is what pedophiles do, okay? So I want to ask Adam Chang, what is your reason for providing these books for our children? How is it possible that you guys let the guy who buys these perverted books, when there's a complaint about them, that you let him decide whether to keep them or not? Doesn't make any sense. That's the Fox Garden of Hen House.
Thank you.
Well, you took my time arguing.
Yes, I did.
No, you took time arguing.
Sir, I'm really not gonna get into this right now, so.
Oh, this
You
is
have to
just
go.
wonderful. What a bunch of clowns.
Come on, sir.
Really, it's a
No.
clown show.
Next, please. He's fine to stay if he wants to sit down. He can stay. He can stay.
Not really.
Gil, if you'd like to stay, please sit down. Please go ahead, Bob. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is very interesting. I have to say, unfortunately, I haven't been here in a couple of years. I've been in this county 46 years, had a business and retired a year and a half ago. And I'm very involved with a lot of different organizations, and like the Chamber, I've been there 45 years. My main thing today is I agree with you 1,000% that people have to understand everything costs money. This is the worst time to bring this up is because of the economy, inflation, so on and so forth. And we all know that we need to get these roads fixed. I'm very glad for the presentation you had on what that penny sales tax can do. It's not only roads, infrastructure, parks, drainage, you've got a broad variety of things that you can do with it. So I would like to say to the people of Citrus County, now is the time to sit down and look in the mirror and say, this has got to be done. You don't have a choice. And going back to your conversations with 24 million, I think the tax was, is to make an allotment of maybe 25%. I'm just off the cuff, you know, because you got so many projects to do. If you said that, okay, we're going to put 25% of that money for roads every year, and then the rest can be distributed. And naturally, we need a little flexibility if you have to make some adjustments. But I'm totally in favor of this because in 46 years, I know this has been brought up at least 4 times. And like you said, this is like a dead horse. It's because nobody wants to spend the money. But everything we know that gets done, and I've been in a lot of different other organizations, what it was back just 5 years ago, it's doubled in price. I'll give you one. One is my church. We're doing a kitchen reservation, and it's doubled in price in 3 and 4 years. And just look at what inflation has done in the last 3 or 4 years. Everything just costs money. And people have to say, you know what, you want to get things done, but it costs money. You can't be taking all this money ad valorem taxes. And I'm not sure how that all works, but you know what I'm saying. So I just wanted to come here and say that's what we need to do. And I think most of the people in the county, like you said, if they know that part of that money is going to be dedicated for servicing roads, that you'll be okay.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here. Happy New Year.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Bill Geffert. I live in Laurel Cherry Court in Homosassa. Been here since May of 19 and love it here, love the community. However, as a frustrated taxpayer, and I speak to a lot of people in the area, and there's a lot of people frustrated, and some of you brought up, trust issues and different things that are happening. When it comes to this 1% sales tax, and that's what it is, a sales tax. And I think some things that frustrate people is, like your board, several people have mentioned it, and even the local newspaper puts it in writing, which blows my mind. A penny tax. It's not a penny. It's 1%. Call it what it is. It almost sounds like you're trying to sell it to the taxpayers when you minimize it by using the language of, it's only a penny. Well, if it's only a penny, I'll prepay for everybody in the room if it's only a penny. Plus, again, back to trust issues. People just don't like the tendency when government starts a new income stream, a tax stream, whatever you want to call it. It like never goes away. I mean, it's pretty permanent. And I think that makes people uneasy. We even have the newspaper, and I think one of your members mention it, 25% of the people that aren't living here will help pay for this. Well, that's true, but 75% of the residents are going to pick up the tab, so it is a new tax. And it's almost like we're getting to the point with taxes that everything's becoming a la carte. Even your former sheriff tried to sneak in his budget on an a la carte deal of avoiding the millage rate. And you're seeing different things like that going on. So even if, this makes a lot of sense in terms of the sales tax, I think the way you got to educate the public is, call it adult language. It's not a penny. It's 1%. Show where it's going to go. And, that may still happen. But otherwise, I think the public's going to kill it. My opinion. Thank you.
Just out of curiosity, how much do you think it would cost you for that additional 1% in a year's time in your household?
I'm not sure what it would exactly cost. Bought a lot of cars in the last couple of years.
But if it would only cost you $50.
And you're getting the $50 because of the $5,000 limitation?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
All
you
right.
don't pay it on groceries. You don't pay it on prescriptions. You don't pay it.
I understand. But again, it's another tax. It's another income stream. And, if you have limitations on it, pass something with a limitation where the taxpayers see, A, where all the money's going, and B, it's not a blank check. And I think that's the thing that bugs people with blank checks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Terry Weber-Nellis, Inverness Villages 4. Commissioner Bays, a couple meetings ago, you had very strongly instructed Mr. Howard and the legal department to get the letter that was written concerning IV4 back from the FDLE and over to the AG. And you wanted them to look into it. You wanted them to call the FDLE. You wanted them to call the AG. And I wasn't able to make the last meeting, but Dr. Kubitschek was here, and she did ask for an update on the FDLE and the AG, and nobody, including our county commissioner, Holly Davis, answered that question. So I'm asking specifically, because the legal department has already dropped the ball once with IV4 when you voted to get outside legal counsel to help us. And then the legal department dropped the ball and never followed through on whatever paperwork needed to be done. So I would like specifics on what Mr. Howard has done and the legal department. And also, when a few homeowners and myself met with two commissioners, Mr. Howard and some other people, some other staff, I had given Mr. Howard a list of questions, And he asked me to give him 2 weeks because, of course, he's swamped with other things that he's dealing with the county. I've yet to get answers to those questions, and it's months later. So again, the Q&A that you have for IV4 on the webpage or wherever it is, isn't accurate because you're not answering our questions. So what you're portraying to the public about IV4 just isn't accurate. But my main question today is, please give us specifics, what staff has done to move this ball with the AG and the FDLE. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Janine Eady, and I'm also in Inverness Villages 4. We have been absent for a while, just taking care of some medical things. Wanted to make sure that you know our development is still there and we're still looking for some follow-up. We do pay taxes for many things on facilities and things that we don't have access to, and I understand it's for the whole county, but although we're not going on, well, maybe we are going back as far as it goes, but we're going on years also of coming to you, asking for some follow-up, asking for some questions, asking to be part of the solution, knowing that we are part of the solution also, and that we want to work with somebody to get something done because our houses can't sell. We've been told to do due diligence, and that now is, now people who are able to see the website and see the questions, see the FAQs, guess what? Houses aren't selling. We didn't have that option. So we bought knowing that we thought people were telling us the truth about when houses were in there, that people would be working together to get this completed. It's not done. And we want to be a part of the solution, and we'd love some follow-up, answers to questions, as Terry has said, any kind of follow-up and being a part of the solution. Thank you.
Quick question. Has anybody from FDLE interviewed you, talked to you?
No.
All right, thank you.
And we tried to call up there, but because we did not specifically put the letter in, Commissioner Davis sent things to the AG, then went to FDLE. They will not give us any answers because we did not do it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else to speak it open to the public? Going once, twice, closed.
Commissioner Bays, I have a question about IV4, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Did you ever speak to the FDLE investigator?
Not as of right this moment, I have not.
You schedule about an hour. It's a long briefing, but definitely get that briefing, and maybe you could find out and let us know, because the last time I talked to him was, how long ago was it, Madam Attorney? 2 months? It was before the holidays.
It was definitely before the holidays, but I'm not sure how long it was.
I want to say it was 2 months, possibly even 3, and he is not going to interview nearly all of the residents. He's only going to interview a portion of them that he believes would make the case. So.
All right, board, ready to get on with regular business?
Motion to approve E1, A through N.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kennard, a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public comment on E1, A through whatever that was, N? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Board comment?
Oh, I did ask for board comment.
I'm sorry. I was
I'm sorry, go ahead.
finding what I was looking
All right,
for.
go ahead.
Before we make that, I lost which one. I think it's E3, that the budget transfer. We had some additional information. I would like to talk about that. Can we pull that?
Sure.
This
Well, we'll
is
get to
only
it. This
E1.
is only E1.
This is only E1, A through N.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm
right.
so sorry. I was thinking
Listen,
it was
are
buried
you
in
in
there.
favor?
I am in favor. Let's get this done.
Do we
Thank
have a
you.
consensus of 5-0? You're messing up the flow.
Is it tomorrow yet?
All right, all those signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, E2.
Motion to approve E2, A and B.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any board comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E3.
I have a
Second.
motion by Commissioner Davis and a second.
Second.
Kennard? Did you have a comment?
Now's the right time. Thank you. We did get the email from, I believe, the Building Alliance, and talking about the crab board being able to do some of the things instead of paying $75,000 for a consultant. I have talked to staff about that, and I see where they were going with the consultant, but $75,000, I feel like should we not give them a chance to do what they say they can do first? Our advisory board is, I think, telling us that they can handle this.
Commissioner Barrick.
I agree with Commissioner Finnegan. We should be doing this in-house like we've done in the past. And $75,000 may seem like nothing to some people, but to me, $75,000 is a lot of money to be paying somebody out of house to do something we did in-house. So I agree 100% with what Commissioner Finnegan says and the suggestion from the crab board.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
I'm going to disagree with both of my colleagues. I did get the letter from the Builders Alliance and was headed in that direction until I had a great conversation with staff about the reason to go through a professional consultant at this point. We do this for our landfill fees. We do this for other fee structures to have something to fall back on and make sure that we're charging what we should be and not charging any more than we should be, to make sure that, that those expenses are captured by the building entity who's causing the expenses. A couple examples that were given was, one of them was an inspection where the inspector actually has to get in a vehicle and drive out to the construction site. That we may charge $50 for that. Is that capturing all of the related expenses to that? Maybe not. Maybe it's too much. Maybe it's not enough. But a roof expense, or a roof inspection, they do by photos. That's $50. And so does it cost $50 to look at it and go, you got 5 minutes, 10 minutes into it and go, nope, they did everything they need to. Maybe that inspection needs to be $10 or something like that. But going with a professional entity where this money is being paid out of the enterprise fund, to me, makes sense. And to have a group that specializes in this give us the fees.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I had that same great conversation. I'll give the same answer to you, Commissioner. The crab board, I believe, is business owners. So all the information that we're going to pay $75,000 to somebody, and we have to give them all that information. If you have your own business, we have a business, and, we'll have to look at a service call. All right, are we charging the right amount of money for the service call? Well, we have to know what gas costs and what we're paying the employee and, our parts involved. So we understand that. So our staff is going to give all the information to somebody. We have the information. The $75,000 consultant does not have the information. And if the crab board thinks that if they get all the information, they can figure that out, I'm not saying later down the road we don't revisit this, but if they are telling us as an advisory board, give us the information, we'll know what to do with it. And they probably know. They're in the industry. The consultant wouldn't be. The people, our advisory board knows, builders are complaining, this is completely unfair. This is what we really need to look at. Or we probably are losing money here. I'm saying save the money and give them a chance. Give them X amount of time to figure it out. And if staff's
Madam
like,
Chair.
this is a mess, come back to us. But you have a business. I mean, you know, if you're making a pop and it's not, you know, covering your bills, you're going to know what to do about that. I don't think you need a consultant to tell you that.
Madam Chair, can I respond?
You may, Commissioner Kennard.
The folks that we have on the crab board, no doubt are professionals. What the group that should be setting these moving forward are the bean counters. And that's exactly what these consultants do. Sometimes it takes, and I'm not a fan of using outside consultants, but sometimes it takes moving up to that level to make sure that we've got it right going forward. So I don't have an issue with it.
Commissioner Barrett.
One thing that you said something that made me, I shudder, okay? I don't know anybody else, but when I go out to do something, I don't go out to just one place. And I am sure that our inspectors from our esteemed group, they don't go out to inspect one house. They go out and they have a list and they go. So when we say we're charging $50 and that's not enough because of gas or whatever, I can't believe it. That'd be a falsehood, because you don't just go out and look at one place. And yeah, $50 to go out and look at one house is probably not enough currently. But the crab board people, they would also know if it's not enough. They have been doing the prices for years. They were in charge of setting these prices. So they have not been asked to set them for a few years. So now why aren't they being asked to set them? Because that was what they did. Why spend $75,000? It might be enterprise money, okay, so it's not tax dollars, but it's still $75,000 that the building department has and could use for something else. So that's why I think that, the $75,000 should not be misspent. Thank you.
Mr. Howard, can you please weigh in on this?
I'm going to support staff. I mean, I think we're going to have to agree to disagree. But I think you have to, with this circumstance, you need third-party expertise to actually look and analyze this, also to look at the region and things like that. So I'm going to support staff and stand with their recommendation to use a third party to do this. I think that crab board probably does amazing work. I've interacted with them on a variety of issues. I just feel that I support staff for this.
Madam Chair?
Just one moment, please. And Ms. Lynn, is there any legal reason or rationale behind this for legal defensible policy according to the statute or an administrative regulation? Can you guide us what this means to us?
Yes. So first of all, I reread, I was going to say Gaston, but I'm not sure who signed it. I'm sorry. I read the Building Alliance letter, and in discussions with staff and reviewing the role of the CRAB, they absolutely will get the recommendations from the consultant, and they will review them and make recommendations to this board. So they're not being cut out of the process. I had an opportunity to talk with some CRAB board members because of the most recent disaster, and I'll tell you the CRAB board members that I talked to they're very dedicated individuals, and I certainly wouldn't want them to think that we're shortchanging what they do, because they are very dedicated, and I'm looking forward to working with the CRAB members as we move forward from the damages from the storm. So maybe we should have reached out to them and let them know what was coming. But there was a recent change to the statute, and when I say recent, I'm going to say within the last 2 or 3 years, because I don't have the exact date for the change in the statute. But the statute is making the counties look at the budgets for these enterprise funds and determine with a 3-year look-back period the amount of reserves. And unfortunately, because our prior building official didn't have this type of baseline from a consultant who can look at the, the cost allocation, some soft costs and things like that. We don't have a good basis for the numbers that are being charged. So I believe that under the new statutory requirements that you need to at least set a baseline. This isn't something you're going to have to do, every year, maybe every few years, but I think you need to have a defensible baseline because of the new statutory requirement, and it will absolutely go to the CRAB for their review and recommendation after the consultant is done.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
I was very much in Commissioner Kennard's boat where I was not going to be in favor of this. However, because of talking to staff and so forth, it sounds like we really need to just clean up, tidy up, get everything going to this point. And just for the record, for those from the Building Alliance and the CRAB Board that are listening, love me some Gaston Hall. He's the one who started this by bringing it forward, I believe. And normally I would not, I respect him a lot, but behind the scenes, I just want you to know that Denise Lynn said the same doggone thing about the CRAB Board to me when no one was listening but just the two of us. So do have mad respect for the work that they do.
All right. Is there any public comment? Seeing none. Board, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Passes 3-2. Item E4, budget resolutions.
Motion to approve E4.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any board comment? Seeing none, is there any public comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0.
Motion to approve E5.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan. Second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any board comment? Seeing none, any public comment?
I'm having trouble getting to the backup in a timely manner since I'm digital. So this is unfortunate, but the little piece on the agenda says provide staff direction, not just a vote. Is there something in the recommendation that I can't see on E5 because I can't access my backup right now? Not this fast.
Mine doesn't say that.
This is a carry forward drug seizure. I think, didn't I read this?
This is the speed round, but sometimes we can get ahead of our skis.
Yeah, the Anti-Drug Coalition is requesting $7,398.72 for support.
Okay.
So that's what they're asking is
All right.
for us to approve that.
Then I'm good to go.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. E6, Northwest Quadrant Water Main Assessment.
Motion to approve E6.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any board comment? Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. E7, Water and Wastewater Agreement for Crystal Ridge Property Group, LLC, Phase 2.
Motion to approve E7.
We have a
Second.
motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any board comment? Any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries at this time. We're missing Commissioner Davis. E8,
Motion to approve E8.
we have a motion by Commissioner Kennard
Second.
and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any board comment? Any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries 4-0, or 4, 1 missing. E9,
Motion to approve E9.
Second.
we have a motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any board comment?
Chair, can I get clarification? Is that A and B?
A and B, please.
Kennard?
Yes.
Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 4-0 at the moment. E10.
Motion to, go ahead.
10 A and B both.
Second? Who second?
I'll second.
Okay. I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Any board comment? Any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That passes. E11.
Motion to approve E11.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any board comment? Any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. If you want to catch up Commissioner Davis for E7, E8, E9, and E10.
Aye for all.
E12, Small County Outreach Program Agreement.
Motion to approve E12.
A and B.
A and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any board comment?
Yeah, I think this is wonderful. We're gonna be getting SCOP money at the 75-25. This is a good use of county money. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I agree, this is a good use of county money. We're getting SCOP money for road resurfacing, and this is a 75 for the state and only 25 for the county. So this is a really good use of our money.
I have a comment. I need a Popka and Gobbler resurfaced before. I know, but not quick enough.
Call that an F.
26 and 27, but it's not fast enough.
I call that an F-bomb.
Find some money. All right, any public comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. E13,
Motion to approve E13.
A and B.
A and B, sorry.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any further board comment?
Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I know I'm not board comment, but we did discuss with staff, when they use the templates, they need to adjust the page numbering, and so
Okay, great.
just want to make sure we get that on the record.
Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. E14.
Motion to approve E14.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any board comment? Seeing none, is there any public comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E15, A, B, and C.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, and I have a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public, or board comment? Seeing none, is there any public comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. E16.
Motion to approve E16.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any board comment? Any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E17, A, B, C, and D.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any board comment? Any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Outstanding commission items.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
I will just go through the projects that have had some progress since the last time that we met, which there are quite a few. We're going to start with the landfill expansion, Phase 4A. The target completion date for that project has been extended from December 28th of last year to the 28th of this month. So we are expecting that we will be back on track shortly. That delay is due to a late arrival of electronic components for the pumps. but those components have arrived and been installed. So we're at 96, or I'm sorry, thinking of a different project, 84% complete for that. Core civic staffing is, as of the 3rd of this month, 65.32%. And for our road resurfacing, we have completed paving in District 3 for last fiscal year's road resurfacing budget. Shoulder work, sodding, and markings are currently in progress. And the next step for this year's road resurfacing would be to begin work in the remaining 4 districts. For the current year's road resurfacing budget, we are currently on track with our construction. We've issued the notice to proceed on the 13th of January for our fiscal year 25 road resurfacing contract. Road preparation is in progress. You may see that happening in Pine Ridge. And our next step would be to formally initiate the construction and paving process for that. So we expect that to be imminent. The pavement management system implementation is also on track. There was a kickoff meeting held on the 8th of January. I believe Mr. Howard may have some more information on that he might want to share today, or if not, we'll have the vendor here on the 21st to present as well.
They are boots on the ground. Actually, I talked to them this morning early, so they're crisscrossing the county doing their assessments. They're telling me they're about 40% complete now. They think they'll be here about 2 weeks, which is really good news having that data, and we'll continue to roll that into that program, but that's good news. They've hit 2025 very aggressively.
Yes, well ahead of the schedule that I had in my system for them, so we're excited to see that. SCOP resurfacing, Duncan Field, that was the 96% complete that I was thinking of. We're on the finish line for that. The contractor is currently doing road profiling, and the paving on that, which is the final step, will resume on the 15th, so tomorrow. Once the paving is down, they'll do their marking and all the final closeout for that project, and we should see the construction cease on Duncan Field. Have a much easier drive. Sale of Betts Farm, last time I spoke with you, I said that we were looking at the 1/16 PDC date. That has been moved. It's been pulled from that agenda based on an extension requested by the applicant. So while we don't have an upcoming PDC date set, based on the dates that I'm seeing Growth Management put out, we're looking at potentially an April hearing if we get the documentation we need from the applicant. And then finally, we have the Crystal River Connector Trail between Three Sister Springs and LaGrone Park. That was slightly off track, mostly because of the hurricane recovery in that area, but it is on track as of today. We've identified the funding source, and we will be initiating the procurement process for a design consultant off of our continuing services list as soon as possible.
What's the funding source?
That funding source is general CIP, and then a prior board voted to move $400,000 from another multi-use path project to this project. So that is also there. We have more funding on hand than we need for design, but we do not currently have the total needed for construction.
What are we short?
I will have to get back to you on that, but I certainly can.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
When this project was first brought forward, at the time, I believe we had asked the TDC for some money. I can't recall what the dollar figure amount was. And I don't recall if the TDC had approved it, but the city of Crystal River was also going to participate in the cost of the construction. The deal was that DOT, ideally, for those paying attention, ideally what we want to do is get to 486, get to the intersection there to connect with that multi-purpose path. And the deal from DOT was you get to LaGrone Park and then they would tackle the lion's share, because at that time, I believe the second phase of that project was about $6 million. But like I said, I know the TDC talked about it. I don't recall if they ever got to approving it or not. And then the city of Crystal River was going to participate as well in it. And then Commissioner Kitchen brought forward the idea of changing that money over to the Fort Island Trail multi-purpose path. So we went along with that. We were trying to get that done through the legislature. Unfortunately, the governor vetoed that project. So that's where this little pot of money right now is coming from, to go back to trying to get us to LaGrone Park. Just a little history.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, can I ask her a question?
Sure.
I'd like to know, because I have people calling me, how are you doing on the Beverly Hills pickleball court? And when is it going to start being constructed?
That is an excellent question, and of course, I don't have my phone up here with me, but I know that that's imminent. February 14th, 10th. Okay, so
Oh.
an early Valentine's Day gift. We should begin to see construction.
Okay,
And we
because
should
it
see
was
the
supposed to
fences
be,
coming down.
it's got signs that say coming soon since July.
I do have the vendor's timeline straight from the vendor, so you are correct. There has been some delay in getting those timelines from that vendor, but what I can say is once you see the fences around those go down, you'll know that they're going to be there very soon. And according to our community services department, that you should see that this month.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
Was
And
that
that's
it?
all I've got. Yes,
Okay.
Unless you have any other questions for me.
Board members, you have any other questions? All right, thank you, Veronica. Mr. Howard.
I'll have Aaron come forward, please, to talk about this next item.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair. This is the yearly presentation and approval of the budget hearing dates. So you'll see there is what we have as the presentation March 11th. That's where we come to you for budget guidance. And we go over, what happened last year, what you're looking for this year. Then we have the Library Special District preliminary budget hearing, as well as the Fire Protection Special District preliminary budget hearing. Those are both on Wednesday, July 23rd, and that would be followed by the board's preliminary budget hearing on the same day at 9. Then we have 2 tentative budget hearing dates. Those are both required to be after 5:01. The first would be September 11th, and the second would be September 23rd.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Erin, I just wanted to double check with you. I'd asked Steve and I didn't get an answer back. Normally, we have the first budget that's in March, the same day as our board meeting, which is the day before what you have listed here. Is that a mistake, or is there a reason that we pushed it off to Wednesday morning instead of Tuesday morning?
The one I see in March is on Tuesday, the 11th. Are you talking about July 23rd on Wednesday?
Library, oh, I'm sorry, yes. Wednesday, July 23rd. I believe we have a board meeting Tuesday, July 22nd.
So the reason we normally do it on Wednesday is because historically we have had some of those preliminary budget hearings go past 1. So our concern is if we start and we don't finish by noon or 1 o'clock, then you're going into your normal meeting. So we would have to basically recess and then come back.
Understood. Before I put it on my calendar, I wanted to make sure that it wasn't a typo. Thank you.
Of course.
Good explanation.
So I've brought this up several times in the past, but I know that there's something in our statutes that says we can request our constitutional officers to provide us their budgets by May 1 versus June 1.
Yes, I actually spoke to our legal department and I heard back and they said that we would have to the board would have to pass a resolution stating that those budgets would be due May 1st versus June 1st. So I'm sorry, I meant to update you yesterday. I got that.
And to me, it just makes more sense. We're crunching all of this together, and I feel like last year, I do not want a repeat of budget discussions from last year. I think if we're going to do this, I know there's dates that we can only do certain things, but honestly, I got to tell you, I would like to have quarterly budget updates, and I brought this up recently. I know we went through storms. What else did we have? We had the storms. We had some anticipated expenses with IT. We have a new sheriff. I would like to hear from him what his needs might be early on, since he's just getting the opportunity to make an evaluation. But I think, I mean, and we're talking about big projects today. I mean, I would like to know, I mean, what's our bonding capacity? What are we committed to? What's our road resurfacing look like? What does it look like to be able, the possibility to reduce the millage? What are we anticipating in collections? I mean, I would like to know some of these things long before June and July.
So we're actually going to, on one of the March meetings, we'll have the quarterly financials. We used to do a quarterly financial report years ago. So we'll start doing again, putting it on a board meeting for you all to review that and look at it. We are currently working on a presentation. Hopefully that will be in February prior to us coming to you in March regarding the projects that we currently have in the CIP. We've also asked departments for future projects, so projects you'll see show up in the CIP for this coming year, as well as projects that are 6 to 10 years out, as well as what those funding sources are, so how they're currently being funded, if they are, or the funding source they're currently looking at. So you can see how they are being funded, or if they're unfunded, what you would be looking at having to fund towards the future. So we're going to try to bring that in February. So when we come to you in March, you know what your CIP will look like. You know what kind of projects you're looking for. And then we can talk about, as far as the millage rate, reducing the millage rate, if we're going to, we have some other things we need to discuss as far as road resurfacing. Like, are we going to continue to increase that funding? What are we going to do about grant match? Are we going to continue to increase that? So we do have some of those that will be in the presentation to just kind of see where we are, so that when we come to you in March, we know which way, which way we need to have that presentation, as far as, are we looking for departments to try to cut their budgets? Are you looking to have fewer projects, or are looking to fund current projects at a lesser amount? So hopefully, like I said, that'll be in February, and the quarterly financial will be in March. So you'll see what that looks like. Generally, the first quarter of the year, which is what you'll be seeing, it usually, knock on wood, looks really good, because that's when everyone's paying their property tax. So the revenues coming in are always going to be really good, and your expenses are always going to look lower, because we're in the first quarter of the year. So, you're looking at the first 25-ish% of your expenses. So if you have any questions about that, when you get it, you can definitely let us know. We kind of put in there, some of like the high, highlights. We'll look at the different departments, let you know where they are as far as their budget for the year. Some of the departments, I think, like forestry, we make one payment to them to the year. So when you get that first report, it's going to show them at 100% usage of their budget, because they only get one payment at the very beginning of the year. So some of that is in there just to kind of explain what's happening.
Okay.
I think we're also working on a 5-year strategic financial plan, which I think you had the kickoff meeting, or I don't know if you've had it yet, or you're having
The kickoff meeting is this week.
this week. So that's something the board approved. So that's going to kind of come right along with all that as well.
And then we'll move towards 2-year budgets?
Correct. Well, I'd love to have it. How I feel.
Yes, and then will we be having discussions with the sheriff's department to get a sense of what he's been able to garner out of with his new election, and see what he might anticipate?
So the previous few years, we've done a separate kind of presentation to the board specifically for the constitutional officers, and we've invited them to come and kind of present their budget and what they're looking for. However, generally that doesn't take place till June, because they're turning in their budgets June 1st. So if you wanted something prior to that, we would have to schedule that.
I just think we just need to have a short and sweet little update, just to say we feel like we're on track or we're way off track. I mean, that's, I guess, what I'm looking for. I don't want to get into June or July and then we got a bunch of surprises.
Yeah,
I just want to know that they've analyzed their budget. They get a sense that they're on track, or if they're going to come to us with some significant
Yeah,
requests.
I've already started having discussions, so as of Friday, I had some good discussions with the sheriff last Friday, and we're gonna continue to strengthen that relationship, so I'm confident we'll have a good report for the board as we continue to move forward, but the key is unifying and working together closely.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Kennard.
As far as getting the constitutional's budgets by May 1st, I think is a great idea. I'd like to see that happen. But perhaps out of a courtesy to them this year, it should be a request, and that this is the direction we're going for next year, so that they've got, 6 months, 8 months, whatever length of time they need to plan that so that they can bring it in for a landing on May 1st. And the sheriff, due to, unfortunately, the last occupant of the office, our sheriff has only had the keys to the building for 6 days.
I understand.
So I would like to see us put it in his ear that, at some point, once you get to it, sooner is better, but on your timing, get us an update, so.
All I'm trying to say is I don't want him to feel like I'm under pressure, but I also want him to feel like, listen, I was left with a mess and I got to dig myself out of it.
Yeah.
I just want that open dialogue, that open communication, so that if we have to do something, we're more prepared sooner rather than later. So that's all I'm trying to get at.
I feel confident we'll be there.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Barrick.
I'd like to see a quarterly report, the financial one that she was talking about. Because I really think.
You're
sorry. I would like to see a quarterly report, like you had suggested. And I think, you do a quarterly report anyhow. How hard would it be to give copies to the commissioners? The other thing is, I think we should be moving it up to May the 1st, so that there is time. And maybe Commissioner Kennard is right. This year we say, we're asking you this year, if possible, to send it to us for May the 1st. If not, starting in 2026, it'll be due May the 1st, so that, this way, there is time. Because it is not a one-page report.
I completely concur. I've just been asking for this for almost 2 years. That's the only reason I'm bringing it up.
Do you need a motion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis.
the Sheriff's Office Finance guy is in the audience.
I don't think he's prepared to speak, and I don't want to put him on the hook. I think it's just something that we need to have a general conversation
If you didn't notice,
about.
I just wanted to point it out.
I did not want to put him on the hook. Chair, yes.
Sorry. If you wanted to, you could request that the resolution, that's the only statutory authority you have to require it before June is the resolution. So if you wanted to do a resolution now saying that May 1st of 2026, they would be due, then everyone would know it's coming. Or not, just putting that out there.
Can we do that off agenda, or do we need to?
Just direct staff to bring back a resolution effective May 1, 2026, if that's your desire.
That would be my desire if I have consensus from the board.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Consensus,
Yes.
but I like the idea of asking them to have it this May.
Yes. We'll have the resolution for 2026, but if they can do it this year, that would be great.
So we do send a budget letter to them every year, to the constitutional officers in March. So when we send that letter out, we can let them know this is coming, and if you can, please provide.
Well, maybe we could send it ahead of March, so it gives them more time to prepare.
Well, we wait till March till we come to you for guidance. So the guidance you give us is the same guidance we provide.
All right.
To them.
Very good. Thank you. Are we on I?
Yeah, motion on the.
Yes, I. Tourist Development Council appointments.
Chair,
Did we vote
was
on?
there a vote going to be made on that item?
I think it was just direct staff to bring it back to vote on. It was just a
No,
consensus.
G1 is the dates.
She presented the dates.
Oh, right. What's that?
Yeah, motion to
Oh,
approve
I'm
G1.
sorry. Okay.
We don't even have a
G1.
motion, do we?
I need a motion.
I just said, motion to approve G1.
Second.
Okay. Whew. David, we got a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, now we can go on to aye.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I don't want to, we've got to expedite to get through, so I don't want to get too far in the weeds in this, but I am, as chair of the TDC, I am in a very difficult position of having two ridiculously outstanding members that one seeks reappointment and one new one to take the current board member. It's Max Schulman and Tiffany Wiggins. If I'm about 50-50 on both of them, so.
Well, I'll help you out. I'll nominate Max Schulman to stay.
Awesome, and I'll second it, thank you. It was
And
about.
I'll make a motion to reappoint Michael Shoemaker and Lou Ann Jacobs-Wilcutt.
Super, thank you.
How's that? And I love Tiffany Wiggins. That's not it. I just feel like we need some east-west side representation.
It's not only that, but he's working on the bike trails and all that. He's been an outstanding board member. However, Tiffany brings all the Marriott experience, et cetera, et cetera. So I personally already begged her. I said, if you're not put on the board, please come to the meetings and speak it open to the public for our meetings. So
Great.
she agreed that she would do that because I want both of them actually. So
There's no, we don't have to vote on this?
yeah, we
Okay,
do.
it's not
Yes,
on
you
my
do.
thing.
It's not, but we need
Oh,
to.
yes, we're gonna take a vote on this. So, I made the motion and I think you seconded it, right, Holly?
Yep. Yes.
So there was a motion by Bates and a second by Davis. Is there any board comment? Seeing none, is there any public comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Ms. Holly, do you have anything?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Kennard,
Nothing.
Commissioner Barrick,
No.
Commissioner Finnegan.
No, just want to thank you and Commissioner Kennard for coming out to Homosassa and supporting the Homosassa River Alliance, just being there and listening. I know that they were very thankful, so nice to see you both there.
Great information.
Oh, and while we're at it, I totally, for some reason, it didn't alert on my calendar, and by the time I got the alert, there was no way I was going to make it. I intended to be there. I don't know what happened. I've had
You
a
weren't?
couple of calendar
You weren't
mishaps
there?
lately.
All right, moving on. N1, the Value Adjustment Board, it requires a motion and a second by the board to vote on. And I think, don't you have the Value Adjustment Board?
Yes, so what
we're-
happened was state statute, so they nominated me chair, but it has to actually be approved by this board. You all decide who is the chair.
Madam Chair?
She does a phenomenal job.
I'd like to
Second that.
make a motion that Diana Finnegan be the chair of the Value Adjustment Board for
Second.
25.
We have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Into Medical Examiner Board, Building Project, Commissioner Davis, take us away. Make it short and sweet.
I wrote all this out to the attorney, so it's a matter of public record. I'm just going to read this. Essentially, I would recommend that the same metric, which is population share that governs our contribution to the ME's office every year, govern both compensating of Marion in the near term and proceeds back to the counties from disbursement of the property acquired in the ME's behalf. This is assuming, to back up a second, this is assuming that we have one or two counties departing, okay? We may not have any counties departing, in which case it is kumbaya, ship sailing forward.
Soap opera.
It is total, you cannot make this stuff up. It has been an awesome board to chair up until this moment. So we have three choices. One, there's no change because all six stay in. One is one departs, and that would more likely be Seminole than Lake, because Seminole was an add-on to our district. If Seminole, so to back up to reading this, should Marion decide to use the property, right, because they've already obtained property for the morgue, or otherwise want to hold on to it, which is unlikely, that portion would be deducted, okay, from what the other 5 counties owe. If we go forward with or without Seminole, it becomes rather moot. Our share going forward goes up a bit without Seminole in the mix. If Lake drops out, the project is scuttled altogether, and we've wasted an enormous amount of time and money, which makes me very cranky. Marion owns the current vastly outgrown facility, which is ironically in Lake County. If Lake pulls out, unlikely, we'll just simply stay there. And so that's it, other than a little bit of add-on about my disgust with certain commissioners.
Madam Chair.
It's just basically that it governs whatever money we have to do is just governed by population share, which is exactly what we pay right now. And
My
give
only
me the
my only
authority to do
concern
that.
is if your one, is it Seminole wants to
Uh-huh.
pull out?
Mhm.
If they pull out, part of this was this came about because of them, so they have no skin in the game in this?
Oh, they do. That's the point, is that my motion, if this was at that meeting, is that we each have to pay equally into the amounts charged so far that have been expended so far, and that doggone well includes Seminole.
Okay, all right,
Okay?
that's what I want, that's
Yeah,
what
it
I was trying,
absolutely
okay,
includes
all right,
Seminole,
gotcha.
and then from this point forward, we're gonna be splitting it 5 ways instead of 6 ways.
Gotcha, okay. Commissioner Finnegan.
Point of clarification, when I read the backup material, I believe it said that if a new facility is built, then the one in Lake reverts back to Lake County?
No.
Did I?
No, if, the only way we would be staying in that building is if Lake and Seminole both pull out, and no, it doesn't revert back to Lake, because we'll keep it, and we're gonna keep using it for 4 other counties that aren't Lake, which would be kind of ironic, but I sincerely doubt, having taken the temperature of what's going on in a very legal, non-sunshiny way, and meaning commissioners that are not on the medical examiner board nor not going to be on the medical examiner board, I don't believe Lake's going to pull out.
Well, and that was the other thing, we got backup information, and it looked like everyone had signed, but not about signing for the building, and I assume that, if they've signed for the building, that the counties collectively are not going to allow Lake or Seminole just to pull out without paying anything.
No, we would not, that's, I'm not sure how that's in conflict with what I already said. My recommendation, y'all need to tell me what you want me to do as the representative of this board. What I am suggesting is that up until this point, all the expenditures are split 6 ways by population, okay? Not 6 equal portions, but by population, the same thing that governs what we pay into for services. So then.
And then if they pull out, then you go back to.
So that's a reconciliation at that point, and if it's 2 of them paying in, then the 4 of us have to pay in, and we're not getting a new facility, okay? But obviously the land was a lion's share of that, and Marion County will sell it, and then it'll come back to us. It's all reconciliation from a fairness perspective.
Madam
I
Chair,
like that, yes.
my suggestion would be Commissioner Davis has been there for every word of this saga and has reported back to us on a regular basis what's going on. I would suggest that if you've got an idea for a motion, make the motion.
I may need the attorney's help with this.
Well, I
but
don't think
it's-
we have a motion, I think it's just a consensus to give her direction to go forward.
Okay? Commissioner Davis, lead the way.
Madam Attorney? Is it a motion or a consensus?
No, a consensus at this point. They're just asking for, excuse me, the board is going to meet again, and the lawyers for each of the counties, we have a conference call scheduled. So this, at this point, is just getting consensus from Citrus County, what Citrus County would like to see happen. And with the consensus, I will be stating on the call with the lawyers what you all have decided, and then when Commissioner Davis goes to the next meeting, she will know what Citrus County wants to do, and then hopefully the board will take all that and have a resolution.
Madam Chair? Yes. I agree, Commissioner Davis, that we'll want to follow your lead, but I just wanted my question
Of
to
course.
you because it wasn't adding up. On our backup material, page 1267, and it looks like the point is C. Upon the completion of the new medical examiner facility,
Marion will execute a deed conveying the Leesburg facility back to Lake.
Yes, that's always been planned all along. That's assuming that we are going to construct a new facility. If Lake pulls out, there's no need to construct a new facility because we have 6 counties, all of them are growing in population, and the current facility cannot be expanded. It has got too tight of a footprint, and but the moment 1/3 of our population pulls out, we can live in that building for a while longer. So.
Thank you for the
Yeah.
clarification.
I got it.
Commissioner Barrett,
Maybe I'm wrong,
make it quick.
but section
We're like-
24 says termination. Okay, any party may terminate this agreement for convenience or otherwise upon an 18-month written notice. Is that why they're asking for a consensus, that we don't give them the 18-month written notice, that we allow them to just pull out?
May I?
Yes,
Madam Chair. So there's 2 issues. There's the interlocal agreement, and that's the overall agreement that provides for the service. But then there's the building the new facility. So Marion County has been taking the lead on getting that facility built. So Marion County is asking each of the counties for their position on how Marion County should handle the situation since Seminole and Lake appeared, past tense, because I think things have changed, but they appeared at one point in time to want to pull out. So if they wanted to pull out of the agreement for services, that would be an 18-month notice requirement. But right now, we're simply dealing with the facility. And yes, Seminole County has got to give 18 months notice, so maybe they have 18 months to go build their own facility. If they want to
So-
pull out of the interlocal agreement.
So Denise, can you craft what, for Commissioner Davis, legally what we need to say for the consensus?
I believe that what the commissioner is suggesting is that if Lake and Seminole if any county wants to pull out of the construction of the building, they need to apportion costs that have been expended so far on a population basis.
That's it. If I have consensus of the board that that's what we can do, I'll go forward. I have been on the board 4 years. Yes, I've been there for every non-dramatic meeting there is, and this was the first one that was a drama-llama.
You have my consensus.
Thank you.
Commissioner
Got my
Finnegan.
consensus.
Yes.
Chair,
Yes.
can I confirm, is it the same consensus that was in the backup? Would you like me to read into the record exactly how it stated in the backup?
Sure.
No, I think
Oh, is
just the way we just said it.
Just, okay. Please.
That I have board backing to promote the idea of.
I understand. I just wanted to make sure I had it worded.
Population is
All right,
how we
we're going to go down the
apportion it.
line. Commissioner Davis, consensus?
Yes.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Yes.
Commissioner Barrick?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennard?
Yes.
Commissioner Bays, yes. All right. Moving on. Legislative appropriations. I had asked for a presentation on these, and so since James is out sick, I'm most interested in a presentation on the barge canal. So can either Walt or Carl or somebody come up and talk about this barge canal? Boat ramp.
Yes, I think Walt is in the audience. Or Carl.
And by the way, thank you, board, for your trust. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Carl Hall, Interim Public Works Director. So we're here to answer any questions you have. I also brought Walt, who's been involved in this for a lot more years than I have, in case there's any details I don't understand or know.
I'd like details. I would like, there has been no presentation to the public, so I would like details about what this means, what phase, what we're asking for, what it means. I mean, give us the Monty.
Okay, so as far as the screen shows, the request for the county is $7,260,548 to fund the construction of Phase 1 of the Barge Canal Boat Ramp project. Now, Phase 1 would consist of very little parking other than some gravel. It would construct the road coming in, but also have ADA facilities there for parking and access to the boat ramp. There would be no restrooms. The restrooms would have to be provided as portalets at that time. Also, it would be the construction of everything it would take right along the water's edge to implement every one of the boat ramps. But on phase one, only 3 would be operational.
When did this project start?
We have a permitting.
The book I have in my office started in 2010.
We have to get permits from the county and from DOT. Those would be fairly quick turnaround, and then put the project on. Sorry. We would need to secure permits from the county permitting, as well as DOT will be connecting and doing work out by the by State Road 419, US 19. But after that, it'd be a very quick turnaround. We have our permits now. Army Corps is in. We can put it out to bid, so fairly quick turnaround on that.
And tell me what this project looks like at completion.
Well, completion as far as phase one?
No.
No, oh, as far as the full build?
Mm-hmm.
A full build, well, again, it's the entire ramp. Ultimately, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
20.
Ultimately, there would be 11 gangways. But for the full build that we originally laid out for pricing, we were only going to be doing 5 with future expansion. So it would be the full ramp, 5 gangways, parking.
Do a comparison, what phase one gets and what it looks like at full build up.
Phase one, you would get the full ramp.
You only get one boat, one.
You get 3 gangways.
Okay.
Instead of 5. You would get no true improved parking except for handicap. The parking would be unimproved. The aisles would be paved. Stormwater would be just for the phase one instead of the entire project. There'd be no restroom facilities. There would be some, yes, there would be some on-site lighting, but only for the portion, not the entire project. It's a skinny down version of the full build.
I know, but I want to know what the full build looks like.
A full build, again, is the entire ramp, 5 gangways, parking for the entire project, the entire stormwater system be constructed.
How many parking spots on for each?
Let's see. Well, again, phase one, there's no real improved parking.
Other than the 4 handicap.
Yeah, there's essentially 18 regular spaces, 6 ADA, a 56 boat, and 4 ADA boat. That's in phase one. The full build, there's 57 regular spaces, again, 6 ADA, 241 boat trailer parking spaces, 4 ADA boat trailer spaces.
So like 306 or 8, something like that.
The Delta?
And we have bathrooms, we have
Not in phase one.
complete.
Complete, yes.
Yes, complete, yes. Yep.
And you have pavilions?
Yes, yep, picnic benches, a couple of pavilions, lighting for the entire site.
And the cost is?
The full build, we had an estimate done back when we did the original layout, but we've just recently updated it. The full build is coming in at about $20,173,000 for the full build.
And the phase one that we talked about is $11,180,000, as the
Correct.
screen shows.
Correct.
I bring this up because this was not presented in our workshop. And as I got to looking at this, again, I'm going back to what I said earlier today, we never score a touchdown. So for $11,180,000, we're gonna basically get 3 gangways, no improved parking, about 60 boat slips, no restrooms, no pavilions, no nothing. We can turn around and for $20 million, instead of asking the state for $7.2 million, we can ask them for a $10 million allocation. We can use our restore money. When you go to the legislature, all the House members want to see a 50% match for consideration, if you want to have favorable consideration. So we use our local funding options there as our match. And we go out, and if we're serious about this, then we'd be on the hook and go bond $6-7 million for the difference, and we do a project. Because what we're telling private investors is we're not all that sold on it, so we don't know why you would want to go make an investment either.
I'll second.
I'm serious. I am dead serious. I am tired of starting projects. I can tell you, this project has been on the books since 2011, and it started out at about $3.5 million. And this is where we're at today because we keep kicking the can. It's exactly what I said earlier. So if we're going to do it and you want my support, we're going to ask for $10 million, and then we're going to bond the rest, and we're going to do a project, and we're going to have it done.
I'm on board.
Yeah, there's one other item that's important with dates that Walt just brought to my attention. He'll bring it up with DEP in our timeline that we have also.
This may be new for some of the board members, but existing folks have made just a reminder. We don't own the land that the boat ramp is on. It's a lease through DEP. And part of the lease agreement is if we don't have a boat ramp open to the public by 2029, then we will not be eligible to get the 40-year extension of the lease.
All the more reason.
And I think we bond the launch fee for that ramp to pay for any borrowed money.
Well, I can tell you in my homework, let's see, where is that at?
Just for that launch fee, not the other launches that money's accumulating to improve existing ramps.
I'll have to go back here and find it. I probably can't put my hands on it at the moment, but I will tell you that this was done in it was over in Cape Canaveral somewhere. Anyway, they went out, and I don't know where if this is still available, but there was Florida Inland Navigational District that they received money, and this was like in 2015, I believe. They got $3 million. So I don't know if there's additional monies out there, but I think this is things that we can look into, but I'm ready to do projects. I'm tired. I want them done.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I have some things to say, but I have just a clarification question first. So phase 1 is how many ramps?
It's actually building all of the ramps.
All of the ramps.
But only 3 would be usable at that time.
Okay, so we use 3 ramps, and there's no real parking except for the handicap, but how many people could use it, like boats parking their trailers in phase 1?
There'd be 18 regular parking spaces, 6 ADA car spaces, 56 boat trailer, and 4 ADA boat trailer.
So I understand what you're saying. Phase 1 does get us there. We get our ramps opened. We can get the extended lease. I understand about finishing projects, but this is bad governance. I cannot commit an extra $13 million on the fly when it's not an agenda item. So for us to change the legislative ask after the board has already asked, because we're not going to have a phase 1, we're going to do the whole project, the public doesn't know this is on the agenda. I'm sorry, I can't do that. To me, that's bad governance.
This is we're asking the legislature to do appropriations of $10 million versus 7.2. We haven't done anything else. This is strictly just changing our appropriation request. Well, and Commissioner Finnegan, to your very point, what you're saying, this is a whole book. I'd be happy for you to share it with you. This program started when I was a commissioner back in 2010. And it went from being 3 million in 2022, it was a little over 15 million, and they're adding a 3% escalator clause to every year we go past it. This is exactly why I'm asking for a full project. It makes no sense that you're going to end up with $11 million investment up there when you're, because what you really want at the end of the day, you really want to attract a dry storage marina facility to go up there and make an investment. That is what we did years ago, and there was lots of interest.
I understand.
And that's the reason I want to go forward, because I think if you build this, you'll eventually have somebody. Right now, what's going to happen if we do it in a short phase, what they've proposed, you're going to have everybody from Levy County, Alachua County, Marion County, and they're going to come in, they're going to take every boat space there. And our residents are not going to get the benefit of it. And the second thing that's going to happen is all the gas and all the supplies and everything is going to go to Levy County, right across the line right there, because we don't have anything to offer. This is a commitment. This is a commitment to private investment to come to our county and do business, because we're sending a message to say we are in business, we are open, and we want you here. If we keep punting, it costs us more, just like the animal shelter, and we get no benefit out of it. This gives us a benefit. This gives us a leading edge. This would be cutting edge for Citrus County to say, we're committed. If we're gonna do things, we should be all in or not do it.
Madam Chair, respectfully, if I could just finish?
Sure.
I have the floor, thank you. I agree with everything that you're saying, but if we change, which it's not on our agenda to change it, we had a whole meeting open to the public where they knew what we were doing. Again, I just personally feel like that's bad governance, but by saying we're gonna do the whole project, we're not only just changing the ask, we're committing ourselves to bond a lot of money, and that's not on the agenda. The public doesn't understand that. So more than just asking for a little more, it's the rest of the piece that I'm not okay with on the fly. And that's saying up here, yes, we'll do this, and then we're just gonna bond millions and millions of dollars. The public was already screaming about the animal shelter. We're probably going to have to bond that, and then to just, on a whim say, well, we're gonna bond $7 million more. I'm unsettled with that, and I can't do that today.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
I don't recall a gentleman's name that came and spoke to us when we were closing down one ramp on the Withlacoochee. But he was in charge of some of the infrastructure projects for FWC. And he told us at that time, when you're ready to do this project, come back to me, FWC will be here to help you with the project. So kudos to your point about other funding mechanisms out there. FWC, I believe, also will show up at the table with some money to help get this very, very high-quality project off the ground. I have spoken with Representative Grow about it. I told him that the idea was floating around out there about doing the whole thing. He said his comment was 10 million was a big ask, but he was on board with filing that bill and felt like it'd be a quality project. He was ready to file it for us.
I too had a conversation with him, and when I went through this scenario with him, he said he was much more comfortable asking for 10 million to see a completed project than to ask for 7.2 million and have less than a third of a project.
And it's on the state's property. Again, that can't be underestimated. That's something that the state is going to look at, that should these properties ever fall back under their control, that they're investing in infrastructure on their property. It's on DEP's property.
Madam Chair, could I not ask you all then for full disclosure to the public, bring it back as an agenda item if that's how the majority of the board feels, and then if we're asking for a completed project, that means we're on the hook for a lot, and if we're not, bring those funders to the table at that time. Show the public that FWC is helping, or how are we gonna pay for this? This is not gonna go well in the eyes of the public. I'm just respectfully warning my fellow board members about this, and I just find it interesting because Commissioner Kennard, you have said this about many other projects. I've been not doing this on the fly. That I'm not saying we shouldn't or we couldn't do a project. I just don't like how it's happening right now.
I see the only difference is this was something that we only had our workshop. We didn't take a vote. It was a consensus. It was intimated to us by our senator that if we were serious about something, we had to have a board vote to move it forward. And I think all we're doing today is we're changing our legislative appropriation request from the 7.26. We won't know if it gets approved until July by the governor, and that gives us the time to work on it. And if we actually get the money, that's one thing. If we don't get the money, we're not out anything because we haven't committed to nothing. I think it gives us time between now and July to work on it, but committee hearings have started. I think if we wait for another, 3 weeks before we have another board meeting, we're gonna be in trouble with our appropriation request. Yes, sir?
It's a pleasure of the board. So we do have a meeting next Tuesday, but it's a pleasure of the board.
Did you have something, Denise?
I was just going to say you could add as an addition to next week, if it helps.
I don't know what that does to Representative Grow up there. I don't know, I didn't anticipate this being punted to next week. But I can tell you, he's sitting in committee meetings.
That's, I'm willing to take it. I think you change your request to $10 million. And if we'll find out in July if the governor approves it. If he approves it, great. It may not even make it through committee. And we'll know sooner. But if it does make it through committee, come July, we'll have to wait for the governor to sign off on it. That gives us between now and that July, that time frame, to look for more monies and other ways to fund it. And it's not something, if we get this money, we can then apply for our 3.2 or 3.3, and we can get the project started. It doesn't mean we have to go out and bond that right now, because there's gonna be plenty of other work to get us along the way, but it gets us there.
Madam Chair, did you actually make a motion? Because I heard a second from Jeff, but I don't know if that was a joke or not.
I think that was a joke.
I was just trying to nudge her, give her a little shoulder.
I am making a motion that we change our appropriation request from the 7.2 to 10 million.
I second it.
And the others? You have two others. The agenda item has two other requests.
Yes.
Keep
So
the
then
others
we
the same.
also have the multi-use trail, and we have the fire station at Inverness, which I'm totally excited about because I think that just checks all the boxes, and it's not just a benefit, here it picks up 20,000 households. It reduces the ISO ratings, which is for insurance purposes. Those people that live in out on South 41, they don't have the pleasure a lot of times. They're what they call a ISO rating of a 9 or a 10, meaning a lot of companies won't write a 9 or a 10, and if they do write a 9 or a 10, it's very, very expensive. And so we've got a lot of people living out there that are going blind without insurance because it's not affordable for them. And so having that fire station out there checks a lot of boxes for our citizens. And it also helps for the industrial airport park.
Chair,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm getting a look from the clerk. Can I try to restate your motion?
You sure can.
Motion to adopt the 2025 legislative appropriations requests and accompanying policy proposals, except that the amount requested for item number 1 would be 10 million.
I said that.
Well, oh, wait a minute. That's encompassing all 3 requests.
Right.
And you've got one commissioner who doesn't want to support one of them. So can we handle the 3 of them? Just as a courtesy.
May I? It's not that my problem is asking for more money.
No, I understand.
My problem is asking for it and saying that is to complete the project, because then that puts all these fine people on the hook.
Yeah.
And they don't know this. So if we're just saying $10 million and we still want to call that phase 1, I'm okay with that. If we're saying $10 million and this is because we're now committing to project completion. I cannot do that.
No, I don't think we can say it's for phase one, because that's an $11 million price tag, and the legislature is gonna throw it out at the first committee hearing, when they get an $11 million project, and we want them to fund 10 of it. So it's, I mean, if you're okay taking all three of them at one time, I'm sorry, I don't mean to overstep my bounds here. I'm like,
Do you want to break them out?
That would make me more comfortable, if you wouldn't mind.
So we're going to go to the boat ramp, and we're going to use what she said as I said.
And you probably want to remove the phase one.
And we're going to remove phase one to a fully funded project.
second.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Bays on the barge canal and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Any further board comment? I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to wrap all three of these up, and then I'm going to go to public comment. How about that? So we can have public comment all at once. Let's do the,
Fire rescue agent.
well, I'm just going to let them all come up and comment on all of them at one time. Never mind. We're going to go, I see what, okay. We're going to go open to the public on the barge canal. How's that? So you can scream and holler about it if you don't like it.
Josh Wooten, CEO. I'm not going to scream and holler about it because this has been at the top of our agenda every year to get done, and we too had concerns about losing the money. I would like to point out a couple of things, and I'm going to cover all three real quick, so if y'all will indulge me. Is that legal? You know how I listen to you. So this is, and I appreciate your concerns, Commissioner, but this is going to be a revenue generator for the county, and the boat ramp fees, this is the only real economic development component y'all have in your ask. That's why we're excited about it. And I know I've spoken to two commissioners, I won't mention any names, Kennard and Bays, but that understand that this may attract some federal funding because you have the Coast Guard going up there. So we're going around asking all these people for money with hat in hand. And y'all are, I get 3 minutes, I get 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We're asking all these people to give us money hat in hand, but we weren't really, we were going to patchwork it. So this could be a big deal. This is going to have reverberations with Bilirakis, with Scott, and whoever succeeds because there's money available from Homeland Security and other agencies that could do some water and sewer, that could help with those bathrooms. So you might as well, you got to swing for the fences every once in a while. And when you talk about raising taxes to pay for it, you've got a revenue source on this. So the chamber, of course, we didn't vote on the 10 million, but we did vote to support the project. So on the fire station, that's going to lower ISO ratings for our businesses too, not just residents, but businesses too. And we see that as a nice anchor project for the industrial park. So we think that has somewhat of an economic development component. And then the path in Homosassa, fun fact, that was decided, and Commissioner Kennard knows that, over beers at Seagrass when we came forward, and Ron Kitchen ran us out of the room and he said, go out and get petitions for it. So we did. We got about 1,000 signatures and brought it back, and we got it on a list and thought, wow, we can't believe we got that on the list. But here it is, and you're championing it, and here it is as a priority. So we're for all three of those things. That interconnectivity and Homosassa are going to help the businesses, it's going to help safety. So the chamber is supporting the motions on the floor, and I want to thank y'all. I don't know what y'all drank this morning, some kind of energy drink, but you guys have decided we're going to start making things happen. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public to speak on this matter? Where's the cookies?
Madam Chairman, for the record, my name is Dixie Hollins, Citrus Mining and Timber, Hollinswood Ranch, north of Crystal River. And I'm sorry, I'll fill out the green card in a minute, and I'm sorry I didn't bring the cookies, but I can get the cookies.
I was more about the hog sausage or fish, but thank you.
I want to commend this board for being supportive of this boat ramp. I'm 77 years old, and I hope, good Lord, that I see the first bottle of champagne go over the first boat that goes in that first boat ramp before I go to another world. But I know you guys will do that. Just a little bit of background. I know I've only got 3 minutes. Let's get behind this 100%. Let's get the field goal. Let's get the touchdown. Let's be done with it. We've been talking about this since 2005 or 10. It started out shovel ready. It just now got shovel ready. It's gone from 3 million or 5 million up to 20 million. If we put it off, it'll be 25 million. Let me just tell you quick and short what's going on up there. Cross Florida Barge Canal. The south side of the Cross Florida Barge Canal is a Greenway Trail. Lots of people go there, fish, horseback ride, bicycle ride. On the other side of 19 is FWC office, which is security for the Greenway Trail. Next to them is a small boat ramp, which kayakers use a lot. Believe me, on a good weekend, that boat ramp and that parking on the Greenway Trail is maxed out, just on that little small boat ramp. Unbelievable use of the barge canal. Some things that are going up there, all of you already know, the United States Coast Guard has already started a 17-acre project for a full-blown Coast Guard, plus their own boat ramp, plus davits for a big boat, plus a full housed Coast Guard, United States Coast Guard. And that has been on the project, and I got 59 seconds. There's been some interest in a fish hatchery up there recently, big fish hatchery. There's been some interest in clam harvesting up there and clam production. I've also met on the record, off the record, of interest of Port Citrus with the Citrus County staff. The Veterans Expressway is coming on its way, more people. And I would suggest that you all get in touch with the United States Coast Guard to see if you all can use possible their water with your water that you need, because they got a big well. Their potable water system, their sewer system, and also possibly their drainage retention area, because they have one up there. Maybe a little bit of engineering, y'all could joint use. That would save a bucket full of money. I appreciate y'all's support. May God bless all of you. Thank you.
Any further board or public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay. And respectfully, Madam Chair and Board, I'm not voting against the project. I'm excited. I'll still work to make it happen. I just, in my heart, don't believe this is the way it should have happened tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Next is they're not listed out on my thing, so I apologize. We want to take the multi-use path next. Can somebody give us a?
You want me to make a motion, ma'am?
Yes.
Can we roll the other two together to go faster?
Sure. We're going to put the multi-use path and
Motion
the fire
to-
station. Just, can you bring us up to date what we're asking for the appropriation on the multi-use path?
The entire project, I believe, Carl, I guess you can, I haven't looked at it recently, you can tell me $8.3 million. We had $1 million that we were committing. We asked for 7.3 and we were awarded $2.3 million already. So we're looking for the balance of that. And we were awarded last year, but it got the pen strike, as did many
Power
other
of the
projects.
pen.
Yeah.
And the fire station, we're asking for 3.5.
And the project has already begun. Carl could, or well, one of you could speak more to that.
The PATH project?
Yes.
So we're talking about the path, oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. DOT is Moving forward, they've already started a lot of the survey work. It's about done, geotech, environmental, so they're working their way through the PD&E. We're hoping by June or July, we'll actually have a rough cost, a rough cost estimate based upon some conceptual plans that they've developed. So they're moving forward.
Thank you.
And the fire station is 3.5 million appropriation request. All right, board members, I entertain a motion. I think you.
Motion to approve the balance of the legislative ask of the fire station and the Halls River multi-purpose path as presented.
Second.
Draw straws, I don't know. So I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and I have a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, I call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Chair, can I
Yes,
request some
ma'am.
clarification? You took the 3 projects separate, but you didn't mention the policy proposals. Did you want to do that separate too?
Denise.
I'm looking, is that
To
at the
approve
end?
the accompanying policy proposals.
Madam Chair, motion to approve the policy proposals that were brought before us after the legislative agenda meeting.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Davis. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right.
Open to the public.
Oof. All right, last open to the public. Run. Going once, going twice, closed. All right, do you guys want to roll into this? You feel good or you want a break?
Chair, I think you missed Ms. Lane.
I have nothing.
Who are you?
That's my bad. I'm the one who suggested open to the public, sorry.
Okay. I think we're just going to roll into the 501s because we're running late. So if you want to, you can take a break. All right, so 501, Madam Attorney.
Yes, Madam Chair, with regard to PUD-2212, have you had any ex parte communications you'd like to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Davis.
No.
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 Thank you, Commissioners. At the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas map and the master plan for the Trade Winds Fishing Resort for changes that include a caretaker's residence, pickleball courts, and an expanded boardwalk, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe that the applicant is here to make their presentation.
Hi, folks. My name's Randy Summers. I think I drew the short straw. I'm here tonight because I'm a resident. I was the president of the association from January 2024 until October 2024, so I have a pretty good idea what's going on. I'm actually a resident in the park as well, so hopefully I can answer any questions you might have. And we're just trying to get a permit so that we can finish out our boardwalk. It was damaged from the storm several years, 2 years ago. We've got about half of it fixed, but there was some problem with the permitting on the other side, the balance of it. I think we've got that squared away now with the master plan approved, and we're just here to get the permit to finish the boardwalk essentially.
Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan, any ex parte communications?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Sorry.
So,
Doing a little reverse.
thank you.
Board members, did you have any questions of the applicant? No? Staff?
Good evening.
Good evening.
So this is an application to amend their PUD to add the existing boardwalk on the east side of the property to the master plan so that they can permit and repair it. The application also proposes an additional pickleball court and a caretaker's cottage above the existing clubhouse. The PDC did recommend approval of this application. So aerial view. This is the boat ramps and the boardwalk, and you can see on the left side where the boardwalk was permitted and repaired. This is the remaining part of the boardwalk. It was never recognized on the master plan, so it is being asked to be added and recognized so that it can be permitted. Area where the pickleball courts is proposed, and then this is the master plan they submitted. Any questions?
Board members, any questions of staff?
Chair?
Commissioner Berry.
It says it wasn't recognized on the original or permitted. Does that mean that they have gone and gotten DEP permits and Swift Mud permits for this unpermitted structure that they put up? Or are they gonna try and skip over the DEP and the Swift Mud permits that are needed for a boardwalk?
Actually, they had Swift Mud and DEP state permits in 2003 for repairs on this boardwalk, along with county permits in 2003. It was just never placed on the master plan. My research shows that it may have been an emergency storm permit. In order to do it right, we'd like to add it to the master plan so that there are no further issues.
Okay, so then they do have permitting from DEP
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Swift Mud?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you have something?
Nope.
Oh, okay. All right, board. Do you have any comments? If nothing, I'm going to open it up to the public. Is there any public input on this? Seeing none, I'm going to close public input. Board, what are your wishes?
Motion to
Chair?
approve. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You were appropriate and said, Madam Chair, go ahead.
I make a motion to approve PUD 2212 Trade Winds Resort amend master plan based on competent and substantial information.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Davis. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners. Next on your agenda is CPA AAPUD-2024-00014, Nomad RV Park. And at this time, are there any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Kennard.
Yes, actually, one of the applicants used to be a neighbor of mine at one time. We specifically made a point to not discuss this project, but he was a neighbor of mine at one point.
No.
No.
Madam Chair, only to that I might have received a handful of phone calls, not even really saying yes or no, just talking about it and asking questions, but. So I would just say yes, just because it's been talked about.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Commissioners, at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County land use atlas map by redesignating approximately 29.6 acres from the general commercial district, the low-density residential district, and the low-intensity coastal and lakes district to the recreational vehicle park campground district with a planned unit development for a new recreational vehicle park, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. That was the Atlas Amendment Ordinance, and now the Comprehensive Plan Ordinance Amendment. An ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 29.6 acres from the general commercial district and the low-density residential district to the recreational vehicle park campground district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. I believe Dr. Wilburn is here for the applicant.
Turn that mic on.
No, does he
There you go.
He doesn't get time for this.
Good evening. Mike Wilburn, Local Engineering, Inc., P.O. Box 938, Floral City, Florida. The presentation this evening will consist of an introduction and an overview of the staff report. One of the owners will come forward with a PowerPoint and discuss the type of construction impacts. Another one of the owners is going to share with you some financial concerns or financial considerations and another overview. Before you this evening is a 29.6 acre piece of property on Highway 19. It is buffered from Highway 19 by a DOT drainage, FDOT drainage area. Currently, the parcel is zoned in 3 different areas. It's zoned G and C, it's zoned coastal lakes, and it's zoned LDR. There's approximately 8 acres of coastal lakes. That is on the far west side. There is approximately 16.5 acres that's zoned LDR, and the remaining along the FDOT retention pond is 2.82 acres approximately of GNC. And we are requesting that the entire parcel be redesignated to RVP. A little bit about the project. The proposed project consists of 196 RV spots, along with 2 laundry facilities, a recreation building with a pool, another recreation building, an indoor gathering space, several outdoor sports courts. The total RV spaces of 196, like the staff report mentions, equates to 6.6 RV spaces per acre, which is less than the allowable in the LDC. This was done in order to protect the wetlands and preserve a larger green space and support healthy buffers on site. The project proposed to connect to both public water and public sewer. You'll note on the master plan, the lift station in the lower right-hand corner, northeast corner. There are wetlands existing on site, which are shown on the site plan. I believe you guys also have in the packet a biological survey that was done, which shows those. On page 3 of the staff report, it states that on the 4th finding of fact, states that no wetlands are being impacted on the site. The shape of the wetlands have dictated this layout, and we designed it accordingly around those. In addition, these wetlands, as well as a full biological survey, have already been conducted on site, which is a step further than oftentimes what you see at this with applications at this point. The access to the proposed project is to be taken off of Atlas Drive rather than Kingston to provide a better service for the users of the RV park as well as the neighbors to the south. It helps keep an additional healthy, protected buffer along Kingston Drive. Atlas Drive has two exits onto 19 through Veterans and then also onto Atlas Drive. It serves a large industrial park to the west of this project. This discussion is also briefly presented in the staff report on page 3, talking about access off of Atlas Drive under compatibility. All of the interior roadways on this project are planned to be 24 feet in width, which allows for all emergency vehicles and two-way traffic. We have been in contact with the ownership of Atlas Drive as well as and discussed the interest with them. We've also had positive conversations with FDOT, and based on written verbiage back from them, they do not believe at this time, based on the 196 units and Atlas Drive and Veterans Drive, that a turn lane or a signalized intersection would be required. Again, the owners have already consulted with an environmentalist and produced a report that I hope you can see in your staff report or in your packet. Regarding the requested buffers, as you'll note on page 5 of the staff report, all of the proposed buffers meet or exceed the LDC requirements, with the exception of the north property line. We had originally shown a 5-foot buffer thinking that it was industrial, so the one wasn't really required. However, the staff report states that a 10-foot type B buffer is required, and you'll notice that on our site plan, there's plenty of room for that, and we gladly will comply with that 10-foot type B buffer, and so there's no request for relief as a part of this application. Regarding stormwater, we will be required with SwiftMud to obtain a SwiftMud permit for the 25-year as well as the 100-year storm events. In addition to that, floodplain compensation to ensure that there's no impacts to off-site waterways. The same exact process that the pond to our east had to do with the DOT construction of that retention pond. Originally, when this project went before the PDC board, we had requested relief from the bathhouse requirement. However, even though that's something that this board sees a lot, as well as the PDC, and discussing with the owners, they do not want to get relief from that. They want to go ahead and install and have bathhouses on this property. So we would make a note that we are not requesting relief from that. Before I turn it over and you guys look at this PowerPoint, I would like to give you 8 bullet points that this project has. Number 1, this use is transient, not permanent, which the staff report mentions. It is a lower intensity than development of housing or single-family homes, apartments, things like that. Number 2, The use provides better relief from storm impacts than single-family homes. Why? Because an RV park is not required to meet floodplain. In other words, you don't have to bring in a lot of fill, whereas single-family homes you would. Number three, the proposed project provides protected and healthy buffers throughout the entire parcel. Number four, it protects all of the wetland features. Number five, and this is something this board has discussed in recent hearings, this project proposes a healthy intermediate transition in zoning. Currently, right now, if you were to look at a zoning map, which I believe, yep, right there, you will see that you have residential that abuts directly to industrial. And this project could provide intermediate zoning to buffer some of that residential before it gets to that heavy industrial use, which is to the north and to the west. Number six, it removes approximately 2.82 acres of GNC zoning, much higher intensity zoning. Number seven, it's significantly less floodplain impacts than if it was to be developed by single-family homes. Coastal lakes is 1 per 20, but the LDR, I believe, is 2 units per acre. So and with the GNC, there's anywhere between maybe 50 and 60 residential units that could be placed on this property. And the floodplain impacts with that would be greater. Number eight, and last, there'll be less environmental impacts than if this were to be developed as single-family homes, because we are having a central sewer system where there's a collection system, and then it pumps to the Citrus County utility. So there'll be no septic on site, which is a far better environmental concern. At this time, I'm going to ask one of the owners if he would come forward and go through this presentation.
Commissioners, nice to meet you. My name is Nate Dwyer. I just moved down here a couple weeks ago, previously from Texas, and then some time in California growing up. We were down here visiting Crystal River years ago, and we were in an RV, and we stayed at a couple local parks as part of our vacation down here, and came away from it with my wife and my child saying that this is just a perfect place from the environmental standpoint to really showcase the environment. We come in knowing, and I'm going to try to be as brief as possible here. I'm trying to respect your time. I know you guys have been going all day here. We want to bring something here to the community because you are a national leader in ecotourism. Citrus County is known nationwide as an ecotourism capital from a federal perspective. We've already had numerous people from the media reach out and want to talk to us about why we're doing what we're doing, all on the environmental side. We've put off every single one of those interviews so far to be in concert with the commission to make sure that we're all aligned in what we're going to state in terms of for the media and for the larger country discussion. And let's just get right into the presentation here so I can go through some of this. Okay, would you mind going to page 2, please? Okay, so here's the overview, and geez, that's tiny. Effectively, it's what I just told you. We came to the local area. My partners also came to this local area and stayed locally at different RV resorts. Most of them are clear-cut. Most of them are all concrete. Most of them look like a parking lot. And that is the exact opposite of what we're trying to accomplish here. We're not going to clear-cut the land. The aesthetic view from Highway 19, from the avenues outside of our property looking in, and from the west side looking into our property will not change. You will not see a single difference in the aesthetic view that our neighbors or traffic has into that parcel. So what I want to point out here in these computer-generated images, it's really hard to put together a presentation that showcases all the trees and then show you the inside of the park just because you're looking through trees the whole time. So there will be significantly more trees here than is currently shown. We had to just show you the view of what it will look like. There will be trees interspersed through here, and we're going to do our absolute best to keep every single tree that we can possibly keep that fits with the site plan on property. Next page, please. Every single unit that we're putting on the property every single building that we're putting on the property is going to be prefabricated. So it'll be towed in, it will not be a permanent structure, there will be no long-term environmental impacts. The only thing that we're putting in the earth are water pipes and sewage pipes if you allow us to do that. Right now it's zoned for septic and residential. That is the worst case scenario for this piece of land. We do not want to put 50 septic tanks in there from the standpoint of, we just know how absolutely damning that is to the environment. And so what we're trying to do here is put together a green space, an ecotourism space, where people can come and the environment is the draw. It's not the other way around. The town's the draw. The environment is the draw for our clientele. The town also is the secondary draw. Our clients that'll be coming down they'll be fairly affluent. The people that we're showcasing this to are of the upper echelon in terms of income. And the prices that we're charging are quite higher than the rest of the local parks. The reason for that is because the amenities we're going to offer, and then also our contributions to local wildlife conservation efforts and things of that nature, which we're going to have our clientele at the point of sale to be able to donate to. Next page, please. So we just heard about the pickleball courts going in at the other place. It's really catching around the world. So we're going to be doing the same thing here. Next page, please. We can go to the next page. Yeah, this is just more CGI stuff. Okay, so this upper left-hand side there where you can get a good look on the map. You have the site plan in front of you too, and I want to just go over the renderings of this here so we can understand where this is. This property is west of 19. On the north side, we are going to have a walking trail that starts there. It will be open to the general public, especially neighbors and our clientele. That walking trail will extend all the way back to the back of the property, where there will be a secluded 3-acre parcel that is maintained for a turtle sanctuary. We found one single gopher turtle on property, which is really rare west of 19, and we want to showcase that to our clientele. So we're building a turtle sanctuary and a nature walk on that side, on the wetland side of the property, which is on the west side. And that nature trail will come all the way back around, back to Kingston, inside of, not on the outside of Kingston, inside on our piece of property, down by the spring, and then we'll end back in front of the park in front of the resort on 19. I also want to address some of the concerns that I'm sure we're going to hear tonight from the general public, which is when I hear RV park going up in a local area, it's cause for concern, and I understand that. That is something that is completely reasonable and is completely validated by my entire partnership. We really want to make the distinction between an RV park and what that conjures in a person's mind, and what we're trying to build here, which is quite different. I mean, it's like talking about a private jet versus a Ryanair trip. It's on that kind of scale. And then so you can see where the turtle sanctuary will be. You can see where the resort will be. Again, we couldn't render as many trees. That would block out the inside of the view for you folks to be able to take a look at it. Let's move down another page, please. So we had the PDC meeting. The PDC meeting, we were advised not to show up to. It was a couple months after you guys had your last big storm here. We left some of our heavy equipment out to the county and made sure we did our best to help out. We came to the city. We didn't stay in a hotel in the local area because we still had a lot of people that were transient at that point in terms of destructions of their home. We showed up to the location. We were advised that it was pretty hostile inside, and we didn't want to upset anybody. I mean, that's not what I'm not coming down here to make enemies. I've moved down here. We are developing this land. This land will be developed. I can give you my word on that, one way or the other. And so the next piece of this is what's the most responsible growth plan for this piece of land? And in our opinion, the most responsible growth piece for this piece of land is to leave it as natural as possible, where we're going to have mostly gravel inside there, no permanent structures, every amenity for the local environment that's humanly possible. I met a nice couple outside that was coming in against us tonight. Wonderful people. We fell in love with the people of this community. We fell in love with this part of the state. And after a discussion, I understand where his point of view. And his point of view is he'd rather see residential here than he would rather see RV here. And I understand that. That makes sense. I think from our point of view, from a financial standpoint, from the city and county standpoint, and then also from an environmental standpoint, that is the last thing we're trying to do to this piece of land is put residential housing on here. And so the next, as we go down here, can we go to the next page, please? It's really, really small. This goes over development suitability.
Here you go.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. May I approach?
Yes.
This helps quite a bit. Thank you.
Turn the page.
Turn the page over. Got you. Thank you. Development suitability. So we went over the soil types here. There was some assertions at PDC that there are severe limitations to development here due to wetness. Facts are, this property is being treated right now as de facto wilderness. It's been treated as de facto wilderness for quite some time. Inside the property, there's a number of people experiencing homelessness that are on property. There's some encampments on site. There's quite a bit of trash, quite a bit of shotgun shells, quite a bit of rifle shells, things of that nature. Just seeing our property yesterday, we had a number of, they were kids, they were under 18 years old on RVs, ripping through the land, and there was numerous places our fence has been broken down. We repaired it 4 times, it's been broken down 4 times. And so what we're asking today is to allow us to make this land safe, allow us to make this land, allow us to enhance the environment of this land, allow us to make this safe for the community, safe for the residents of the community to really come on and be able to see the natural beauty of this area in a safe and organized manner. Right now, if somebody hurts themselves on an ATV on that property, you're looking at the person who's going to be responsible for that. And that's quite concerning. Next page is on the wetland concern side. Every piece of wetland is going to be included in our nature aspect. That is the nature trail. That is the part of the property that's all the way on the west side, and you can see on the development plan, we're not developing any of that. Next page, wetland concerns. Next page, please. So our engineer also went over the buffer requirements. I think there's another chart that you have, which is just the that one picture that you have. The picture of the site plan that shows the buffers. It's in the site plan. There it is. There it is. So here's the site plan, just to get a better visual of this. This is west. This is north, south, east, obviously. This is the area that is zoned for.
Can you talk into the mic just
Yes,
because
so-
it's
I'm so sorry.
recorded
Yeah,
for the
sorry
guests?
about that. So this is the area of the land up top here on the west side that's zoned for coastal lakes. This entire piece of property we're not developing. This piece of property we're leaving as wetlands. We're leaving everything nothing will be touched here whatsoever other than putting in a walking trail to make it as safe as possible for people to walk on there. And then obviously some shrub, trimming and things of that nature. So on the rights of way and easement concerns side, it was brought up at PDC that there was going to be severe impacts to the wetlands and rights of way, as our design site plan shows and as our engineer has gone over, that's a false assertion. That's not going to happen. So the way and easements on concerns. So let's go to the floodplain. As our engineer took a bunch of my thunder here, so I'm trying to give you the best I can here. On the floodplain concerns, if we are forced to do residential on this piece of property, we do have to raise the land 7 feet up, and then we are truly concerned about water runoff to the local area. So our neighbors on both sides of the property, if we were to put this plot of land up 7 feet, that's going to be tough. That's going to be tough when a big storm hits. And then we do have a drainage retention area that was put in by the state of Florida that's right on front of our property that we gave an easement to. And so the state of Florida does have a drainage retention area that's literally attached to the front of 19 on our property. We gave them an easement to be able to do it. Next is pictures of the walking trail and what it's going to look like. This is just more, kind of giving you a general feel of what you're going to be looking at. And that's that. So I'd like to talk about the financial impacts, if you'd be interested in hearing what that's like. From the financial impact standpoint, we've got a couple different development plans now, and one is for the residential and commercial and the coastal development. From a financial impact to the city and county standpoint, we expect the sales tax for the county 6%, Citrus County tourist tax is 5%, and then property taxes here are 87 basis points or thereabouts. Doing the math on this, if we are to build residential and commercial on this, we expect revenue to the city and county and also state to be in the range of $150,000 to $250,000 per year. For our resort, we expect there to be minimal $1.8 to $3 million of contribution to the local community, county, and state. I don't know what the remuneration is from a sales tax perspective back to Citrus County. That's not in my purview. You all might have that information. But the total impact will be significantly higher than $3 million a year in terms of going into the county and state coffers. The clientele that we're bringing on property are looking for an environmental experience. They're looking to tour an area in the most responsible way possible. And that's really the key here, is that we are trying to bring people to showcase this environment, showcase the people, and showcase how wonderful this place is, and do so in the maximum responsible way. Do so in a way where we're not going to impede upon the environment or to impede upon our neighbors. And we'll hear that, we'll hear from public comment here, and I'll be looking forward to addressing some of it. I was so happy to be able to just speak to somebody outside for 15 minutes and just explain it from our perspective and say, this is what we're doing, this is why we're doing it. It's tough. We've had so many people reach out to us from the press and wanting to do business and things of that nature. We haven't had a lot of complaints that have reached out to us. And so it's really tough to understand who's for this, who's against this, unless you reach out to me directly. Handed my cell phone number out, and I will hand my cell phone number out to anybody here that's interested, so we can continue to have the conversation as time goes on here. So things to really be focused on: this property will be developed. The notion that the status quo will persist and this will remain de facto wilderness, let's take that off the table. It will not. This will be developed. When we first bought this piece of land, very little development was going on in this stretch of 19. Coming down here a couple weeks ago, and I moved down. It's unbelievable, the development's happening on Highway 19 here. From a construction standpoint, the construction of our RV resort, we expect to be in the 3 to 4 month range. If we're to do the residential plan, it'll be something in the 3 to 4 year range, 2, 3, 4 year range. And so from also from an environmental construction standpoint, we want to be in and out as quick as possible and not harm the environment. So, that's the highs and lows of it. I don't want to waste any more of your time here. I appreciate you giving me a chance to talk, and we'll look forward to hearing from the community here and addressing concerns as they come up. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
How you guys doing? My name is Jared, and I'm Nate's partner in Nomad. He covered a lot of it, so thanks for giving me something to talk about. But I'll just readdress what he had said, that very ecotourism. All the buildings are mobile. We're trying to do as little concrete, as little removal of trees. The environmental impact, and we have 197 RVs. Maybe if it's full, let's call it 150, that come in. Our turn date is 15 days. So if it's a hotel with 197 rooms, they come in Thursday, Friday, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and they leave. Our people come in and they stay 15 days, and they go out, they eat at all the restaurants, the Kellys and the St. John's, and it gives everybody growth. So you're kind of covering on all of it. That's pretty much it. Well, you kind of hit it all.
It's important the state application for the ecotourism.
Well, you covered that, yeah. I think Mike's gonna do it. Cool.
Questions?
Board, do you have any questions of the applicant?
Mine was gonna be the sewer hookup, but he addressed that, and how many homes could be on there? How many homes could be built on that property if the zoning stays as it is. So LDR is 2? Is that,
It's 2, and I think it goes up if you have a PUD.
okay. All right. That was it for me.
I think it goes up to maybe 4.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
Mentioned pavement, trying to reduce pavement. The renderings look like they show a lot of pavement. What specifically is paved?
So all the roadways would be paved, all the emergency vehicle, all the 24-foot wide.
But the parking areas would not be?
The parking areas are not, that's correct.
Okay, because in the renderings, it actually showed as, in the presentation, it showed as dark gray, which I read as
It's
pavement.
like a gravel.
Okay. This doesn't, what size is going for each pad? What is the size? That's what I was busy doing, is I am listening, but I was doing the calculation of acreage to square footage and then trying to figure that out because I don't see any trees left in here. I know you said it would be, but it's not in here, and it looks awfully tight to me. 196 is a lot.
The LDC minimum is 30 by 50, and so the average is around 30 by 50 for each site.
The LDC minimum is 30 by 50, and you
Yes.
have it at 35 by 50?
Most of them are around 30 by 50.
Okay.
Some of them are a little wider, some of them are a little longer.
Okay.
You have anything?
That's it.
I don't know. I have a question about the entrance and how are they gonna get in and out? There's only one entrance? I've looked through this time and time again to see, there's one entrance
That's correct.
and one exit
That's right.
for all those trailers
Yes,
in an area that could be an evacuation route.
correct. It's typical to have one entrance and one exit for an RV park. There, Stillwell is, I think, a master plan of 1,100. Stillwater, sorry.
Stillwater.
And it has one in, one out. It's typical. The difference with this site is that when a customer is leaving, they could turn right on Atlas and then turn southbound on 19, or they can turn left on Atlas and go to Veterans and get out that way also. So there's really 2 points of exit onto 19, even though there's one entrance and one exit out of the park. There could be an exit onto Kingston. However, that was not the goal or the aim of the owners to remove that buffer.
Okay, now, the basic size of the trailer or RV that you're allowing in there, you said is like a 30-foot?
No, I was answering Ms. Davis's question, the spot sizes. So this park can hold up to any size RV, Class A.
All right.
Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished. I have reservations.
Board members, any other questions for the applicant? All right,
Thank you.
all right. Staff is up.
Sorry about that. Okay. This is an application for a comprehensive plan amendment, Atlas Amendment, and a master plan for a new RV park. It's on approximately 29.6 acres. And this is the location on the aerial. You can see it's vacant. It does not front on US 19. There's actually a Florida Department of Transportation DRA between them and US 19. It does front on both Atlas and Kingston. The address is on Kingston, but you can see in the master plan in a moment that they are not proposing any access on Kingston, and all would be on Atlas. So these are the existing zonings. I heard a little bit about the industrial in the area. There is some industrial farther down Atlas. It does not directly abut this. There's only a very small strip of commercial on here. With your questions, yes, LDR will allow up to 2 units an acre. CL will allow 1 unit per 20 acres, so that certainly can't have much there. And then the very small strip of commercial on the front. And this is some of the area where I think they were trying to put up the fence, but they instead put it in kind of wetlands, and it was probably very frustrating because it's very uneven and very wet. So this is some of the impact that's discussed in the staff report on the wetlands from the fence itself. The site plan itself does not impact wetlands, and they are staying out of that. And this is some of the moving area of water that was discussed in the staff report. It looks like it's coming, you can see the culvert there on Kingston, coming from the other side of Kingston, and then goes through the property. This is on the south side of the property. And this is some of the fence mentioned. It does appear to be in the right-of-way, so they will need to remove that or move it back. This is a zoom of the site plan, so we'll talk about that just a moment here. They are proposing to have central water and sewer, which is required for this number of units. They are in a flood zone. They will have to elevate. Their base flood is around 10 feet, and they're anywhere from 4 to 10 feet, depending on where you're looking. For sanitary sewer, they are going to connect to Citrus County Water Resources that confirm they have capacity, but they might need a line or lift station to be upgraded. And potable water from the Homosassa Special Water District. Excuse me. They do need at least 10 acres for a new RV park. They have that. The maximum intensity for an RV park is 7 spaces per acre. They're asking for 6.6. They had originally asked for the deviation from a bathhouse. They're not asking for that anymore. So this is a zoom out of the site plan. They are meeting required land development code buffers and not impacting wetlands. That is true. I will tell you that the minimum land development code size is 30-foot width and 1,500 square feet. I think the 3550, he was talking about something different, but it's 30-foot width and 1,500 square feet for a site. They have 2 different sizes here. They have a 30 and a 35 minimum, so 30 is the minimum in the land development code. There are some conditions in the ordinance, the draft ordinance in your packet. I'll caution you, the Planning and Development Commission did not consider those conditions. They did recommend denial of this application on November 7th, 2024 by a 6-0 vote.
Board, any questions of staff?
Yes.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Hello, Mrs. Katu or Ms. Katu. I think Dr. Wilburn may have touched on this, but it says in the report, back up page 1408, that West Atlas Drive is a private roadway and the applicant is responsible for obtaining any approvals necessary for the proposed driveway connection. So that is a private road maintained by those that live on Atlas Drive or work on Atlas Drive?
I'm not really sure who the maintenance entity is, but that's normally what is. That's a comment from engineering, just noting it's not a county road, so they would not be able to provide approval.
And I didn't see any approvals as part of our backup information.
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kennard.
Joanna, I'm not seeing where staff had, pardon me, significant concerns about this project, but I'm a little perplexed with the direction the PDC went. Now, I see in one spot here in the environmental section of the staff report, it says a biological survey will be required at the time of permitting, but I thought that I heard one of the presenters say they already had a biological survey and identified one turtle.
Yeah, I'm not aware of one. They have not submitted it to staff. So the comment and the condition, if it's recommended for, if it's approved, is that they have to give that to us. We don't have that at this time.
Mike, is that done? Okay. Were there other staff concerns here that were not addressed, that I'm missing?
Right, yeah. There were some concerns about compatibility in the area. That's what the Planning and Development Commission discussed, is compatibility in this coastal area. Okay. So they are not impacting wetlands. It is very high, almost the maximum intensity, but coming out just on Atlas is a plus rather than Kingston, where there are some neighborhoods.
Okay. All right, that's all I've got.
Have anything?
I'm just worried about the intensity. I hear the argument between single family and this, and that's a valid argument. but this is awfully intense, and I'm sorry, it doesn't sound like private jet when there's that many spaces on that small of an area. So I'm all about ecological things and ecotourism, and I'm chair of TDC. I'd love to have more bed tax, of course, but I'm not quite there yet because of the intensity.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
I'm not going to address the intensity, but I think one of the selling points on this is that they would be required to hook up to sewer. If you put 48 homes on that site or 50 homes on that site, we just heard last Thursday at that meeting that each one of those septic tanks puts 19 pounds of nitrogen right into our groundwater and the waterways close by there, the wetlands close by there. So certainly that's a more attractive option to have them hooking up to sewer rather than 50 new septic tanks putting 19 pounds each in every single year.
Is that the upgraded or old school septic?
Actually, the presenters kind of, what's the right way to say this? They were not impressed with the advanced systems. They said they're solely based on the substrate that goes in the drain field, and that substrate has a definitive lifetime on it, and forcing people to replace that substrate when it's supposed to so that you can maintain that low nitrogen into the environment, they weren't very, pardon me, they weren't very hopeful. Their push was sewering the counties, or sewering the neighborhoods, and projects that attach to sewer, and getting a summertime fertilizer ordinance. The fertilizer ordinance, I know it's a little off topic, but the fertilizer ordinance was the low-hanging fruit, but the sewer takes all the nitrogen out. And this close to the waterways and wetlands. No, I'm not here to push an RV park, but I'm telling you, we just heard that last Thursday, and this checks more of the boxes than it doesn't.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question of staff?
You are recognized.
Always about the delta of what by right is versus what the applicant is asking for. Is if we have sewer there to hook up to the RV park, can we not then require hookup for single family? Not saying I'm for or against, I'm just trying to understand the delta here.
No, it's a force main. The 1 year doesn't apply.
Depends on the density that they're asking for. So 4 units an acre is the trigger for residential to require central water and sewer. But he's correct, and it has to be available as well.
Okay.
May I follow up on that question?
You are recognized.
So Commissioner Kennard is saying 50 homes, but that's not accurate. If it's 10 acres, it would be 20 homes. But if it was 50, that would trigger water and sewer, right? And we know that currently there's availability.
There's about 29 acres here, so so they could have, I don't think he's too far off, I think 40 perhaps, but they would have to build the roadways, they have to go 2 per acre and no more than that.
There's 48 septic tanks and 48 lawns.
I mean, y'all just keep putting RV parks in Homosassa.
It's a better use of the property than single-family homes.
I just heard we're the RV capital of Florida. I don't know that that's great for.
Well, again, we're a little, maybe not off topic, but I don't know if this board has discussed it in the past, but I know previous boards have, that single-family homes don't pay for themselves. It's a losing proposition when it comes to the infrastructure that's required to service those single-family homes. You know, the Villages has got to be the single-family home capital of the world, and they're going backwards in their ability to cover their basic services until they get greater commercial development over there. Commercial's what pays the bill. I get it. People don't want the property developed. What we've heard is it's going to be developed. So here's the choice. It's this and commercial, or this that actually pays the bill and helps to cover some of the bill for everybody else.
Well, I'd love to hear what people have to
Yeah,
say.
oh, I agree. I agree.
Open up to public.
If the board's done with their questions of staff.
All right. Excuse me. All right, we're going to open it up to the public. Anybody that would like to speak on this, please come forward.
Good evening. My name's Sally Krasny, and I live on South Palm Beach Loop, which is on the south side of Kingston Drive. There's no shortage of land in Citrus County for well-placed, well-planned RV resorts, but this is definitely not one of them. This land is zoned low-density residential. So is the developed neighborhood to the south and the acreage to the north. The west side is zoned low-density coastal and lakes. I'm not sure what that means, but that low density is the key word. Can somebody tell me 196 RVs is low density? It sounds good that this property is 29 plus acres, but in reality, with what the developer is allowing for wetlands and retention ponds, he is squeezing 196 RVs into less than 5 acres. I cannot even envision what 196 RVs on 5 acres would look like. And we're not only talking about daytime activities. My husband and I have camped for over 50 years. RVers make their reservations online. They get a passcode and they come and go at will, day and night. I envision at times this is going to look like a truck stop on the interstate, and it's going to sound like one too, all in a residential neighborhood. The recreation area the developer has planned on the south side of the property, we're talking a swimming pool, pickleball court, shuffleball courts, lights and music. That is on the residential side. The shouts of gameplay and frolicking swimmers and bright lights is a gross intrusion on a peaceful and quiet neighborhood. And I'm going to say it, not in my backyard. This man bought the property well knowing that it was low-density residential. If his intent was to build an RV park, he should have bought elsewhere. As I said earlier, there is no shortage of undeveloped land in Citrus County that an RV park would fit perfectly. Some of you were involved in creating the comp plan to protect our nature coast. It is a good one, and it is your duty to follow it. I ask you to turn down this application, stick to the comp plan, which was well thought out to protect the nature coast that we all love and live in. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John Cordolano Jr. I'm actually in the middle of building a house on 2301 South Dana Point, right across the road off of Kingston there. I also spoke at the Planning Development Committee meeting and or hearing, whatever you want to call it. And some of the issues that I saw before are still kind of there. I haven't seen a stormwater management plan for the property yet. I don't know if there is one or not. Again, part of the problem is going from this corner right here where there is a spring-fed creek that goes underneath Kingston and connects back to the Halls River, getting that runoff from this corner all the way to the other side. I mean, is there going to be pipes put in the ground? Whatever it may be, I don't know. Yes, technically, if you do the ratio, it's 6.6 units per acre or whatever, but technically it's not because if you take, yes, it is, if you take into account the wetlands, which is undevelopable anyways. So technically, it's not. One of the things that they talk about is ecotourism. Part of the problem is what is there going to be there? I mean, yes, there's going to be a nature trail, but what else? I mean, people are going to come here with their RVs, but then what are they going to do after that? Also, the statement that we heard multiple times about this is going to be developed. Yes, I'm sure it could be at one point. Technically, the commercial part of the property that's all wetlands, so it's not going to be developed. So that's kind of part of the thing there. The low density residential as well, you have to, pave roads, all of that. So it's not going to be as many houses as what was said. So that's another thing. Also, the whole property would not be elevated to 7 feet. That's not true. I'm a local contractor. I build waterfront homes every day. That's my specialty. That's what I do. And you can raise the footprint of the house. And each one of those houses as well would have their own stormwater management plan unless there was a master plan in place when it gets developed of where that stormwater would go. I have family who lives on Cherokee Trace, and they have one of those. They have retention ponds in front of all the houses and everything. Also, I mean, a lot of this is being based on this being your standard RV park, and it's not. It's in a flood zone. It's different. So technically, you can't really base it off of what it would be like to develop an RV park somewhere else because it is in a flood zone. There are wetlands there. And then also, sorry, I do think that there could be a way that they could be connected to sewer eventually. If there's homes. Thank you.
Anyone else liking to speak?
My name is Mike Krasny. My wife spoke before. We've had many things to talk about for the project. There seems to be no consideration for the wildlife that is currently existing on the property that we're talking about. For 25 years, we've watched gopher tortoises crossing Kingston Drive from this property and back and forth. And since they've begun clearing the land, we've discovered turtle carcasses on the road as animals are leaving that property because of the commotion. This is a protected species, and so far we haven't heard anything about the turtle inspection, gopher turtle inspection, what they've counted, what's going to be relocated. And the developed neighborhood to the south of this land is the head springs of the Halls River. There's no public access to the Halls River. Once the RVers go on Google and they see the water and they start looking around for things to do when they get in. The neighborhood already has picturesque and park-like. It's been an attractive draw to everyone passing by and stop and enjoy. Even though we have no trespassing and private property signs, people are stopping and constantly want to know about launching boats, kayaks. When they see our own kayaks on the water or on the shoreline, they want to know if these are for rent. This is what existing problems we have living there now. Now we're going to have more RVers coming out. Well, what are they going to see? The photographs that we saw showed kayakers on the water. There's no access to it from this property. None of it. It's all private property around that head springs of the Halls River. So it's not something that should be allowed. Not in that area anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, Commissioners. How are you today?
Good.
My name is Gary Bartell Jr., and as a person that has stood here as an applicant before, I understand the burden of proof we must meet to get your approval. This application fails to meet that proof for stormwater, flood impact to surrounding neighbors, traffic safety, and impact to evacuation. Number one, the existing DRA challenges we have there. Where this proposed RV park would be placed settles at the head spring of the Halls River. The Halls River has already suffered much damage due to the faulty DRA systems used for the expansion of Highway 19. DOT engineers has been quoted by saying these complications of these DRA ponds that led to pollution from unfiltered stormwater runoff directly into an outstanding Florida waterway were due to them being placed on the west side of 19, where the aquifer falls just several feet below the soil. For over 6 years, contractors working for DOT still have not been able to complete those very DRA ponds in front of this project due to the complicated engineering that goes along with the construction. That stretch of US 19 that runs right in front of the proposed RV park still is not complete due to the stormwater runoff systems. The Halls River that already has lost its pristine clearness, vegetation, cattails, once world-class fishing, and so much more cannot take any more stress before it is completely ruined. I'm not saying that this development will ruin the Halls River, but the applicant has failed to show that it won't. Number two, traffic and accident concerns. There are no turning lanes in the median in front of Atlas Drive, which means that when an RV or camper is leaving this proposed park, it would have to travel south and then do a U-turn to go back north. I see a very large issue with directing these large recreational vehicles out of a park this size to be making U-turns as their only option to go back north. 4 times in a course of 13 months, we have had mandatory evacuations on the west side of US 19. Each time, traffic has become a nightmare in the pinch point between Crystal River and Homosassa, adding the possibility of this many recreational vehicles into that mix, especially when they will have to be taking U-turns. It's asking for a nightmare, it truly is, for the evacuation concerns. So, and then number 3, flooding caused by impervious surface. The application includes concrete pads, bathroom building, clubhouse, driveways, pickleball courts. Neighborhoods surrounding this application has never seen flooding caused by hurricanes up until recently. Neighbors are concerned that with more added impervious surface from this development added with the US 19 widening will only cause future flooding. And I don't recall hearing, but was the PDC a 6-0 denial for this one? I don't know if it was addressed before. 6 years. And last but least, that creek, actually that young gentleman already touched that. Thank you very much. Please vote no.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Hi, good evening. How are you? Joanne Bartell, White Dogwood Drive. Just sitting listening to the presentation, I had some things that I'm hoping the concerns will be addressed. One is that there's a spring on the property, and the LDC has a requirement for 100-foot setback for those springs, and I did not hear that addressed. The buildings were repeatedly referred to as being mobile. There's a clubhouse, there's a recreation building, 2 bathhouses and laundry, and a guard shack. If they're mobile, but they look pretty big on the artist renderings. At the PDC meeting, a lot of the residents brought up concerns about the ingress and egress into the property onto West Atlas, onto 19. PDC members spoke about that. Commissioner Kennard, you asked about what the PDC was concerned about. That was a major concern of theirs. When FDOT designed that section of the highway, there was no RV park there. That property is residential. 196 RVs potentially could be exiting there on, let's say, at the end of a 4th of July weekend. And they're going to pull out of West Atlas onto 19, and every one of them has to turn right. Anyone who needs to go north then goes down to Kingston and is going to do a U-turn. And when that gets backed up, they're going to go down to the Dogwood Drive, right, the access point out there, and they're going to do a U-turn there. And neither of those are designed for RVs doing U-turns on that 55-mile-per-hour highway that is already the deadliest stretch of highway in Citrus County what were we, like number 13 or something in the United States? It's pretty bad there, and this was not contemplated by FDOT. I just ask you all to please consider that. Consider the safety for all of us in that area there. The only remedy that they would have would be to exit their RVs onto Kingston. Kingston is rated 9 in poor condition by the county. It's a very narrow residential street. I can understand why the applicant didn't include that today. I'd hate to think that they'll come back later because a problem develops with exiting, coming off of Atlas. The other thing is the particular area on the property appraiser records, they do not have 2 acres of general commercial. I have the property card right here. It's wasteland. Like the other gentleman said, it is wetlands right behind the state's DRA. And that 2-acre strip, for whatever reason, is wasteland. When I called the property appraiser office and asked them, they referred me to the planning office. I only saw this today when I was trying to get the acreage, to talk tonight. And they told me that it was the planning division of the county that I had to ask, and everybody was probably here today at the commission meeting, so I didn't get the chance to ask that. I just ask you all to please consider these. I don't think that these are mobile buildings that they're going to have on there, and I don't think that they've met their burden of proof. Thank you. Do you want these?
Hi.
I'm Rebecca, and I live off of Kingston, and I don't have the big vocabulary for all the idiosyncrasies for, what is applicable and what is not applicable and what's allowed. But I don't know, has any of you guys ever lived near RV park? Mr. Wilbur?
Ma'am,
You have lived near a
ma'am,
oh, yeah.
you have to address the
Oh,
board.
I'm sorry. So have you guys lived anywhere near an RV park? No? Well, I haven't either, and I don't want to. I haven't either, and I don't want to. I don't want my community to have to do that. Mr. Wilbur talks about showcasing the environment, but in our eyes as locals, it exploits our environment for finances. And I know everybody needs finances, and I know that that's a big part of it, but we can't kill it. We have to space it out. And the permanent structure, is the pool not considered a permanent structure? I don't know.
It would be permanent.
Is it above ground or is it below ground? So that's a permanent structure. And he says that there is an upper class of clientele, and in our eyes as residents, permanent residents, it really doesn't matter if they're upper, lower, or middle, they're still all people, and they're still all coming in there. And as far as the businesses and eating out, there will be people eating out, but most of those families are families with children who are trying to conserve on their vacation. Otherwise, they would be at Walt Disney World, or they would be in an entertainment park somewhere, or in a nice hotel. The other side of that are the people who are in retirement age, and they're on a budget. So they're not gonna go out and eat every night, and they're not gonna go out and spend lots of money all the time. It's just not gonna happen. Our homes and our community, they are precious and they are priceless to us. And that amount of people will affect us every day and our kids every day. And for my kids that are older that possibly want to live there and expand their family, it will affect them from generations on. The one thing I want to say about the wildlife, this year, for the past 2 years, this is the biggest year I've seen so many manatees. And they come back into our Hulse River and they mate to create more manatees, and they sleep. And if we have people coming in, they're gonna upset that. We have people come in on the empty lots and fish and put their kayaks in. We have to take care of our environment.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
I have so
Thank
much more.
you.
Okay.
Bob Sabota, the address, 2032 South Palm Beach Loop, Homosassa, Florida. I retired in '92 and found that little niche in a place there, the house. And as far as I know, we never flooded there since '92 and before, the people I know. Because of all the wetlands from the Homosassa River to the Halls River, you got about 5 miles of wetlands that slows down the flood of the water. And as far as the overflow, there's 2 4-foot galvanized pipes that go underneath Kingston that relieve the flood waters from the river that flow into the wetlands where they want to build. And that relieves no flooding by us, any amount. The worst part I got was the first hurricane last month that come above us, 7 feet from my front lawn. No name storm, all of them, no flooding, nothing. What else? There was a big head spring up there by the retention ponds between them. They filled that in, and that used to flow through that little creek that run underneath 19 and into the Halls River. I don't know who they filled that in. They buried that spring and put a cover over the whole top of the little stream that run by there, right to their property line. So now when the water comes up and it goes in there, it'll flood the whole area up there. Like I say, we never flooded. That's about all I got to say. Thank God we didn't flood, though. And another thing, do we really need another RV camp in the wetlands? You know? Thank you.
Thank you.
William H. Gaffney, Lieutenant Colonel, USMC, retired, 2375 South Palm Beach Loop. My wife and I have been coming down here since 1985. We dove with the Manatee in January of '87 in a 32-degree weather when I was on my way back to Okinawa for my 3rd tour. We've come back several times off and on when we were in country and not overseas, serving either as in active duty or serving as civilian employees. This place was very pristine back then. And people more articulate than I have pointed out all the problems with this. And the only thing I want to say about it is that I hear the words ecotourism. I see a fine dog and pony show, which is what we used to call these things in the Corps. But this isn't ecological. The animals are going to be affected, and it's more than just money that's going to be. So I would ask you, and also people have talked about the turnaround up there right at Kingston. I'd come in and out of there all the time, and it is dangerous as it is now. People don't know how to come in and out of that to make a turn, either a U-turn or to turn into our road or whatever. And with all those RVs trying to leave, if they're given a mandatory evacuation, it could be even worse. As I said, other people have discussed the other problems. And yes, the Planning Commission shot this down 0 to 6. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for your service. Anyone else like to speak? Going once, going twice. All right. Public comment is closed. Board members?
Ma'am, I apologize, but the applicant would have
A
an
rebuttal?
opportunity to rebut anything that was said by the public.
Okay, just want to go over some highlights. The first thing, I'll go in order of the presenter. Number one, I believe it was mentioned that there's only about 5 acres of uplands on the site. That is not accurate. The biological survey only shows about 2.7 acres of total wetlands on site out of the almost 30. Number two, there was some engineering concerns with regards to stormwater. At this phase, stormwater is usually never completed. Engineering always comes after approval. And I already mentioned that this project would have to comply with all of SWIFMUD's regulations and requirements. There was a statement made that the commercial property, which is adjacent to the FDOT pond, which runs north to south, I believe in the staff report it's around 2.5 acres approximately. I calculated it earlier at 2.86 in my presentation, but that property is not in a wetland. And I believe the biological map that you guys have, hopefully you have, will show you that. There's only a small wetland area in the very southeast corner, which I'll get to in a few minutes. That has to do with the FDOT pond that was built and the culvert that several people have mentioned. Number four, if this property was to be developed as residential, it is possible that stormwater plans would be required for each individual unit. However, there are ways that you could get around that in our LDC and not be required. It's not on the water. And so this property, by definition, depending on how it was developed, may not be required to have residential stormwater plans for each house. I want to apologize if Ms. Katu did not receive the biological report that she made mention of. That's a mistake on my part. I actually just emailed it to her. But it is a 76-page biological survey that was conducted by someone here locally. And if it hadn't been sent, I apologize, and I have remedied that now, if anything, just for my benefit. We proposed a fence, a 6-foot fence along the south property line, which would assist in keeping that buffer off of, and with the natural buffer, would keep people out of Kingston, which is a concern that people have. So there won't be any pedestrian people or vehicles being able to leave the site and go, that's pedestrian or vehicle, to Kingston because of that fence, that 6-foot high fence. We have to contain all the stormwater on site as part of the SWIFMUD requirements. That was someone's concern. With regard to travel time or evacuations, this property is not in a coastal high hazard. So a lot of those requirements do not apply. All of the buildings, one of the presenters, one of the owners discussed in his presentation that the structures were not permanent, and that is accurate. They are all on wheels. However, a later applicant talked about what is permanent, and so I would submit the pool, all of the 24-foot wide roadways and aisleways, and the infrastructure under the ground, water, sewer, electric, all those things would be permanent. Not aware of any spring on the site. It's not in the biological report. However, as Mr. Bartel pointed out, there have been issues with this DOT pond. And I would like to just point out that if you look at the site plan on the bottom left, you'll kind of see a wetland that extends from the DOT pond straight back towards the left, toward Kingston. And that is where the culvert is. That is not related to our project. We are allowing that water to completely bypass us. One of the gentlemen described it being a relief from Halls River, but Mr. Bartel mentioned there's some issues, and one of the issues is that water free flows in both directions, and that's not something that this project is concerned with. That is a DOT issue, and it's completely unrelated to this project. As a side note, if you notice, all of our ponds are on the north and west side, away from that issue altogether. Again, there's no exit proposed, whether pedestrian or vehicle, onto Kingston. There was a discussion of the property appraiser calling the approximate 2.5 acres to 2.86 acres of GNC as wasteland. That may be accurate. I do not know what the property appraiser says. However, I just want to point out, if the property appraiser labeled something that I had as wasteland and it wasn't, I don't know that I would correct them. So it's not wasteland. You can see that there's no wetlands in that area on the biological report. Again, I already talked about all of the water, all of the retention is designed to be as far away from Halls River as possible on the north and the west side. And I want to thank the Lieutenant Colonel for his service. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
You mind if I just take really 1 minute? I want to say a couple other things, especially about the emergency evacuation aspect of this. That's something we take extremely seriously. And so we have booking software in which somebody has to make a reservation for a check-in date and a check-out date. What we're doing on that is making sure that no more than 15 RVs on a per-day basis are ingressing or egressing out of the property. That's the turnover we expect per day, and we will specifically engineer that on the booking software, so we're sure that there's not going to be 100 different people coming in and out of here each day. 50 houses, 2.5 cars per house, can't make any promises, right? And so when you're talking about emergency evacuations and a bunch of cars, that's something. And on top of that, we're going to always err on the side of caution. So if we hear a storm's coming in, I'm not one of those people that's going to wait till last minute to say, hey, we just got the evacuation. We'll be out before that even happens. We're always going to err on the side of caution. I'd like to thank the Lieutenant Colonel for his service as well. We are going to be hiring veteran employees. We're mainly hiring veterans. That is our focus. We're working with Army Corps of Engineers right now and a number of other military organizations to specifically hire veterans for the work on this property. And again, when we're being pragmatic about this and we're saying this will be developed, it truly is a question of what is the most responsible for the community, the environment, and for the area. And on this area, there is a tremendous amount of commercial development. I mean, up and down 19, we've all seen it. There's a lot of commercial development. And having a neighborhood 3x'd in houses over the course of a year is going to be an extremely difficult challenge from a growth standpoint for this local area. Security-wise, we will have security on property. We'll have security cameras on property. And we'll be able to, there were some questions on the PDC if we're able to enforce people leaving the property. That's a Sheriff's Department issue. When their checkout date comes, they will be leaving the property, period, full stop. Wetlands are not being affected, as has been mentioned a number of times. They are not being affected. That is absolutely, that's sacrament. That's basically it. And look, I don't expect any of us to feel good about this. This is growth. I mean, this is how it looks, and it is difficult to manage. I grew up in a very small town, and it was 4,000 people when I grew up, and it turned into 40,000 people by the time I left to go to college. And that growth was painful, and that growth came with RV parks, and it came with housing, and it came with apartment developments, and all things of that nature. What I can say is when I was growing up and it was 4,000 people, all of the local businesses that friends and family owned became little empires by the time the city expanded the way it is. This is a growing community. This is a growing, this is a growing economy. And from a contribution standpoint, financially, there really is no comparison. Environmentally, there is no comparison. And so we know we're doing the right thing here for the environment, for the community, and financially as well. So thank you for your time. I won't take any more of it, and I appreciate it.
Ward?
You want me to jump out there?
Take it away.
Is that what that look was for? All right. Well, I am going to support the application, and I'll give you my reasons why. As I said earlier, in going through the staff report, I didn't see that staff had any unaddressed concerns. Environmentally, I think it's better developed this way than all of those single-family homes. Economically, as he just said, I don't think that it's even close. There were multiple concerns brought up about ingress and egress and U-turns. I can tell you from a firsthand experience, when DOT was designing and building that road, I was in touch with DOT, with the District 7, with engineers, because there's a local trucking company or a company that uses very large trucks on Atlas, and they had concerns about the median cut. They met with DOT engineers out there, and DOT was specific about where they were going with those trucks and the median cut, and assured them that the way that the road was being designed was the safest way to do it for their truckers. I was back in touch with the DOT district, and they related everything that happened at that meeting. So I'm not concerned about the U-turns, the evacuation, because that had been addressed for another reason. Wildlife on the property, I get it. I love the outdoors. I love being in the woods. I love being on the water. But the wildlife on vacant property, on virgin property, is going to do what wildlife did on every one of our properties when it was cleared for our houses to be built. They adapt or they move on. That happens when houses get built. All of us here live in homes that at one point had vacant land on it that had animals there. Doesn't mean that we totally ignore that, which we don't. They had to have the environmental study or biological study that was done, and determined that there was one turtle, and looks to be like that turtle has been addressed, or protected, I should say, is probably a better way to say it. There was one comment about an RV park being put in the wetlands. It's not in the wetlands. I was up here when Crump's Landing was looking at clearing some land on the north side of Halls River Road. And there were some neighbors understandably concerned about what was going on there, and multiple folks brought up the wetlands, the wetlands, the wetlands. Well, ultimately, I think probably Miss Lynn may be the only one that was here and remembers this. We brought up the, was it the property appraiser's website, and showed specifically, this tiny little spot of wetlands. The area that they were impacting had no impact on the wetlands at all. So the RV camp, I understand the concern. I share your concerns about the wetlands, but the RV park is not going in the wetlands. And, I'm not a fan of residential zoning along Highway 19, regardless of where it's at. The further that Homosassa expands to the south and Crystal River expands to the north, having residential development directly on Highway 19 is not appropriate. That should be commercial, or that should be, in this case, they're looking for an RV zoning. So I think that they have addressed these things. I'm going to support it. And with that, I would make a motion that we approve CPA AA PUD -2024 -00014 A and B.
Have a motion by Commissioner Kennard. We lack a second.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Finnegan.
I had the same phone call about the trucking and worked that out. And I get it that DOT came back and said for those trucks, they made sure that the cut through was good for the trucks. They weren't expecting 196 truck and trailers or RVs making that turn, impeding traffic. That's a whole different ball of wax. So I have a lot of concerns about those U-turns. Also that it's on a private road, that we're approving something on a private road. And a correction, I don't believe that the residential is butting up to 19. There is the DRA, a strip of commercial then the residential, then the coastal lakes. I think that there was a lot of good points made by our citizens as well as the PDC meeting. They did vote 6-0 for compatibility, and I'm not finding this compatible for the location. For those reasons and others, I will make a motion to deny CPA AA PUD 2024-00014 Local Engineering, Inc. for Nomad RVR LLC.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Barrick to deny the application. All those in favor signify by, I'm sorry, is there any more discussion?
Yes, please. I'm just going to say that if the applicant truly cares about the environment, when you develop that as single family, you're going to do a doggone good job, and you're going to make sure it hooks up to sewer, and you're going to get premium prices for that. And so I really hope that's true, especially if you continue to do any more development in the county. We'll remember that, that you took care of the environment. So I can't get past, for all the reasons that were already said, for compatibility. I just can't get past it. It's just too intense and too incompatible. So I am going to support the denial.
You have any other comments?
No.
All right. All those in favor of denying the application signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Passes 4-1. Chair? Can I adjourn? Oh,
Adjourn.
we are adjourned. Sorry, I just figured it.